Hello. Wait, how do I show my face? Oh, fuck. Hi. I'm so sorry for taking a while. I'm so sorry for being so late. Please forgive. I was gonna. Oh, fuck, big. What the hell? Why are you still awake? I'm so sorry. I was gonna stream at like 12, but my my mom-in-law's car didn't work, and yeah, I had to like wait outside, and I also cleaned my computer and all that stuff. What? You got the day off tomorrow? I'm jealous. I wish I had a day off. Oh fuck! I keep getting confused. Like I keep getting confused. The camera isn't here. It's in there now. But why do you have the day off tomorrow though? And I'm really glad you're here. Thank you so much. But yeah, I got a lot of shit to. I did a lot of shit today. Well,
Did you do something to my woman?
Hmm?
Did you do anything to us?
Oh, I think it got off a while ago. Can you check? My boyfriend just got home as well, so yeah, he's like,
You've done something to it.
what did I do?
Awesome.
That's weird. I didn't do shit to it though. Sorry, like I'm just looking. But yeah, my computer wasn't working for a second as well when I was trying to connect everything back. But yeah, what sort of holiday do you guys have, by the way? Also, I'm just gonna be playing today. I don't know. Should I just? Yeah, I think I should just play today. Honestly, I've been really into Raft lately, so I think I'm gonna play that. Columbus Day.
What did you unplug?
I didn't unplug anything. It's just that specific wire. Ugh. Not like I'm gonna destroy it when I touch it. Um, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like, ooh. I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking, and I'm feeling the flush again. I'm gonna be playing rap, but before that, I guess I'm gonna put something on the YouTube thing. And tell me about Columbus Day, by the way. How is it broken?
The refresh rate's fucked.
Possible that because yeah, that got removed like when I was trying to like get it back. That's it. That's all I did. Columbus first arriving. Oh, so was it Columbus that got to like? Ah, okay, I see. So does that have something to do with Sorry, I'm not looking at my. Is there another connector for that one?
No, there isn't. I think you've broken it when you hit it.
Hmm. Hmm. I broke something again. I didn't know Columbus was yeah. the founder of the United States. I thought it was Abraham Lincoln or something. But I'm sorry. I'm not really like educated in all that, like, you know. Yeah, that wasn't like what I learned back in school. So, yeah, I don't know what's Allah, I think I did. It's not working still. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, I think I have a feeling I will get distracted because yeah, looking at this one as well. See what I did wrong. No, I didn't do anything though. I thought I broke it. Uh, oh my god. Okay. Sorry. I think my face. Am I still? Do I still have my big face? Okay. Now, no. Sorry. My boyfriend's computer is all fixed now. Fucking hell. I thought I broke a fucking computer. I fucking break things. I always break things. I'm so annoyed. But yeah. Said it true, and then, cause yeah, I just need to link the. Yeah, I just need to like play a new
Let me show
game.
you something I find completely
Oh,
magical.
what the fuck? 46 fucking minutes? Are you joking? Okay. You know what? We could do that. But you have to give me a second because I might as well start the game because like what the hell? I wouldn't mind listening to something while I'm playing rap. I like rap. Let me just click that for a second. Mm. Oh, oh, I'm not sure if you could play it like as good compared. This game, RAF, is like multiplayer. So yeah, give me a second. Let me actually like put the game on first, and then I'll put this on the side.
Hold on.
Alright. Where's that video? Sorry, I'm kind of like yeah, I'm kind of all around at the moment. But yeah. Let me know if you couldn't hear it, okay? And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm like all around the place at the moment. A lot of things just happened for the last few minutes. Um, hmm. Okay, Mozilla, and then go. Maybe I'll make it a little bit louder so I don't have to be talking. I don't feel like talking lately. Like I don't know why. Probably because I'm a poopy. Um,
Behind this piece of glass, there appears to be a three-dimensional scene.
I hope
You can
that's
move
not too
around your
loud.
head and you see the light play off of the objects in different ways. For example, that glass Klein bottle in the front warps what's behind it. But it's an illusion. In reality, all that's there is an empty table and a diverging laser beam shining on the glass. Inside that glass is a single piece of film that's been exposed in a very special way that records the entire three-dimensional scene. It's hard to capture in a video how surreal this feels in person, because despite there being nothing behind that glass, every visual cue available is screaming to your brain that something really is there. One of my favorite versions of this is a recording taken of a microscope. Again, it gives this illusion of a three-dimensional object stored on a two-dimensional piece of film. And it's a little tricky to get this right, but if you put your eye at just the right point in space, you can look down the barrel of the microscope and see what it's imaging, in this case, a little microchip. I want you to take a moment to reflect on just how incredible this is, simply from the standpoint of how much information needs to be stored on that film.
I mean, that's how motion pictures work, right? It started from holograms, so... Sorry,
An ordinary photograph records a scene from just a single viewing angle. But right here, we have available to us an entire continuum of differing perspectives. In the first example, this includes how the light from the pie creature refracts through the glass in different ways from different angles, or how sometimes you get this little glint of light off the disco ball. Every optical detail from all these viewing angles is stored on that two-dimensional piece of film. What you're looking at is a hologram. When most people hear the word hologram, what pops into their mind is something like what R2-D2 projects in Star Wars. But real-world holograms are a special kind of recording taken on film that gives the illusion of looking through a window into a recorded scene.
So hologram is
the principle behind this was discovered by Denis Gabor in 1947 while he was working on methods for electron microscopy. And as the story goes, the fundamental insight came to him while he was watching a tennis match. It wasn't until decades later, with the invention of lasers, that holography actually became practical. And in 1971, Gabor won the Nobel Prize for his discovery. The type that I'm showing you here, where the scene is visible only when you illuminate it with a laser from behind, is the simplest version. It's what's called a transmission hologram. In this video, you and I will roll up our sleeves and dig into the details to understand how this works. A more advanced variant is what's called a white light reflection hologram, which, as the name suggests, can be illuminated using ordinary light that reflects off of it. This includes that microscope that I was showing you earlier, which is part of a collection from the Exploratorium in San Francisco, which they very generously let us record. First, I want to show you the process for how you actually record a hologram, and then you and I will cover some of the fundamental principles of optics that explain one very simple and very specific hologram, but in such a way that we can get a deep and visceral understanding for it. Then after that, I'll share a slightly more abstract but much more powerful framing that explains how it works so well in general. Optics can be tricky and sometimes magical, so my goal at each of these steps is for this to really feel like something that you could have rediscovered for yourself. When my collaborator Paul and I asked around for help to record our own custom hologram, multiple people pointed us to these two very skilled holographers, Craig Neuswanger and Sally Weber, who generously showed us the ropes when it comes to the delicate orchestration of lasers involved in doing this. The whole setup risks feeling like a set of arbitrary steps, but I think maybe the best way to motivate it is to contrast what we're doing with ordinary photography. In a photograph, a given point is only influenced by a very narrow region of the scene that you're recording, something like a pixel. The simplest kind of camera would be a pinhole camera, where you only let light pass through a tiny little hole that exposes your film, which means each part of that film can only see one narrow little region of the scene through that hole. The point is that you're limiting things to a single viewing angle to influence the film. All of the other information from all other possible viewing angles is lost. The key thought to have in your mind when it comes to a hologram is that the goal is to recreate the entire light field around a scene. What I mean by that is when you set up some scene and there's some light shining on it, there's this incredibly complicated undulating electromagnetic field that surrounds everything. And the specifics of that field are dependent on every optical property of the objects in your scene and the lights illuminating it. What you see when you're an observer depends on where your eye is in that field. In our test scene, for example, from some angles you see the pie creature's eye refracted through the glass of the Klein bottle, from others you see a glint of light off that disco ball. But in principle, everything you can see from various different viewing angles is entirely a function of whatever this undulating light field is that surrounds the scene. So if you could come up with a procedure
Ace.
that recreates the full state of that field, even when the objects are no longer there, it would give the complete illusion that we're aiming for. Contrast this with the pinhole camera, where a ton of information is lost about that light field based on filtering through the hole. After all, that hole is there to limit the exposure to just one viewing angle. So the first thing you would do, if you wanted to record the whole field, is to get rid of that pinhole altogether, or the lens that simulates it with most cameras. On its own, exposing the film would now create a nonsensically blurred mess. But the key to making it sensible is to account for another piece of information about light that normal photography loses: phase. Think about a beam of light shining on a single point of film, say one that has a pure frequency that you could think of as an oscillating sine wave. The height of this wave is called its amplitude, and how far you are along in the cycle is called the phase. Only one of those determines how much the film gets exposed, the amplitude of the wave. The exposure takes some time, and it's influenced by the average intensity of this wave over that time. Actually, more specifically, the exposure is proportional to the square of the amplitude of this wave. That's going to be important for us much later. If you were to shift this wave back by half of its wavelength, it makes no difference to the exposure on the film. In a sense, that point of the film completely forgets everything about the phase of the light that exposed it. You could almost reinvent holography for yourself if you ask, how might it be possible to record the phase of the light, not just the amplitude? Can you come up with a procedure where one beam of light would expose the film differently than another beam that is in all respects identical, except for the fact that its phase is shifted back, say by half of a cycle? If you give yourself a moment, and if you're rather clever, you might do something like this. Shine on a second beam of light that has exactly the same frequency. We're going to call this the reference wave. When the first beam is in sync with that reference wave, the two will constructively interfere, producing a wave that has twice the amplitude, so the film gets exposed a lot at that point. But if that first beam was shifted back half of a cycle, the two would now cancel out with each other, interfering destructively, so the film would be exposed much less at that point. It's not a perfect recording of the phase, but in this case the exposure is highly sensitive to phase shifts in a way that's not at all true for normal photography. Admittedly, it might not yet be clear why this has anything to do with storing a three-dimensional scene on a two-dimensional film, but at least in principle, if you know that the goal is to recreate the full state of a light field around your scene, perhaps you could believe that having a record of the phase variations in that light field along the plane of the film might somehow be relevant. This insight of interfering with a reference beam only works if all the light has the same frequency. So, looking at your setup, you cannot illuminate the scene with ordinary white light. What you have to do is use a laser. A clever way to do this is to pass that laser through a beam splitter, where half of it gets spread out, bounces off the scene, and hits the film. We'll call that the object wave. And then the other half also gets spread out, but it doesn't interact with anything before hitting the film. This will act as the reference wave. Those two waves interfere at the plane of the film in a way that depends heavily on the phase of that object wave.
Dying.
The full setup that Craig and Sally made for us looks
like...
only a little bit more complicated than this. One little nuance is that beam splitters change the polarization of light, so you have to do something to counteract that. The object beam follows this trajectory here, which lets our scene get right up next to the film and get illuminated from the front. And then on the left we have the reference beam. But at a high level, the essence of any holography setup is to have these two different sources of light, both of the same single frequency, interfering with each other at the plane of the film. This means that the exposure pattern on the film is based on the extremely subtle ways that these two waves interfere with each other. The exposure pattern looks absolutely nothing like the original objects. If you zoomed in with a microscope, you would see a complete mess, some rapidly oscillating fringes between points of high and low exposure. From a practical standpoint, you should note how this also means the exposure pattern is incredibly sensitive to even the tiniest movement of the objects in the scene during the recording. If their position shifts by an amount comparable to the wavelength of the light, a few hundred nanometers, it can completely change that interference pattern. So when Craig and Sally were showing us the ropes, one thing that really surprised me was how part of the process involved all of us sitting in this meditative stillness throughout the exposure, which took a couple of minutes. We even had to sit still during the minutes leading up to it, reducing as much motion as possible in the air of the room. Now at this point, even if you believe that this resulting interference pattern on the film somehow records information about the light and its phase and all of that, it's not at all obvious how you could use it to recreate the original field, making that illusion of the scene behind the glass visible from many angles. But here, my friend, is the magic. If you now remove all the objects from the scene and you block that object beam, so the only thing shining on this now exposed film is the reference beam, then what it produces beyond the glass includes a complete recreation of that object wave, a recreation of the light that would be there if the scene were still there and the object beam were still shining. This is the surprise of holography, the mystery that you and I are going to dig into for the remainder of the video. Why is it that shining the reference wave through this film, which was exposed using the combined object and reference waves, gives you such a bizarrely perfect recreation of the object? How does this delicate and apparently not...
I have a feeling they're doing something similar to like, what do you call this? Are they trying to like, similar to like a photograph when you like put it in, dunk it in water maybe? But I'm assuming it's different, obviously.
nonsensical
Like, because it's like a hologram. It's not really a picture. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not making any sense. I'm sorry.
On the film, somehow
I don't know what I'm
record
saying.
An entire
Where's my
three-dimensional
boat?
scene.
Did I just...
To drive home
Where's
how
my
magical
boat?
this feels, we cut out a very small circle from the film that we recorded. In an ordinary photograph, cutting out a small piece obviously cuts away the vast majority of the scene. But for a hologram, holding up that same
the shark
small little
is
circle
here.
of film to the reference beam, as you shift your viewing position looking through that circle, you can see essentially every part of the scene recorded, from that pie creature to the disco ball and the various shapes behind it. You just can't see all of them at once. Continuing with the goal of rediscovery, universal problem-solving tip number 1 is to begin analyzing any hard problem by taking the simplest version of that problem. So, to puzzle over how holography works, a natural place you might start is to ask, what happens if you record a hologram of the simplest object you could think of? Maybe a little point floating in three-dimensional space. We'll think of the light that reflects away from it as a wave propagating radially away from that point. The basic outline for what follows is that we'll figure out what the exposure pattern on the film is, in this very simple case, then deduce why shining the reference through that known exposure pattern creates the illusion of a single point behind the glass, even when it's not there. And then we'll generalize to more complicated objects. I should maybe take a moment to be clear on how I'm representing light waves throughout this video. Light is a wave in the electromagnetic field, where, for example, the electric half of that is an association between each point in space and a little oscillating vector pointing in 3 dimensions. Where that field is strong in one direction, I'll color a point blue, and when it's strong in the opposite direction, I'll color it red, and the dark bands in between represent where it's 0. In principle, the field exists everywhere in 3-dimensional space, but typically it's a lot easier to think about if I only color the points along a 2-dimensional slice of it. Even more narrowly, it's often helpful to think of a little sine wave over this when we want to think of what the wave-like variations are just along a single 1-dimensional line through space. And for the detail I'm giving you, throughout this video we'll be assuming that the light is linearly polarized, meaning it just oscillates in one direction, which it typically would be if we're recording a hologram.
Oh, I know,
Now,
I have
when we
this
take
one.
a hologram of this single point, the radial wave coming from that point is our object wave. And for the reference wave, again in the spirit of simplicity, I want you to think of it as coming from very, very far away, enough so that we can model it as a plane wave coming in
Yeah, it's
perpendicular
cold
to the
today
film.
for some reason.
In other words, what I mean
Weird.
by that is that all of the wave crests from that reference beam are parallel to the film. You should know that in practice, for real holography, you want this reference beam to come in at an angle. Later on, you're going to understand why. But for right now, keeping the analysis simple, making that beam perpendicular gives us a friendly situation to study.
Oh, fuck.
I can simulate for you what the combination of both of these waves looks like, and what the resulting exposure pattern on the film looks like, but it is helpful to think through for yourself. For example, if the light off of that object hitting the nearest point of the film happens to be in phase with the reference beam, it means that center point would be strongly exposed. In that case, for points farther away from the center, because the distance to the object gets longer,
Shit, I need
the
food as
phase of
well.
the object wave along this strip falls in and out of phase with
Hey!
the reference wave,
Hey!
meaning that the exposure pattern oscillates between points of high and low exposure. For example, at a certain point on that film, the distance to the object will be exactly half of a wavelength longer than the distance between the object and the closest point on the film at that center. So if the object and reference beams had been in phase in the middle, it would mean that they're exactly out of phase here, so the combined wave has a low amplitude and you get this dark spot at that point. The same would be true for everything along this ring around the center of all points the same distance to the object. In general, the exposure pattern here looks like a bunch of concentric rings. If you enjoy exercises, you might like taking a moment to try writing an explicit formula for the radii of all of those rings, as a function of the distance between the object point and the film, as well as the wavelength of the light. At a more qualitative level though, just note that the distance between these fringes gets smaller as you go farther away from the middle. This pattern is important enough in optics that it has its own special name. It's called a Fresnel zone plate. The wavelength of visible light is really small, and that means that the fringes of exposed points are spaced very close together. Farther away from the middle point, they approach the wavelength of the light itself. In the simulation, notice how if I bring the object point closer, the inner rings get smaller, and if I pull that object point farther away, the inner rings get bigger. So in a manner, this pattern records the three-dimensional coordinates of our point. The center of the rings give you the xy coordinates, and the ring spacing uniquely determines the z coordinate. So you go ahead and you record this simplest of all holograms, and you end up with film that has this peculiar zone plate exposure pattern. But how does reconstruction work in this case? What happens when you remove the object and the object beam, and the only thing shining on the now exposed film is the reference wave? Well, if you look at just a small region of the film, the zone plate pattern looks like a bunch of parallel stripes. And this is related to a very well-studied phenomenon in optics known as a diffraction grating. And while I could just plop down something known as the diffraction equation right now to continue with the explanation, it is a real joy to see how it arises from first principles. So continuing that theme of letting this feel like something that you might have rediscovered, let's take a brief sidestep into a mini lesson so that I don't have to rob you of that joy. Here's the basic puzzle for this mini lesson. You've got a light wave shining onto a wall, and imagine this wall is solid and opaque, except for having a bunch of very thin, evenly spaced slits that the light can pass through. The basic question is, what does the light wave look like on the other side of this wall? And in particular, how does it depend on the distance between those slits? Now, a full answer is extremely complicated, so much so that it's surprising that we'll be able to say anything useful at all. And before I spoil the general shape of the answer with the simulation here, let me be clear about how we're going to think about it. For each individual one of those slits, we'll imagine that it's thin enough that you can model it as a single point emanating light, matching whatever wavelength and frequency the incoming light has. So if there was some wall or film behind this single slit, you wouldn't really see anything all that interesting. It would be brightest in the middle and then taper off very gently to the side, depending on how the amplitude of that wave diminishes over distance. In particular, nothing here really gives you a hint about the phase of the light, so the wave nature remains relatively underspoken. Very famously, this changes when you open up a second slit. In fact, when Thomas Young did this for monochromatic light in 1801, it was one of the earliest confirmations that light really is a wave. For you and me, thinking about two slits is a nice warm-up before we get to more. As an example, think about the point at the center of that wall on the opposite side of the slits. In that case, the waves coming from each one would be in phase with each other, so they interfere constructively, and that's why you get a bright spot. If you move over a little bit to the side, where the distance to one slit is exactly half a wavelength longer than the distance to the other, they would add destructively, and that's why you get a dark spot. And in general, you get these oscillations between bright and dark as you scan left to right. The key point here, which you have to imagine was a bit of a surprise in 1801, is that the brightness on the wall is not just the sum of what it would be for each individual slit. The key, when you have light just of one frequency like this, is to understand where the waves are in and out of phase with each other. Also, I want you to notice how the pattern changes if we change the wavelength of the light. a shorter wavelength would give more rapid oscillations between bright and dark spots. There's a really nice exhibit at the Exploratorium in San Francisco showing this double slit interference. You shine a thin laser beam through two even thinner slits, and on a wall very far down, what you see is an array of light and dark spots, just like what we saw in the simulation. That's just two slits, but
Hi,
remember that our key
Elementalist.
question is
Sorry,
what
I
happens when
didn't.
you
I
have a
missed your
whole bunch of
message. I
slits,
think. Oh
say
no, I
spaced
just
a
read it
distance d away from each other.
just in time.
I have to say, this was incredibly fun to simulate, and you can probably guess how the
Hope you're
simulation
well.
here is working. At every point in space, you consider the n different light waves coming from each one of those slits. You add up the values of those waves, which might add or subtract depending on their phase, and then you color that point depending on the result. Blue for positive values, red for negative values. In the immediate vicinity of the slits, this is a complete chaotic mess.
Is it a holiday for you as
But the surprise
well?
is that when you zoom out, order emerges.
Like, what's that? What holiday
You
is
have
that
one
again,
beam
Rika?
of
Or
light
is that
shining
a
down the
state
middle,
holiday?
But you also get these other beams shining off on either side. And one of those beams specifically is going to be the key to explaining our first hologram. In particular, I want you
Okay.
to understand how you'd compute the angle between
I
that
hope
other
you do.
beam
And
the
it better
center.
be double and a
How
half.
would you analyze a point which is along
Plus,
the line
plus.
some angle theta away from that
Plus.
perpendicular?
Error.
Well, the key question is what are the
Woohoo!
distances from that point to all
I mean,
of
it's
the
still
individual
money.
slits where the light is coming from?
But still.
If this point is far enough away,
would be
then
nice
when
to
you
have a
zoom in
break.
close to those slits, all of those lines look like they're parallel to each other. What you want to know is whether a given one of these lines is longer than another one of the lines.
Okay, I get it now. I get this now. I get this now. Basically, it's like, think of it as dots. But like, you can only see the dots in a certain point. So like, it's like actually multiple images. But okay, I see. Because I remember when I was young, like there were like holographs. Like I remember like having to like do that every time. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna keep playing it. Well, I hope you get paid a lot. And I hope you treat me with it with some ice cream. Because ice cream, yummy, yummy, ice cream. Oh,
And more
sorry.
specifically, how much
I
longer it
fuck
would be.
you, you fucking
I think
shark
one of the nicest ways
bitch.
to
I don't
think
have
about this
anything
is
with me
to
right now.
zoom out again so that we
I'm
can see
too
the point we're
lazy.
analyzing. And imagine pivoting one of those lines
Oh shit, I
around
think I
that
built
point.
something
So you're
different.
looking at everywhere else that's the same distance away. If you were zoomed in next
I'm
to the
supposed to
slits,
build that one.
pivoting motion looks
Oh, shit,
basically
where
like
am I
you're
going?
translating
Oh, let
in
me
a
grab that.
perpendicular direction. So what that means is if you drop a little perpendicular line from one of the slits to the line adjacent to it, you can conclude that the distance between that first slit and the point we're analyzing is exactly the same as this section of the adjacent line, meaning that the difference between those two distances is visible as this little snippet right here. So the key question, if you want to understand whether those two waves are in or out of phase with each other, is how big is that snippet? What's the size of that difference?
Big as your
Well, if you
mom's
go in
butt.
and you draw the appropriate little right triangle, the hypotenuse of that triangle is the spacing between the slits, which I'm going to call d.
Sorry.
So this key difference we care about looks like one of the legs of that triangle, d times the sine of a certain little angle that I'm going to call theta. It's not too hard to convince yourself that that angle theta is actually the same as the angle between all these lines and the vertical. So the difference between all of these lengths, and this is really the key lesson of diffraction gratings, looks like d times the sine of that angle. In particular, if it was the case that this key expression, d times the sine of theta, happened to be exactly the wavelength of the light, commonly denoted lambda, all of the beams emanating from these different slits are going to be in phase with each other, so they'll constructively interfere at the point we're analyzing. This is why, even though in the immediate vicinity you have this
What?
chaotic mess that's very hard
I'm
to...
sorry, I'm not understanding the whole... I don't think I'm understanding the whole technical bits to it, like that lambda blah blah blah. I think that's where I get like crew crew crew. My brain will start fucking up the moment it talks about that. I think that's why I appreciate computers. Computers, thank you so much because you exist. Okay,
to
go
describe.
on.
Zoomed out a sufficient distance away, you have a distinct beam along a certain direction. And moreover, you now know how to compute the angle of that direction. It's the angle such that d, the spacing between your slits, times the sine of that angle equals the wavelength of the light. That will be a key equation for us, so do remember it. But this graphic also helps give a nice qualitative intuition for how changing the spacing influences the angle. Imagine locking the length of this critical leg of the triangle. You want it to always equal the wavelength. Then if you wanted to narrow the spacing of the grating, making d smaller, the only way to keep that leg locked is to make the angle theta bigger. On the other hand, if you had a wider spacing and you increase that value d, the only way to keep that leg locked is to decrease the value of theta. You can also say a little bit more here too. For large enough values of d, it's possible for d times the sine of theta to not just be a single wavelength, but to equal 2 whole wavelengths. So you would still get constructive interference, but at a bigger angle. And the same goes for any whole number multiple of the wavelength. And again, this is something that you can see in practice. Here we're shining a green laser through a diffraction grating that has 500 lines per millimeter. You can not only see how it splits up into these distinct beams, but you could actually do the math to figure out the angle between those beams. The centermost one is commonly called the 0th order beam. The ones immediately next to it are called the 1st order beams, and if they exist, the other ones are called 2nd order, 3rd order, and so on. Another fun thing to notice is how this equation depends on the wavelength of the light. So if you shine white light through a diffraction grating like this, you get a separation into distinct wavelengths, distinct colors like a rainbow. If you've ever noticed how the reflections off of a DVD or a CD produce this rainbow pattern, it's essentially the same effect going on there. The angle of reflection depends on the spacing between the ridges and the wavelength of the light. So that's the packaged lesson about diffraction gratings. But now let's zoom out and remember why we were doing this. If you record a hologram of a simple point in space, the exposure pattern on the film is this Fresnel zone plate. Concentric rings that get spaced closer together the farther you go away. In fact, you can be a little bit more quantitative and write down the exact spacing between those fringes. Let's say you draw a line from a point on this film down to the object, or maybe I should say down to where the object was during recording. Consider the angle between this line and the one perpendicular to the film, which I'm going to call theta prime to distinguish it from the diffraction angles we were just looking at.
Sorry,
I won't narrate through all the details here, but you can work out this fringe spacing exactly. You start with the premise that the distance between adjacent fringes to the object should differ by 1 whole wavelength. I know some of you are curious and want to pause and ponder, so I'll leave up the details. But the upshot is that it all boils down to a delightfully clean and convenient fact. The spacing between the fringes for our Fresnel zone plate, which I'll label as D, multiplied by the sine
it's
of
not
this
as cute
angle,
as
theta
my
prime,
shark.
equals the wavelength
I
of
mean
the
our
light.
shark.
This might give you a little deja vu, and if it strikes you as
that looks like
uncannily
an
similar
island.
to the diffraction equation, you are 100% right, and it's the key to how our first hologram works. When you just shine the reference wave through this pattern, near a given point on the film, it acts like a diffraction grating, splitting the wave into distinct beams. And the angle of those first order beams satisfies the diffraction equation. D times sine of theta equals lambda. Therefore, the angle of one of these first order beams exactly matches the angle of the line connecting this point of the film to where the object was during recording, even though the object isn't there anymore. So, critically, think about why this would imply there's the illusion of a point behind the screen. For an observer on the other side of that film, as the reference wave is shining onto it, every point of that film is emitting multiple different beams. But one of those beams at each point matches what a beam from that object dot would look like if that object dot were still there. So the observer always sees this bright spot on the glass
I just know the general
at a point where a line from their eye to the past object position intersects the glass. As they move their head around and their eye moves in 3D space, that apparent bright spot on the glass moves with them in just such a way that it gives the illusion of a floating point of light behind that glass. The way things are set up right now, the other beams would add some distraction for that observer. The 0th order beam, for example, at all of these points, is essentially a rescaled version of what the reference wave would look like if the film weren't there. To the observer, this looks like a bright glow coming from everywhere behind the film. This would be pretty obnoxious, but it can be solved by shining the reference beam in at an angle. Now you might be curious about that other first order beam, and it's actually very interesting. If you draw a line along that other first order beam from every point at the film, all of those lines converge at a single point on the opposite side of the film. This is our first peek at a funny little artifact of holography known as the conjugate image. Much earlier, I said that the way you want to think about a hologram is that you're trying to record and reconstruct the state of the light field around a scene. The truth is that a hologram doesn't exactly do this. What it actually recreates can be thought of as a sum of 3 different light waves. One of them is a scaled copy of the reference wave, which for our simple point example corresponds to the 0th order beam. Another corresponds to a copy of the wave emanating from the object. This is exactly the thing we want to reconstruct, and in our simple example, it corresponds to one of these first order beams. But there's also a third wave in there. In this simple example of a hologram of a single point, that third component looks like the reference beam being concentrated in to a single reflection of that point through the film. More generally, though, this third component looks like the reference beam being refocused onto a reflected version of your full object on the opposite side of the film. In the hologram that we recorded with Craig and Sally, you can actually see this by putting a piece of paper behind the glass, where at the appropriate distance away, you see the light focused onto the shape of, for example, the pie creature, which was part of the scene we recorded. This is known as the conjugate image. In the earliest days of holography, Denis Gabor had a lot of trouble seeing the holograms that he wanted to because this conjugate image kept getting in the way, muddying up the waters. However, again, this is something where if you use a reference beam that shines on the film at an angle, you can get a clean separation of the reconstructed object wave from this conjugate wave artifact.
Ow!
The astute among you might ask about the higher order beams from a diffraction grating. After all, we saw how the equation doesn't just imply 3 beams. For large enough values of d, you can have many more angles that satisfy the diffraction equation. This is something I actually didn't know until learning about holography, but if instead of a binary grating, where light either completely passes through or gets completely blocked, you instead have a material that only partially allows light through with an opacity that follows a sine wave pattern, then you actually don't get higher order beams. The diffraction pattern only includes 0th and 1st order beams. The most elegant way to show why, in my opinion, comes from the more formal explanation of holograms that I want to show you in a few minutes. But for right now, just know that it means you're safe to only think about 3 beams emanating from each point of the film.
Hey,
So,
mother.
stepping back, you, the problem solver puzzling over holography, have at least this one example to hold on to. A hologram of a single point gives a zone plate, and the diffraction effect of shining the reference through the zone plate includes, among other things, a recreation of the wave from that point. A natural place your mind might go from here is to wonder about 2 such points in space. Right here is a simulation for what the resulting exposure pattern would look like. It's based on adding the 2 radial waves from those points together with a reference wave, and you can clearly tell that it's related to the zone plate associated with each one, effectively encoding 2 distinct 3D positions. But it is more complicated than simply adding the 2 individual patterns, in the same way that the double slit interference.
Okay, it's very familiar with another thing. You know that I forgot, like it's like similar to like that old 3D where you have to like never mind. I'm
Is more
yapping.
complicated than simply adding the brightness from each individual slit. The result depends on how the waves and their phases interfere. Even still,
you
can see how this
motherfucker.
might lead you to think about building up a scene as a combination of multiple points, and
Fucking bird.
hypothesizing that the resulting exposure pattern can be thought of as some kind of combination of the zone plates for each one. The simulation I'm showing you has only 30 points, and already the result effectively looks like random noise. But nevertheless, I think you would agree that a reasonable hypothesis would be that the diffraction effect of shining a reference beam through this pattern might be the sum of what you would get from the zone plates associated with each individual point. And you know that looking through from the other side of this film, it would give the illusion of those 30 points being there. If that were true, you could think of a more complicated object or more complicated scene as a continuous cloud of many little points, and the resulting pattern would not only encode the 3D position and orientation of that object, but it would also enable the simple reconstruction that we're looking for. As stated so far, this is all sketchy and non-rigorous, but it does actually lead you to some very real intuition about how holography works in practice.
Hey.
Think back to the very start when I asked you to appreciate how much information is being stored on this film, in that it can recreate a scene from a wide continuum of viewing angles. Part of the catch is that for this process to work, the film has to have extremely high resolution. For comparison, standard Polaroid instant film resolves only around 10 lines per millimeter. Microfilm will get you somewhere a little over 100 lines per millimeter, but the film that we used to record this hologram can resolve many thousands of lines per millimeter. And now you know why this is necessary. The spacing between fringes in a zone plate becomes very, very narrow, and faithfully recording those variations is necessary to reconstruct the object beam at that point. Without the outer fringes, the effect for a viewer would be that they simply don't see the object if they're viewing from a sharp angle. This is not a complete explanation without justifying how exactly the exposure pattern that you get from multiple points would have a diffraction effect that equals the sum of what you would get for the individual points. Even then, there's a deeper issue. Building up a scene from individual points would not do true justice to the power of holography. The reason we included that glass Klein bottle in our example is to emphasize this power. That glass does not act as a collection of points, merely reflecting light. It affects the surrounding optics of the scene, like how the light from the objects behind gets bent and distorted as it passes through. The hologram perfectly recreates this effect in a way that could not be explained by adding up individual points. Anyone who has experience with ray tracing will appreciate the difference here. Also, the sharp-eyed viewers among you might have noticed a couple gaps in the explanation even for a single point. For example, I mentioned shining in the reference beam at an angle, but that would also change the exposure pattern, so it's not entirely clear that the logic still works. Sometimes in math, a complex problem can be solved incrementally by building up simple cases, but other times the simple cases act more like training exercises, and the best way to tackle a general situation is to set up a new framework for thinking about it, such that the general solution simply falls right out. In the case of studying holography, there is an entirely different and more powerful way to explain holograms that subsumes all of these issues. I'll walk through it at the very end here as a kind of technical appendix to the whole video, but I think it would be nice to wrap up the main discussion by stepping back and discussing holograms more broadly. Everything we just described covers a transmission hologram, the simplest variety, and these have been possible ever since the late 60s. More advanced techniques exist where the film can reproduce the scene not using a laser, but with ordinary white light reflecting off of it. And it goes beyond that. There are techniques where you can make changes in the scene over time visible as you view the hologram from different angles, or where you can take a 3D computer graphics model and produce a hologram of it. You and I covered the bicycle, but people went on to invent cars and planes thereafter. In our example, we were modeling the film as a two-dimensional surface with no thickness, and that's perfectly okay for transmission holograms, but it's worth noting that that changes for white light reflection holograms. Variations in the exposure through the thickness of that film become relevant for filtering out the appropriate wavelengths during reconstruction. The fact that Denis Gabor won a Nobel Prize should give you some hint that the significance here goes beyond its use as an art form. That clip that I showed earlier where we delicately touch the object with a feather is displaying the original scene superimposed with its own hologram that we had just freshly recorded. The dark stripes that you see on the pie creature arise from the extremely tiny shifts in position and how that affects the interference of the light. And you could actually use that to measure the size of those shifts. This gives a very small glimpse into the relevance that holograms have to interferometry, which is the technique of using wave interference to measure extremely tiny distances. More broadly, being able to record and reproduce an entire wavefront is just a useful tool to have in your belt for a variety of experiments. For any of you who want a deeper look at the history and development of holography in physics, I highly recommend reading Gabor's Nobel Prize lecture. Throughout the lesson, I've repeatedly referenced the goal of making holograms feel like something you could have invented yourself. But there's an irony here, because in his own reflections, Gabor describes this not as a deliberate discovery. He called it, quote, an exercise in serendipity, the art of looking for something and finding something else. But luck favors a prepared mind. And the more that you engage with imagined rediscovery of the inventions that you find around you, the better positioned you'll be to, one day, just maybe, have your own moment of similar serendipity.
That's it? Oh. Okay. Let's see.
And finally,
There's
for the stalwart viewers
but I guess yeah, I didn't understand any single bit of that. I'm kidding. I understood tiny bits of it. But whoa.
hungry for the final
It's too much
details,
math.
here's the more
My
formal
brain
description of why
refuses it.
holography works. For the small price of introducing complex numbers into the discussion, the result kind of just pops out from a few lines of algebra. So think about recording a hologram where you have both a reference wave and an object wave shining on the film. We're going to write down the sum of those two waves as R plus O. The exposure pattern depends on the amplitude of this combined wave at each point on the film. And like I said earlier, more precisely, it's proportional to the...
but my like the way I kind of said it in layman terms is kind of right. It's like multiple points with different, like, basically the eye, it hits you. Like, say, like, think of it like multiple arrows. It's gonna hit you like that depending on where you look at. But yeah, I guess that's another way to explain it. But I'm sorry, it's too complicated. I'm not that. All I know is basic English. You know,
the square
like that is too much English for me. Too much
of that
English.
amplitude. Each of these symbols, say the object wave O, is meant to represent a function that takes in a point in space as well as a time, and returns some real number value describing the strength of the wave at that point. It's an incredibly complicated function, but at a fixed point in space, this output value simply oscillates up and down over time, which we've been visualizing throughout as oscillations between blue and red. Very often, the math that you do with waves has a habit of becoming a lot more elegant when you treat an oscillating value like this not merely as a real number, but as the real component of a rotating complex number. This might feel very strange if it's something you haven't seen before, but one way to motivate why you might do this is that a complex number very elegantly encodes both the phase and the amplitude of the wave at a snapshot in space and time. The wave amplitude is visible as the size of this value, its distance from the origin, and the phase is visible as the angle this number makes off the horizontal. The physical significance when you model things like this is just that the real component of that rotating complex value tells you the strength of the wave at that point. But you might think of adding on an imaginary component like this as sort of extra bookkeeping that lets you more readily keep track of the phase and amplitude of the wave at that point. For example, the amplitude of that combined wave, the thing we care about to describe the exposure, can now be written as the magnitude of this sum, R plus O, where now we're thinking of that as a sum between two complex values at every point on the plane of the film. So, for example, at places where those two values align, that corresponds to constructive interference between the waves, and the film is going to be more opaque. Where they are out of phase, you get a really small result, and that corresponds to the film being more transparent. Now think about reconstruction, when you just shine the reference wave through this exposure pattern. Let's write the wave immediately on the other side of the film as R times 1 minus the opacity at that point on the film. So for example, where the film is very transparent, R passes through unchanged, but where it's more opaque, R is going to get scaled down. We can go ahead and substitute in the expression for opacity that we have, and then distribute a little. And what I want to do is focus on analyzing this component right here, which is going to be
what the hell? Why is there so many maths on it? Like, fuck that. Like, what the hell? Oh. I mean, yeah, I think there's a Ripley's book as well. I think that does the holograms bit
of the wave on this.
Yeah, I
other
love
side
those
of the
sort
film.
of shit.
When you expand
I
this
used to have
expression
one,
and
like
interpret
the
its terms,
places.
the truth of holography stares right back at you.
National
to do so,
Geographic,
what you need to know about
but
complex numbers is one
around the
definition and one fact.
Oh shit.
The definition is that the complex conjugate of a number, which you typically denote with a star, is its reflection over the horizontal axis. And the fact that you need is that when you multiply a number by its own complex conjugate, the result is the square of the magnitude of that number. So, in our expression, That exposure term could also be written as r plus o
I hate that
multiplied
sharp.
by its own complex conjugate, r star plus o star. The reason to do this is now you have something you can
Yeah,
expand algebraically.
I've never seen that
Although,
National
admittedly,
Geographic
when you
that
do
you're
this, it might
referring
first
to.
look like a big pile of symbols that is very far removed from physical intuition about reconstructing a three-dimensional scene. But give it just a moment here. When you organize the terms the right way, the answer sort of pops out. Whenever you see a value multiplied by its own complex conjugate, just think of it as some real number, some scaling factor. For example, one part in the final expression looks like some certain real number all times r, the reference wave. And what this corresponds to is a scaled copy of that reference wave here on the other side of the film. In our simple point example, that would correspond to the 0th order beam from the diffraction grating off the zone plate. The key term is this part right here. It looks like some real number, some scaling factor, multiplied by the object wave itself. So here you are on the other side of the film during reconstruction, and the expression for the state of the light field includes this scaled copy of the object wave. It doesn't matter how complicated O is. The scene that it comes from could have whatever complicated optics that you want. But here, on the other side of the film, there will always be this scaled copy of O. In our simple point example, this corresponds to one of those first-order beams. And finally, you have this funny little term at the end that involves the complex conjugate of the object wave. This corresponds, as you can probably guess, to the conjugate image, and maybe now the name makes a little bit more sense. This is a difficult term to make sense of, and I'm not going to say too much more about it, other than to show that for the hologram we made, if you flip the film around, you can see this conjugate image as a very bizarre, warped, and reflected version of the original scene. So that is it. A little piece of complex algebra shows why you have a copy of the object wave on the other side of the film. And importantly, there were no assumptions about how simple that object wave is. Also, it makes no assumptions about how simple the reference wave is. You just need to be able to reproduce the same wave that you used during recording, or at least something close to it. Even though this is more powerful, on its own I would find this explanation very unsatisfying. The breakdown of a single point with the zone plate pattern and diffraction gratings, for all of its shortcomings, gives a lot more intuition.
Oh, I think you're talking about the magazine. I'm not talking about the magazine. I was talking about the picture cards that they got. You know, like it's some like national, I don't remember, but it's not really a magazine, but like a list of pictures. And then on the back of the picture would be like where it's at. And some of those are so beautiful. Like I was like looking at it and like, wow, I want to see this one day. But yeah, now I'm here. Like I want to see the Great Barrier Reef. And now the Barrier Reef is fucking bleaching. What the fuck? Like what is wrong with the world?
Intuition, in my opinion.
But yeah.
For instance, the algebra tells you nothing about how the film resolution could matter, but the abstract path and all the power that it brings does offer some reassurance that the shortcomings in that first explanation are all surmountable. In his Nobel Prize lecture, Gabor wrote, "In holography, nature is on the inventor's side." You do actually need to say a little bit more to finish the abstract derivation. Strictly speaking, we've only shown that you have a copy of this object wave on the plane immediately after the film. But what you want to show is that it exists in all of 3D space beyond that film. Rigorously justifying this would go beyond the scope of an already long lesson, but it's not too hard a fact to believe. What we're basically saying is that if you have some function that you know satisfies whatever equations light must obey, namely the object wave O, and you have another function describing a steady state wave where you know that O shows up as a component along a 2D boundary like this, then in the free space beyond that boundary, the wave must also include as a component O in its entirety. This actually has a nice connection to the key mystery from the very beginning of the lesson of how a three-dimensional scene could possibly be stored on 2D film. Part of what's required for this to be possible is that light obeys laws regular enough that the state of a light wave in 3D space is sufficiently constrained by its value on a 2D boundary.
What? What? I'm sorry. sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like, what the fuck was all that shit? Like, what? I'm sorry. If this was a class, I would be getting an F right away. Like, I didn't need to, like, oh my lord. Like, wow. All I got from that was, like, I only got a tiny bit fraction of that. But still, it's really cool. I'm sorry, big guy. Honestly, my brain just like crew, crew, crew. I just don't understand. I'm like, what? Yeah. I think those sort of maths get to me. Like, I think I like some maths. I like basic algebra, a square, b cube, like yada yada. Those are fun. I don't mind those, but the moment it turns to something like that, with like the pi and the lambda, yada yada yada, cos, sin, tan, blah blah blah. Bye. I surrender. I surrender to the Jesus, oh Lord Almighty. I'm gonna become a nun. Oh wait. Maybe. Okay. Hmm. Have you got any more videos, by the way? Any other educational videos? Sorry. Give me so much. They're just yapping outside. Um, hmm, hmm. I just wanna see something. Just because. Aw, yeah, because it's late. You should. Aw, big guy, you should rest up. For real. Like if you're gonna get used to that. I mean, do you get used to a certain like thing? I wanna see this. Oh, but it says the following. Sleep well, big guy. I hope you sleep well. And yeah, happy, what is it? Columbus Day tomorrow. I mean today, technically. Bye-bye. Any attempts will be count. Oh, 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 what the hell? What's this
Hello,
about?
guys and gals.
What the hell? What's that about? Okay, give me a second. I gotta like close the door because I'm loud. Okay, I'm gonna see this because I don't know who this monster is. Like, I just pray to the Lord that one day this, like, whatever, like, they're talking about, like, I hope my face doesn't show up to any of that shit. Because, like, that would be, yeah. I'm gonna let the planet Earth swallow me if that happens. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself again. Okay, just for a bit because I'm gonna do something.
h0mew0rk, and today we're just going to get right into the video, and I'm going to give you the big disclaimer as we start. Anybody that I discuss in this
Ooh.
video, if you decide to
A big disclaimer. Ooh.
falsely DMCA strike this video,
I like big things. You know, like like uh like a big feet. Oh,
promise on my great-great-great-grandparents' soul, all right, that I will go out of my way to spend every dollar that I have
Oh,
to
wow.
take you to court over a
he petty. This boy petty.
frivolous copyright dispute. I don't care how broken the YouTube system is. Generally, when covering scumbags, okay, sometimes they choose to employ this really terrible act. And yeah, I just want to straight up preface this by saying I will choose to always fight back, as is my God-given legal right. Now that I've basically said everything that I needed to say, today we're looking at an interesting YouTube channel, one that is known as h0mew0rk. Now, this channel has about 3,080 subscribers, okay? So a pretty poppin' channel, 565 videos. Now, you might be sitting over here, Mudo, why would you cover a channel like this, ladies and gentlemen? It's so small. What did they do that was so wrong? What I'm about to show you is a set of clips that basically makes this guy worse than pretty much every single kick streamer that I've pretty much ever covered on my
Oh, he's
channel,
kick.
and might make this guy one of the worst people that I've covered on YouTube. Because what they do is straight up criminal on camera. And at this moment in time, I really do implore that YouTube ban this channel. And most importantly, I really hope that law enforcement gets involved and either deports him from the country he's doing these crimes in, so nobody actually ends up getting really, really hurt. So going to h0mew0rk's channel, one thing you find is watch my daily gaming live streams and IRL, watch our weekly...
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like that because it's loud.
vlogs. So on the surface, it doesn't sound really crazy.
Sorry.
Hey, beautiful people, I'm h0mew0rk, an exciting new artist. I just love singing. I do it a lot in my room and sometimes post it here on YouTube for you amazing people.
Follow me on my road to living. PS. Sorry. What's your breakdown with that? Oh, by the way, Coldplay is about to like. Coldplay is like closing themselves. Like what they're fucking saying bye bye. Like they said bye bye. Apparently their album is their last one. Although obviously money talks, but yeah. That sucks. That sucks.
People, okay, look, if you enjoy what I do, share, share, share. So there's immediately like a donation link to a business address, which, dog, how the fuck is e-begging a business? Get the fuck out of here. And of course, you've got TikTok, Twitter. None of this channel ever really aged all that successfully. But if you look at the actual channel, immediately on the surface, you might be like, "Whoa, this guy's just a fan of music, and he's got a girlfriend." Okay, like 57,000 views. Umrah vlog number 4, exploring the sacred lands of Saudi Arabia. So yeah, you know, he's got him and his Korean girlfriend or wife, I guess. Hopefully they're divorced soon. Now immediately when
that's what she says. And you can show me that.
I'm looking into this guy's history, the oldest video is like 14 years ago. So this guy's been a pretty long time YouTuber. The channel is quite literally older than mine. It is in fact a vintage account on the internet.
Older than your
So
mom.
a couple unearthed clips showed up that
I'm sorry.
absolutely had me
Sorry
kind
to
of,
say that.
you know, jaw dropping looking at my screen. So this is one post from r/sadcringe, where again it was titled "Foreign YouTuber Abuses a Girlfriend."
What the fuck? That is what the hell?
And a dog. So immediately, 2 of the worst things that I've seen, and all in 1 minute and 4 seconds.
I'm sorry, like yeah, that is a trigger warning, guys, trigger warning, just be warned, okay? If you have any experience with these, I'm so sorry, but you may need to leave the channel for, like, leave the stream for a bit, like, it has something to do with, you know, assholes, basically, assholes.
Of a video clip that you can watch right now. So if you look at some of these clips, it is actually pretty difficult to watch. Let's look at the first video right here.
To be honest, I think it's better having menopause than erectile dysfunction.
I think I already passed the menopause. I'm never horny in my life.
Why are you talking like this? When I'm streaming dumb.
What the hell?
You're talking to Willis.
Losing your mind?
No, I thought talking to Melissa.
Are you a loose?
So yeah, that was a clip where literally he got caught physically assaulting his wife on camera. Quite literally, all for just vlogs or clout or whatever. I also like how this started off with him basically.
Like, is that even a reason for you to get pissed at someone? Like that? Like, you can get pissed at at the certain problem, you know? But like, wow.
Basically talking about erectile dysfunction and menopause, bringing his wife into a conversation. And she pretty much just said, yeah, I think I'm at menopause already. I don't even get horny. And he immediately gets like fucking visibly angry. I guess the fact that your wife can't get off to you is that you look like a broccoli top douchebag.
Honestly, yeah, like he looks like fucking like, yeah, I honestly, like he's not even that like, ooh, showing off his fucking body in there. Like he looks like a kid, honestly. I'm gonna call them a child. Because that's what they are.
And that might be what's putting her off, okay? You can sit as shirtless and twinked up as you want, but if a woman ain't gonna be attracted to you, dog, there's no amount of physical violence you can do to make her attracted to you. It's fucked up. So then, of course, there are other clips like this where, accordingly, he was racist. Listen to this one.
That stupid back then.
Ooh, insert Asian slur. The Asian slur started with a C. I'm not going to state it for obvious reasons on the platform.
Let's see. Don't tell me it's the... Oh my...
But I think there's... I think people understand. The next clip is also really disgusting. It's...
Also, his headphones are, like, whatever is that thing is not working because it's shaking. I could hear it on his microphone.
Animal abuse,
So
and quite
clear.
literally, if you watch it right now, I'm surprised if this video would even stay up on YouTube, per the TOS. Look at this.
What are you calling? Go get him, or tomorrow's gonna be a bad day for both of you. When I beat Shiru with the flip-flop, she always pees herself. I don't know why. Talk.
So, I don't know if I have to blur this necessary part for the video, but obviously he's kind of kicking the dogs over here. And of course, one of the really gross things in this situation is he's picking up the dogs with just
No,
the
he's my
harness.
food.
You don't do this.
He's my food. The guy's
Like, literally, his wife on camera is like, you can't do that to animals. Like, he's literally picking them up by, like, the harness like this, like, closer to the neck area. Not something that good. Kicking your dogs and treating them like that is just, again, some of the lowest behavior that I've seen. And it puts this...
Honestly, like, yeah, it shows those sort of people, like, the way they see animals, shows how they see other people, like, other people who are in the same level as them, or something. Like, they see people in some sort of, like, hierarchy.
scumbag
Like,
at a
what the
worse
hell?
level than, like, most of the streamers and douchebags that I've covered.
here look like I swear to God. Sometimes when I'm at the gym, I want to their because they look so hot. Swear to God, you don't even look manly.
Bro, that sounds like some real Taliban, like, you gotta have a beard? Otherwise, you might attract some people, all right? Look, if you're into dudes, you're into dudes, all right? You just gotta be honest about it, okay? Come out of the closet if you can. Most importantly, stop physically assaulting people and abusing animals. You know what's insane about this, too, is, like, literally, like, years ago, this is the kind of stuff that would have been buried and people wouldn't have been discussing. Or, you know, somebody who had these kind of skeletons in the closet wouldn't be brought to light. But now it's just happening on YouTube Live, for crying out loud. Like, I would probably say this might have been like some TikTok live stream or a kick stream. But no, this is happening literally on YouTube Live. And again, this guy's a
YouTube
pretty
Live?
active streamer as well, too, where they constantly just, like, upload these shitty fucking vlogs all day, every day. Now, this guy is pretty used to censorship, and, of course, if you go to one of the most latest videos, 3.1 thousand views, and, of course, interestingly enough, there's only hearts, and let's go! Yeah, I wonder if the comment sections are getting cleaned up over here. This shit is somehow more censored than all of North Korea. It's actually insane to witness. It's crazy shit. So I started to look at some of his other live streams, and of course, it really obviously is apparent that this guy isn't probably from South Korea. In fact, unfortunately, this guy seems to originally be an immigrant or someone that used to live in my great true white north of Canada. Listen to this one right here.
And never whined about it. And he was a workaholic, worked a lot, enjoyed working. And you know, in Canada, it's full of waste men and waste men taking benefits
Like
from
him.
the government. And my mom told my dad that, you know, you're not a waste man. You can take the benefits from the government since you have an illness. But he said he'd rather die than get a handout from anybody. So he said he's gonna work until he dies. And that's what he did. He came home from work that day and then he got into a coma and passed away. My dad was a top G, bro.
Oh, yeah, it explains that your dad was a top music. Of course this guy's a fucking Andrew Tate fan. God damn, it makes sense.
And his dad is disappointed too.
But yeah, that's kind of an interesting story. I mean, if you picked up the spousal abuse from your dad, then I really don't have any sympathy for this entire family right there. Yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, may I remind you, this guy's talking about the waste man collecting benefits in Canada. Dog, you're living on a tourist visa off of the back of your wife in South Korea, based on what a bunch of internet investigators were looking at in this situation. So I really don't think this scumbag has much to talk about with that whole hard work and pick yourself up by the fucking bootstraps. Now, I think the clips that I showed you were pretty much enough to warrant a total ban off of YouTube, and not just a ban off of YouTube, but a serious investigation by the South Korean embassy to basically revoke this guy's travel visa and have him, deported out of the country. I honestly think this guy should be deported out of Canada. I don't want this scumbag in my country either collecting benefits like Waste Man, apparently, okay? It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Not something that I enjoy doing. Now, of course, the reality of this situation is the more I look into this guy, the more he comes across as one of these, Muslim, Allah Ta'ala can only judge me, when in reality, kutte ka bachcha khabeez behen chod ko is mulk se baar phekna chahiye, ladies and gentlemen. I get really
Oh my god, he's speaking in another language now. He's angry. Oh, wow, okay. Someone pissed this dude off. Okay, I'm gonna go pee while he
mad sometimes, and I just switch languages like that. Okay, I'm really sorry. Sometimes it happens. But this guy's just one of those scumbags where it's literally like only God can judge me. At the end of the day, he's some reformed scumbag, when in reality he makes a pretty poor image for Muslims, and let alone his own Arab kind in this situation in front of the rest of the world. Now, given South Korea's predilection towards misogyny, I really don't think that the South Korean government or the police is really going to do a whole heck of a lot because of the misogyny. I think the animal abuse angle might be a little bit better in terms of reporting, just because obviously if you look at the history of, South Korea, you might tend to notice that obviously things like the nth room case, which I've covered 5 months ago, where I talked about a seriously messed up blackmail cyber trafficking organization that was literally happening on Telegram between 2018 to 2020 in South Korea. I mean, literally you had people distributing the most illegal of material pretty openly. It wasn't even on the dark web, for crying out loud. I don't think South Korea is really going to touch upon this based on the misogyny angle, okay? And if it's a topic that I really think people should look into, because even according to this one article from eastasiaforum.org, the more I look into it, this really harrowing statistic, in a 2015 study by the actual government, 80% of respondents, the vast majority of whom were women, reported that they were harassed in their workplace, okay? When you've got 80% of women, all right, quoted in this, or actually assessed, saying that they were harassed, you've got more than just a problem. And of course, Human Rights Watch reported that nearly 80% of male respondents admitted to violent acts against an intimate partner in a 2017 survey. Again, both really shocking statistics. You would think that a country as advanced and, up there as South Korea, one of the largest economies in the world, and of course, one of the more advanced societies, they would treat this topic with a bit more care and finesse. But it seems like the country's got a long way to go. Now, obviously, looking more into this situation, the thing that really baffles me about this is how this is allowed to basically occur for so long. Again, I've covered topics and channels that have been infinitely smaller than this. If you don't remember, about a year ago, I covered a YouTube channel known as h0mew0rk, an individual where literally they uploaded a clip where they were talking about the truth of pedophilia, literally unironically, actually defending this criminal act. And of course, that person later ended up thankfully getting arrested. Law enforcement actually ended up getting involved. And I think one of the reasons for me talking about this specifically is that, look, at the end of the day, what I've seen is some really disgusting material, but at the end, I think there is a serious fork in the road moment right now where law enforcement, the government, YouTube, and various other platforms this guy is on, whether they be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, can get involved and really give that poor woman actual attention. That poor woman and the dogs, okay? Because at the end of the day, I've seen unfortunate situations. I've researched unfortunate situations where domestic violence ends up putting the abused into a body bag. And usually when situations get to that point, people are sitting there wondering, whoa, what could we have changed? Well, this is a situation where I honestly think this woman could be dead if this guy is just allowed to operate. The kind of looks that he gives her, the easy slaps, especially on camera. This guy clearly doesn't care about what people think about him, right? Or he thinks this might be based or some Chad maneuver, when in reality, it's if you're this comfortable doing it on camera, I can only fear how bad things are when the camera is off. So I really do think that law enforcement should get involved. And I think that, honestly, this is a situation where the Canadian government or the South Korean government, preferably both, should really get involved and start revoking this guy's access to either country. Because I don't want him to be a fucking Canadian, and I'm sure my South Korean audience doesn't want this fucker to be a South Korean either, okay? Especially if this dude's rolling off the back of a marriage visa or a tourist visa or whatever fucking low-life shit this guy is doing. You know, at the end of the day, it really comes down to whenever I see these people kind of in like this red pill manosphere, I really feel like there needs to be some better parenting. Like if my dad ever saw me raise my voice to my wife, I wouldn't be making videos the next day. I think I would actually be dead. All right, simple as that. If not at the hands of my dad, then definitely at the hands of my dad-in-law. Simple as that. And honestly, if you're some kind of a man, you should probably consider being respectful
I'm a
to the
man,
people that
I'm
you're
a
supposed
man.
to take care of. Your family, your animals, your children. I hope to God this dude doesn't fucking procreate. But at the end of the day, I've seen some really disgusting shit in my time. But this stuff absolutely sends me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even going to ask you to like, comment, and subscribe. There's nothing to like about it.
Oh, yeah, that I agree. Like the thing is fun with being like, you know, with abuse, which is hello. Like what the hell? Like but yeah, I'm not sure about like South Korea though. Because I feel like I mean it's everywhere, of course, around the world, which is so shit. But yeah, women femicide, those are dating violence. Like from like yeah, that's something that South Korean women are experiencing. Let me check this study from um oh my god, there's mm, so they do have a law, but no standalone law addressing violence against women and laws that cover acts of violence, including domestic violence, sexual assault, and harassment. No law addressing honor crimes. 2020 introduced comprehensive plan for 5 years. Are you fucking kidding me? Like that is so dumb. And yeah, let's like women can also abuse men, you know. Let's not forget that. And men can abuse men and women can abuse women. It should be noted as a common law, blah 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 blah, indecent act of sexual norms. So yeah, they have a different like system basically. It's what they're trying to say here, and they have different decision. Like the Supreme Court held that judgment means the ability to rationally discern between what is right or wrong, blah blah blah. Implied consent, with those usually are very rigid when it comes like they actually define things in progressive countries at least. Dismiss an appeal by a governor of a province claiming that he was not found guilty of public officials blah, 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 gender discrimination, blah 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 blah, which is oh my god, I just don't want to keep reading it honestly. Like, let's stop reading it. Okay, I'm gonna watch this one because I still wanna chill for a second.
Today's video is on the
Sorry.
grim reaper of policy for politicians. Many Australian politicians have tried to grapple with this exact policy. They've tried to push through reform, yet as soon as they dare, they either back down or they end up marked and eventually killed by the special interests infuriated by said politicians' audacity to touch this policy. And that policy is the NDIS for pet fish. Look, my fish has cloudy eye, and I wrote to my local MP, I'm sick of paying for the aquarium medicine and having to put it in myself. Where's my Filipino immigrant to do that shit for me? And you know what?
What? What the fuck?
Why isn't the government paying for it? My MP didn't even respond. Better start calling them Martin Brody from the 1975 major motion picture Jaws, because that's how scared of big fish they are. It's a shame, because God, it'd be cool to have fish wheelchairs. Much cooler than actual people in wheelchairs. You guys suck. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yeah, no, it's alright, I'll take care of it. No, that was Burundi. It looks like I'm being silenced by my paymasters once again. We're not talking about the NDIS for fish today. Or ever. But there are plenty of other no-go policies that we can still talk about, mostly shit to do with Israel and the USA. But There's an even shadier and more powerful special interest group with their hands on the levers of power, an interest group that has been taking fewer captives than a low-functioning autistic kid with a terrarium. If it wasn't clear, that joke is a kid that accidentally kills and maims his pets. Yet another reason for the fish NDIS, and this mysterious, ruthless... Hang on. Yep. Yeah, okay, I won't talk about it again. Yep. Yeah, okay, sorry. The mysterious, ruthless special interest group that we can't talk about is retirees on the Gold Coast. And they've been killing off any politician that tries to tackle negative gearing. The policy not to be confused with the pickup technique of the same name, in which you ride around on a tandem bike offering girls a lift, and when the girl accepts and hops on, the bike is deliberately rigged to fall apart, thus making the girl feel self-conscious and bad about her weight. Trust me,
wow.
it works.
Wow.
Not that. But the equally awesome and ethical policy in which property investors can claim tax deductions on their taxable income if they are...
A lot of people are doing this in Australia. That's why our real estate is so expensive, and that's why a lot of people are not getting a lot of quality homes at least. If we were looking for a house right now, we would be having a hard time.
Accruing a loss from the expenses on their investment properties. These expenses can be interest on loans, council rates, repairs and maintenance, and depreciating assets. So I don't know why millennials have such an issue with this policy. It's right up their alley. Life hack, anyone? Why have a policy that so obviously disproportionately benefits those who would do fine without it? The answer is... 'cause fuck you? Come on, how mad would it be to negatively gear a bunch of houses, live it up on the river on the Gold Coast, have one jet ski right out the front of your doorstep? I'm imagining there'd be a lot of dinners at Hog's Breath Cafe or Hurricane's Grill and Bar. Now that's a unique culture and way of life. And what a sick mental image. I'd trade my life for a 6-year-old man on the Gold Coast. Yeah, hurricanes again. That's why politicians can't get rid of negative gearing. It would be a breach of...
That's the third time he said Gold Coast. What's with the fucking Gold Coast? What the fuck?
International law. It would be cultural genocide of the Gold Coast. When
oh my god,
what
the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Yes, that's how old it is. It was intended to boost housing supply, and it kind of makes sense in 1936 when the nation of Australia was my age. I still sleep with a Mario Kart duder. It was the same age millennials are now. I mean, come on, you think it was gonna have enough housing? But guess what? Negative gearing didn't really work even back then. Yet we've been stuck with it ever since. And instead of it being used on newly built homes, which was its original intention to boost supply and encourage development, it's now just a Patrick Bet-David podcast investment hack, in that it's a great equalizer. It allows the dumbest people in Australia, wogs that fail basic English, even their long-suffering teachers allowed their comparative text to be fucking Scarface, to become millionaires. Look at the graph. Only about 20% of negatively geared homes are new builds. Bro, you think Tony Montana cared about gay shit like English? He was too busy to care, claiming deductions on all the palm trees and shit that he had to buy for his investment mansions, dude. This means Australia's Treasury is missing out on billions of dollars of tax every year for no real logical policy reason. It's a policy that makes it harder for first home buyers to buy a house, doesn't reduce rents, doesn't boost supply. Frankly, it's just unfair as fuck to young people in general, and it also makes Sydney George's river stink even more of petrol. I'm negatively gearing my jet ski as well.
That's funny because usually it's the fucking young people. It's the youngings that has one of these now, the fucking jet skis. It's not really the oldies. The oldies use yachts. They got the yachts, baby. They use yachts or boats. They level up, you know?
Well, cuz.
Finance, can I say? 100%. Oh, it's on finance, man. It's on TikTok. I
See,
assume so.
it's on. Yeah, I sure. That is so funny. Yeah.
Always taking care of business, lad. So why do we still have it if it's such a quantifiably pointless policy? Well, think of it this way. How mad would it be if you could negatively gear? You wouldn't want to give that shit up.
Yeah.
It would rock. And people that have it, vote. It was in the news recently that the Treasury was modelling changes to both negative gearing and capital gains tax, two policies that have had perhaps the greatest impact on housing prices in Australia, which is why I'm making this video, because holy shit, Labor. What are you doing? I know people in Labor have started to question whether Albo wants to lose the next election. You have all this political capital in the years after your election win, but you're completely and utterly disciplined about continuing your small target strategy. But just when you start to slip in the polls, that's when you decide. I'm bored. Why don't we fuck with the Lebu marginal Western Sydney seats? And old people in the Gold Coast who have exactly two hobbies.
Gold Coast
Whinging about
again.
their rental properties cleaners using the wrong spray and calling into talkback radio. And whilst I'm at it, why don't I make a post to my Instagram about how I don't actually like the bunnies and NRL is a bastion of toxic masculinity. I mean, I'm all for it. The negative gearing reform, that is. In my opinion, the NRL has gotten far too soft. If they want to stop their declining ratings, they should introduce a new position in the game. Knifer. Or at the very least, rule change, start paying reparations to Hopewade. And so many Labor MPs who came out and backed potential changes both to negative gearing and capital gains tax after the news reports about Treasury modelling. It's just tactically very poor timing. And as expected, quickly after these reports, Albanese reverted to the post-2019 party line, ruling out any changes to negative gearing and citing a Property Council report to argue that reforms could reduce supply, which is kind of bullshit. I would like the Property Council so much more if they just dropped the whole shtick of like, oh, we care about supply, pretending that you care about housing the less wealthy.
Yeah.
Cringe. You guys should just care about making money for property investors, and that's way cooler than virtue signaling about supply. Be honest about it. As for Albo, once again ruling out negative gearing reform, don't blame the guy. I really don't. Anytime any politician has taken on negative gearing has won. That is a record that goes back to 1936. Paul Keating got rid of it in 1985, quickly found that this is like taking away an iPad from a Generation Alpha kid, just something you really want to give back very quickly. So that was restored in 1987. In more recent times, Bill Shorten took reforms to both the 2016 and 2019 elections, and whilst he almost won in 2016, the property lobby created this big mythology about his proposed reforms to negative gearing and franking credits. Those were pinned as the primary reasons that Labor lost in 2019. Yet in Labor's own review of the 2019 election, they don't exactly blame the proposed reforms to negative gearing for the loss. Instead, the silver bullet goes to the smear campaign and the sense of confusion that arose from how many policies Labor was proposing. Ironically, the review also found that the campaign against negative gearing was targeted at renters, not investors, with the coalition arguing that rents would go up if Labor reformed negative gearing. Real estate agents even sent out letters to renters telling them not to vote for Labor and that if Labor won, their rents would go up. Far out. How monumentally dumb would you have to be as a renter to take voting advice from a fucking real estate agent? You know, the guys that lied to you about the black mold in your ceiling and are stopping you from getting back your bond because of the skid marks in the toilet from the shit that they took in your toilet while inspecting the place. Not my fault. I had sombreros before the inspection. You should have taken me to a nice dinner if you wanted your bond back. Real estate agents, the people that make more money the higher rents and housing prices go, they're saying don't vote Labor. If you do, I'll make more money. And I've already got enough. Thank you. There's a real shame about 2019. Lost opportunity. Shorten's reforms weren't even that radical. They weren't going to remove negative gearing entirely. They were just going to restrict it to newly built dwellings. And that would make it function with its original intent, which was to increase supply. But what you can take solace in is the fact that there are now politicians in every political party advocating for reform. Labor MPs are saying they'd welcome a fight on housing. It feels like it's only a matter of time before there's the political appetite to reform both negative gearing and capital gains tax. And if you want to speed it up, what you can do is join your local branch. Push for reform. Let Labor know that you'll back them up if they put it to an election. In the meantime, though, I'm certainly not blaming Labor for not pissing off the million Australians that negatively gear property before the next election. I don't think our Navy could deal with a million jet skis.
Oh, can you get me some water? Yeah, I'm not Australian, so I couldn't relate to that shit. I don't know if I don't know if I want to be, honestly. I mean, I think I will be eventually, but I don't know. I like being Filipino. I have my culture. I want to see this. Oh, should I see this? Should I see this? Should I see that? No. Okay, wait. You know what? I'm gonna think of a number, and then I'm just gonna guess it. Like, Okay, I'm gonna see it. That's what my heart says.
Y'all, and I'ma tell you, when I go down here and pay for this $700 ticket back home.
So it's no secret that traveling can be a stressful experience, and today we're going to be taking a
Oh,
look at
yeah,
one
that's true.
traveler's video she posted on TikTok after her flight was canceled and her luggage was apparently lost. A pretty crappy situation to be in, no doubt. I think anyone would be angry and stressed out if that happened to them. But does any of that justify having a full-blown temper tantrum like a baby and begin recording and yelling at the person working at a desk?
She looks like a baby. You know what? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because, yeah, usually when babies are usually fat, you know? Like, when they're, like, just out of... I don't know. You see those sort of babies. Usually they come out, they're fat sometimes. And they be... Which is what oh, hi, baby. My dog is here. She came over. I don't know why she came over. I think she wanted some cuddles. But yeah, there are times where yeah, you just yeah. She does look like a baby with that, but obviously she's not a baby, but she is acting like a child. So there's that. Let me see.
I don't think so.
No, don't walk away. Don't walk away. You a supervisor?
Mm.
So fucking unprofessional. I'm telling you, when I pay for this motherfucking flight with American, you bitches and my motherfucking luggage lost, bitch, and you walking the fuck off. And I even hate to act like this, but this shit is so fucking unprofessional.
You hate to act like this, really? Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a hunch and say that she doesn't hate to act like this. Or else why was this uploaded? Yelling, swearing, unnecessarily recording a video. I mean, I'm sure it has nothing to do with posting some quick content for your TikTok followers, right? Making a scene in public and acting like a trashy lunatic surely isn't going to be juicy content for everyone to watch. And then having the audacity to call this person working at the desk unprofessional, meanwhile she's ranting away and waving the phone camera around. Anyways, let's continue watching the video. Maybe she really does hate acting like this and is gonna calm down. Let's see.
And I even hate to act like this, but this shit is so fucking unprofessional. The f do you mean you lose my motherfucking luggage and my motherfucking flight canceled and you talking about I gotta pay for the flight? Bitch, are you stupid? Cancel this whole motherfucking airline. That's what the f y'all do. Shut this bitch down. That's what y'all need to do. This shit is fucking stupid. A fucking hotel room. There's a goddamn hurricane coming through here. I don't wanna fucking stay in no goddamn hotel.
Just the epitome of class. Someone needs to give her a Snickers bar. Like, what is this supposed to achieve? Yeah, let's keep yelling and swearing and antagonizing the random desk worker who had absolutely nothing to do with your luggage getting lost or flight getting canceled. I can't imagine why that employee is being unprofessional by walking away while you're having a...
I'm sorry, I couldn't get over her fucking double chin. That is so... That looks like a fucking, like, baby shit. Like, baby stuff.
Full-blown temper tantrum and recording them. It's almost as if acting like that is causing her to be unprofessional. Now, I can understand her frustration. This is definitely a really shitty situation to be in, and it sounds like the airline fucked up big time. You know, there's a hurricane, her flight was canceled, her luggage was apparently lost. She's got a right to be angry. But if you start acting like this and then you start recording other people and yourself like you're some type of hero, I just can't be on your side.
I do not want no extra motherfucking flight with y'all. And I'ma tell you, when I go down here and pay for this $700 ticket back home, I want my motherfucking money, bitch. She gonna fucking walk off. So fucking unprofessional. I want, what's her name? That bitch gonna be fired. What's her name? Home, bitch. I want my motherfucking money, bitch. She gonna walk off. So fucking unprofessional. I want, what's her name? That bitch gonna be fired. What's her name?
Very unprofessional, I agree. And waddling around the airport yelling like a banshee isn't being unprofessional either, right?
Banshee.
Also, I'm not sure why the person at the desk would be getting fired over this. They're not some higher up who decides which flights get canceled. They're not in charge of where all the baggage goes or any of the policies. I don't know what they would be getting fired for exactly. Refusing to communicate with a rampaging angry goblin, maybe? Refusing to shave the hair on her chin or what? The only person who could be getting fired here is you. I don't know if many places want their employees posting this on their social media. But then again, I don't know if she's going to be getting fired because maybe TikTok is her job. Is this really who we're making famous?
What's her name? That gonna be fired. What's her name? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get it. Don't.
Yeah, like what the fuck? She famous. Look at that. 3.4 million? What the fuck? Like, meanwhile, I do an effort to like make a butt video of like this like fucking Shin-chan doing at work with the bubbles. And it doesn't even get like 100. Like what the hell? Like I mean I'm sorry. I mean I'm not really into it honestly. I don't fucking care. But yeah, I just there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of like social media presence here and there, just to show that like I exist. I'm an actual human being,
Famous?
What's her name? That gonna be fired. What's her name? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get it. Don't fucking worry about it. I'm gonna get it. That's good and fired, bitch. What's the supervisor name? You don't know? You don't work with Frontier? Okay, he don't know neither, CEO. He don't know neither, because that's who it's going to. Excuse me, what is y'all manager's name? Don't, bitch, I'll look it up. Fuck y'all. You're so f***ing helpless. Stupid as f***. This trip been f***ing, man. Fucking hate everything about these stupid assholes. What American at? I'm about to go pay for my ticket. This way? No, that's not.
I guarantee you she posted this and thought that she was some kind of hero exposing the airlines. Like, yeah, this is nothing new. A lot of airlines suck ass, but I'm sure you rambling away like an angry bulldog harassing some desk worker is gonna change anything. Keep in mind, this is someone who apparently hates to act like this.
And I even hate to act like this.
Yet she actually went so far as to make multiple videos of her even following the employees, still talking shit, just flowing out of her mouth.
This is her right here, Frontier, who walked away. Then she gonna try to move her bag. Stupid as fuck. Stupid, that's all. Fired, boo. Yup, fired. That's all. Thick leg ass. I'm thick foot asshole. I can't, man, just for that, I don't like thick leg ass. Just for that. Ooh, a stupid hoe. You see that's what happened. That explains it. I ain't even gotta say too much more. You feel me? That's it.
And take a look at this caption: waddle ass walk, thick calf ass hoe, little ass hair. Meanwhile, she was just waddling around, sweating in the last video. This is what it takes to get 1 million followers online.
1 million?
You heard me right. She has over 1 million followers over on TikTok. I'm not sure about other platforms, if she's even on them, but if you ever want to start a career, this is what you need to do. If you want to get famous online now, you just go around, harass strangers, and act like a lunatic in public.
Y'all failed me. I had to go home with another airline because of y'all. I would have never booked another flight if my flight was not canceled and a hurricane is coming and you trying to send me to a hotel. It was literally flood warning at 4 p.m. in Orlando the next day. That other flight wouldn't have left till 7 p.m. We would have never gotten the air. It's going to rain all the way to Wednesday with a hurricane on the beach. What is they not understanding? As if I just woke up and was like, yeah, I'm gonna go spend $800 on a fucking flight with somebody else after I already done spent money on clothes, after I already done had to buy another bag at the airport that was $200. After I already done paid for a checked bag, you know you gotta pay for every fucking bag that's going on a plane. Okay. And I even hate to act like this.
Now, like I said earlier, this is a pretty shitty situation to be in. Anyone would have a right to be angry at some of these ridiculous airlines, but the reality is mistakes happen. Shitty things are gonna happen sometimes, and you gotta deal with them and try to fix the situation to the best of your ability. Like in this
Yeah.
case, disputing it with your bank, getting your money back, and then trying to find the luggage. But nowadays, having a trashy temper
Yeah,
tantrum and
that's
harassing some
true.
desk worker is the way to
That's
go in the TikTok era.
true. Okay, I want to share I kind of want to share an experience I had at at the airport. So I was flying with Scoot, which is part of Singapore Airlines, and basically I put the iPad. I used to have an iPad, but uh, this iPad was like, yeah, it was kind of thin. It's not that one at the back, but yeah, what do you call this? Yeah, I placed it on the rack in front of me during my flight, and basically during the transit in Singapore, I accidentally left the iPad on the rack in front of the thing. So yeah, I suddenly realized that a few hours after the flight, and yeah, basically had to call had to call what do you call this? I had to call the desk. Like I had to go down and like ask for help and all that shit. But basically being calm and being able to like, oh, okay, if that's the case, then yeah, we'll try our best to communicate. But yeah, everything went smoothly. You just gotta be calm and nice, you know? Like, trust in the fact that they will get that, and if not, they will try their best to compensate, obviously. But yeah, that sort of behavior doesn't get you any fucking where. That's all I'm gonna say. And yeah, I'm gonna continue playing craft. um because I think I'm gonna focus on just playing this because I'm kind of into it at the moment. And just some music on because I don't want to be quiet.
When raindrops fell.
Maybe I should be scribble. Sorry, I'm just like trying to like find something to put on my sheet.
Y'all, and I'ma tell you, when I go down here and pay for this $700 ticket.
This is the wildest story I've seen in a while. So a makeup artist who was kicked out of a wedding after she overstayed her welcome and filmed TikToks all day
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
has been slammed by the internet after she went on TikTok
heard
to
of this
complain.
girl.
Now the bride has spoken out, the family has spoken out, they're all very angry, things got very messy, and there's even a crazy twist. We have all the details of the drama right here on Scroll Deep, the show that keeps up with internet nonsense so you don't have to. And this story has all kinds of nonsense. We've collated all of it for you right here in one
Aw,
place, and
thank
you are
you.
welcome. So this all started when a makeup artist who goes by the name The Key Look LLC posted some videos to TikTok complaining about her experience at a wedding she was working at. So let's start with her side of the story, okay? This is how she told the story across many videos. So she was hired to do makeup at the wedding. She had a great time. Everyone loved her. She was cracking everybody up, all right? She doesn't want to brag. Everyone was loving her. Everyone was laughing, especially the bride. She decided, hey, I've done the makeup, but but I'll stick around at the wedding. Maybe film some TikToks throughout the day. Why not? We'd all do it. And everyone was super nice to her. Apparently the bride was like her best pal. The bride was like, you're the best. Unlike the groom, who was being really grumpy and mean to her for no reason. Kind of seems like an awful person, how rude. And eventually he yelled at her to stop filming TikToks at his wedding, which is so rude of him. And she left the wedding, but then she said to herself, no, I'm not gonna be kept down, all right? I've been on my feet all day, I'm tired, I'm gonna pick myself up, get back into those strangers' wedding and keep filming my TikToks. And she did that, she kept filming, and she met the bride, and she was crying, and the bride comforted her, and the bride was like, I'm sorry my husband yelled at you and everything. And was like, I love you, you're the best. But then a mean assistant wedding planner came up to her and fully kicked her out of the wedding. And then she was in her car crying, and she filmed herself crying in her car.
In this industry, there's no space for
Oh,
and she put that on the
oh,
So that's her version of the story, and I'd say that's probably
wow,
foolproof.
we
Can
got
probably
it
wrap up
right.
there. But apparently,
Wow.
there's another angle on this. So here's what probably actually happened,
Oh, shit,
based on
there's
the
more?
accounts of other people who were there, and also from like just reading between the lines.
Okay. So this is a case study, guys. Make sure you have your notebooks ready. Wait, I'm gonna start getting my notes as well. Get ready, guys.
So she was hired as a makeup artist. She finished her job as a makeup artist, right? At which point she probably should have just gone home, but she continued to hang around filming TikToks. Not TikToks for the bride, TikToks just for her. This is just like for her personal TikTok account. She was doing like TikTok trends and stuff, including apparently standing in the middle of the aisle during the ceremony to film the couple. And by the way, it was meant to be a phones-free ceremony, which is pretty typical these days. People say, you know, during the wedding ceremony, can you please not film? She was like, okay, bet. And then was just standing in the aisle filming the bride and groom. And eventually the groom yelled at her and was like, can you please stop filming TikToks? Also, why are you still here? Probably because she was not supposed to be doing that. They had a dedicated videographer. They had a dedicated social media person. And also, again, she wasn't supposed to be there. The makeup artist usually doesn't hang around all day at the wedding. And if they do, they usually don't film videos. She also apparently managed to get in the background of a lot of the official photos. Apparently they did like a reveal thing where the bridesmaids saw the bride in the dress for the first time, and in the background of all the photos of them crying is just the makeup woman on her phone. She was just everywhere. So eventually they get rid of her. That's when she goes out the first time. Then she comes back. Then the bride has to comfort her on her wedding day. Can you imagine the bride like sat there with this makeup artist having to comfort her? And that's when they fully kick her out. Apparently they even have security waiting in the wings because they're like, we're afraid this woman is going to come back again. Then she leaves, cries in her car, puts these videos online, and it's safe to say she did not get the reaction she was expecting from the internet. Because she really thinks she was in the right. She was like, everyone loved me and loved that I was filming. That has not been the reaction from TikTok at large. And now everyone has come out of the woodwork to give their take.
That was a change
it seems like
of
every guest at
perspective
this
for
wedding
her.
has been commenting on these videos. Let's run it all down. One TikTok comment said, quote, "Hi, so I was a bridesmaid in this wedding. We all loved our makeup and had so much fun getting ready. These TikToks are a huge violation of our privacy and the privacy of the bride." Because that's the thing. She also posted tons of footage of the wedding, including of the bride, long before the couple were able to post anything themselves. Usually, the reason you have a photographer and a videographer and stuff is because the couple kind of want to control the images that are coming out of the wedding.
Yeah, and usually that's actually true. Sorry, I'm just gonna add to what he's saying. Usually, if you're like a professional wedding photographer, you usually need time to like fix the pictures as well. So like, if the person who wants to get married wants to like make it special, and if they wanted to have some sort of video edit, some sort of bullshit like that, like, yeah, the bitch would like basically be like, oh my god, like, can you get the fuck off, you know, like, fuck off, please.
It's quite rude to post like pictures of the bride before she's published her own pictures. She was
Yeah.
just doing TikToks of the whole ceremony with voiceover complaining about the wedding. She wasn't contracted to be a content creator. When she started taking content that was taking away from the hired photographers and videographers' content, That's when we started to have a problem with it. We just thought an adult could read the room, and that's not what happened. Now, eventually the bride, Kiana, who was on her honeymoon, but the bride actually went online and weighed in herself because this has got so ridiculous. The bride said, quote, 1, I understand you're sorry for your behavior on the day, because she did eventually come out and apologize. I forgave you on the day, which is a very telling statement. That indicates the bride was annoyed on the day. She made it out like she was best friends with the bride. The bride was clearly annoyed on the day. The bride continues. It wasn't until all of this that I had any animosity towards you. 2, saying you apologize on a public forum and then giving a monologue about your business is not an apology. She also did that during her apology. She spoke about her business for a while. 3, you've made several videos already. We know your point of view. It's enough. There was another comment that said, you're so disrespectful. I was a guest at this wedding. I can't believe you feel comfortable doing this. You literally overstayed your welcome and are bitter about it. My friend didn't want you there. But now there's a twist, because someone has come out, yet another person has come out and posted a video on TikTok, and apparently they work in weddings, and they worked a wedding the day before this wedding, and apparently this makeup artist did exactly the same thing at another wedding the day before.
The wedding I worked with her on happened the
So
day
it's a
before,
behavior,
which was Friday.
like it's
I was
her,
not gonna say a
it's
word
her
about
style.
this, but imagine my surprise when, before I'm even able to debrief it with my client, I see her 3-part series about her truly doing her worst the very next day.
So fair to say this has rebounded quite spectacularly on this woman. Should she be sent to jail? We say yes. Perhaps a supermax prison in Colorado. Now this is a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, she's probably made a fair amount of money from the TikTok she's
the whole
posted,
thing,
because it got a lot of
yeah.
views. On the other
Drama.
hand, she might be losing quite a lot of business from future weddings.
That's what
so
I'd
it's a bit
say.
of what we like to call in the business a crab's dilemma. Thank you, Crabble Rowan, for contributing there. One of the sort of
Crab
strangest
dilemma.
details is that she sort of explained herself, when she kind of eventually apologized, she explained herself by saying that, you know, she'd just, I think, gone through a breakup and was in like an emotional state and presumably just wanted to hang out at a wedding with strangers. Look, we've all done it. When we've had a tough breakup, yeah, I'll wander into a stranger's wedding and just start eating canapes. It's a normal thing to do. You can't do that if you've been hired as a makeup artist. There are people you can hire to ruin a wedding on purpose, like people get like drag queens. There's a guy who does the world's best David Brent impression who you can hire to just turn up to your wedding, and he's actually amazing. He's on TikTok. He's genuinely, he's so much funnier than he should be. Like, imagine if you hired a photographer and then midway through the day, they just started doing makeup touch-ups on you. You would say, that's not your job. I'm just trying to put it in language she might understand. And this is the point where I would ask you, is this okay? I will say most people don't seem to think it's okay, but maybe you have a different perspective. Let me know in the comments down below. Maybe she was within her rights to just capture some footage. I guess if she's not getting in people's way, now she was, but in theory, if she was not getting in people's way and she was just quietly filming wedding content, maybe that's a victimless crime, I guess. It doesn't seem great. Maybe you have a defense for her. Let me know in the comments down below. Obviously, no like hate to this woman, you know, don't say mean things about her. I think she's suffered enough. I don't think she's really learned a lesson, but I think she's suffered enough. And most of all, I'd like to wish a very happy nuptials to Kiana and her husband, whose name I didn't look up. But I'm sure he's doing great. What's that popular character, Crabble Rowan? Crabble Rowan makes a great point, which is that we need to get to the question of the week. Now, this is a great section because you'll only see this if you've watched it all the way to the end, making you a special person. The other people, they'll see your answers, they won't understand it because they're clueless idiots. But you did. And the secret question is this. What is the perfect seafood dish for a late summer's eve? Is it crab rangoon? Is it fish fingers? Let me know down below, 500 to 700 words, and the best answer. I'm Benedict Townsend, and this has been Scroll Deep. Make sure to like the episode if you've enjoyed it, and make sure to follow to get all the latest, whatever this is, all the latest internet nonsense. Bye.
You didn't even say the prize money. Oh, prize money. Okay, I gotta dive now because the fucking shark is gonna eat me if I don't. And might as well sacrifice my life. Oh my god, I'm so far though. What the fuck? Oh, what the? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Ah! Bitch. Okay. Let me check. Ooh. I
Yo,
wanna
look
see
at
that
this. Can you see
scam.
it sticking? Yeah, I've been trying to lay this down for a second, just to have a nice slick back pony. At this point, it's none of your business, none of my business. Whatever's going on in the back of my head when I do my hair, it's none of my concern. You know what? If you see it, it's just there. It's a part of us at this point. Hi everyone, it's Isabella here, and welcome back to the channel. So today's video, I know I told you guys that I had a wedding dress scam, a second one, and I know previously I made a wedding dress scam video. I had one that I had lined up, but then we had a third wedding dress scammer situation that popped up. I was
sorry, I forgot to change
appalled.
the game.
This one took the cake for me. We are going to be talking about a wedding dress scammer that took over the internet. It's such a hot mess. This is honestly what completely viral all over TikTok. Before we wrap up today's video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and click the bell button down below so you'll be notified of every video I post. I also have my second channel, podcast, TikTok, Instagram, all the good. Check it all over there. We have so much stuff going on, and yeah, let's get into it. So give you a little bit of a preface. There is a video and a few videos that were posted up on TikTok alluding to a wedding dress designer getting completely screwed out of money. So when I first saw this, I was like, oh my God, what is wrong with this bride? That is not okay to take advantage of a designer. I'm all for defending small businesses and any person that gets scammed. It's ridiculous. Honestly, this kind of turned into a lesson of don't jump to conclusion just yet till you get the full story. I fell for it at first, and then I realized I was completely wrong. This video says when you spent 5 months making this wedding dress just for the client to steal it without paying. She put a screenshot of the individual by the name of Rayleigh and just shows the dress and her, and I'm like, damn, like that's, you know, props to her being bold for exposing this kind of stuff. Really big deal. It's also, I know, incredibly intimidating, I'm sure, for anyone to expose a scammer or someone that's just problematic. That's a lot to do. So I was like, all right, good for her. She posted up another video that says story time coming on how @Rayleigh stole her wedding dress. Here's the bride. What a shame. So this kind of blew up. The story time on this is insane. So let's listen to the original video that was created by the wedding dress designer and the first claims that are about this alleged bride scamming.
So first off, I want to say thank you guys so much for the tremendous support, the amount of people who genuinely understand how much this has truly impacted me, and not only me, but my employees as well. As a Black woman-owned business, I couldn't thank you guys enough for vouching for me and fighting for me. And for those that are asking how did she get the dress without paying, the big question, I shipped it out of good faith. This was a rush order bridal gown, and we had a few days until her wedding. So once I shipped it, I wanted to make sure that there were no delays in shipment. I wanted to make sure she got it ahead of time. So I already sent her the balance a few days prior, the balance with everything else that's owed. I didn't charge any shipping. She got that. I sent it via email. I sent it through text. I told her, you know, review it, let me know. And then, you know, I wasn't really thinking too much more about it. I was more focused on making sure the dress was perfected, making sure everything was good before I actually shipped it to her, because I knew her wedding was so soon. So fast forward to the day I shipped it and made sure that it was on the truck and make sure everything was good. I sent her a reminder text and said, hey, just, you know, making sure you got the balance, making sure you know the payment options, here you go. So I sent a reminder. So the dress was overnighted. So mind you, when it's overnighted and I shipped it that night, it gets there the next day in the morning. So I leave it alone. I go to sleep, I wake up, they're a few hours ahead of us. So I sent another text, just, hey, you know, the dress is going to be held at a location because I haven't received my payment, and then also I haven't received any type of confirmation, and I provided a signature request on the dress, and I don't want the dress to be delayed if they try and deliver and y'all aren't there, because no one has texted me back. So I sent that text in the morning.
So just from the start of this, as someone who's only hearing from the designer, I'm literally sitting here like, what the f is wrong with this bride? This is so messed up. Not paying the designer that made your dress is so unethical. We're getting there. We're just gathering the information right now.
So I called FedEx to hold it at a location, hoping they would possibly go ahead and pay me or correspond back to me after I did that, because they went ghost as far as communication after I sent the tracking number the previous night. So called FedEx, hold it at a location, and no correspondence back. So by the time it got to, what time was it that morning? Maybe 11 my time. The mom texted me, was like, oh, I'll pay the invoice. If the dress is there, I'll pay the invoice. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I'll send you the invoice. Sent the mom the invoice. Sent her the details. And then I didn't hear anything back for like another hour or two. And I'm checking the tracking. I see that the dress has actually been picked up. So after I send that message, the update, like, hey, can I get an update on the invoice? I sent it to you. Did you get it? I don't hear anything back. Mind you, I know they got the dress. I see the signature request has been signed by, I think it was Jay Wells, which, you know, her husband's last name is Wells. So I know they got it. So from there, I didn't have any correspondence from the daughter or from the mom for a. So after that, I think Rayleigh, she ended up replying back to me saying, oh, no, I want to make sure I try on a dress first. Can I send you half once I try it on and half after? And I'm like, no, I need my payment. Like, you got the dress. I need my payment. That's just what it is. She sent me those messages. She started replying. Then I text the mom. I'm like, hello, I need my payment. Like, you all have the dress now. Can I please get my money paid, my balance paid? Okay. Didn't hear anything else from them. They go ghost for hours. 9 o'clock that night, my time. You know, mind you, all of this was happening during the morning. So 9 o'clock my time, I'm on a flight. I get off the flight. I get a text and it's like, oh, you need to come fix the train. I said, well, I'm not going to come fix anything until the balance is paid. Because I said, at this point, you all knew you were supposed to pay the balance. You haven't paid it. You haven't been corresponding with me. You didn't even tell me that you received the dress. And you know I shipped it.
And
you know that this is a very important item for me as well as you. You didn't even have the courtesy to tell me, hey, I received it. So whatever type of games are being played, I was like, no, I'm done. I'm like, if you want me to fix the dress, I will fix it, but I need my money paid. So I didn't hear anything else from her. I didn't hear anything else from her. Here we go to the next day.
Bitch.
I sent a nice text. I said, hello. It is now been a day that you all have had the dress. I have no balance, no correspondence. I don't know what's going on. I need an update. Okay? Few hours go by, the mom eventually replies to me and it's like, oh, we want the dress to work. I don't know if it's gonna work. I said, well, if the dress is not gonna work, why didn't y'all call me? I said, why didn't y'all send me pictures or photos? The dress was perfect. We fit the dress on your daughter several times before she left. There was nothing with the fit that we changed after she left our fittings. We didn't change anything. We only added the crystal and finished the dress up. I said, so the fit never changed because we did not adjust anything with sizing. So I don't understand how anything could have got from me with the fit model where it was perfect on your daughter before that at her fittings, which was perfect, it fit her perfect, and then get to you again and then it doesn't work. So it doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, why didn't y'all call me? Why aren't you sending me pictures? Why aren't you FaceTiming me? Why didn't you take it to a seamstress or something like that? She's like, oh, we took it to someone. I'm like, but you didn't call me. I would come out there in a minute to fix that dress. Even though I was upset about the balance, if they really would have reached out to me and said that, I would have come out there, you know. But the correspondence, the ignoring me, the not responding, not telling me they don't have the dress, it was all just so crazy. And I'm like, why would you wait this long to say something to me? Like, it does not make sense to me. So anyways, we get to maybe a few hours after that. I'm like, since y'all don't want to let me know what's going on, I told you, take it to a seamstress. You're denying that. She said, no, she's not taking it to a seamstress. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. I'm not taking it to a seamstress. No, I don't want to. I said, okay, since you're denying that, just give me the dress back. Since something is wrong with it, y'all don't want to show me, you don't want to send me pictures, just give me the dress back. They said, no, send a shipping label. I said, no, I'm not sending anything. At this point, I done took enough losses. Y'all done played enough games.
Yeah.
You ship the dress back by FedEx before they close at 4 o'clock. Or I'm going to get it. I already booked my flight because I saw the day prior that they were playing games. I'm going to come get the dress. I said, I will give you time before it's time for my flight to board to send me confirmation that y'all are going to ship the dress back. Since y'all clearly are saying you're not going to use it, ship it back. Okay, I gave her time. When it was time for me to board my flight, I let her know it's 30 minutes before I have to board this flight. Please send me the tracking confirmation so you can ship my dress back. Because if you're not going to use it, just give it back. Because the games y'all been playing the past 2 days, it's just crazy. I was very upset. Okay, so we get to the time to get on the flight. I said, I'm getting on the flight. I'm letting you know I will be there by 8:15 to retrieve the dress. So she knew because she was texting me and telling me, oh, what time will you get there? And she also asked me what time the FedEx closed. I told her. So she was very well aware that I was coming to get that dress because she didn't ship it. Okay, so once I got there in Grand Junction, I text her. I let her know, hi, I'm here. I'm here to get the dress. I text her from 8:15 up until 1 o'clock in the morning every 30 minutes to say, hello, I'm here. Hello, can you let me know where to come? I did not want to show up at anyone's address unannounced or without permission. I texted every 30 minutes, Rayleigh and mother, several times, every 30 minutes to let them know, please tell me where you are so I can come and get my dress. I'm here to get my dress. I'm at the airport. I'm 10 minutes away. I was there to get my dress and they would not correspond with me, and I'm going to show the screenshots. So from there, I have not heard from them. Whatever games have been played, I truly cannot tell y'all. All I know is the dress is stolen. I don't
Seems
have the
like they're
dress.
still
I can't get
playing.
any responses from her or her family members. I'm blocked on social media, all platforms, just like everybody else. And this was before the internet stuff started. They have not texted me, emailed me, corresponded with me, and said anything in regards to giving my dress back, paying the balance, or anything. So I'm in the dark about everything. So yes, the dress is stolen 100%. No one knows what even happened at that wedding because they won't post pictures. It's all a mystery. It's all crazy because the thing is, if you didn't want it, just give it back. The games that were played those days that they had the dress, to me, makes absolutely no sense. So that's the story. And also, for the people that really want to contribute and help out, I made it.
That sucks for a small business. Like, that's a big loss for her. Like, like, people like those are like seasonal. They don't usually, they only make money on wedding seasons, and that's not it's not like like that only happens every year. Like, it doesn't happen like 12 months or something.
To GoFundMe. I've never done anything like this before. I thank you all if y'all want to help pay my employees and pay for the losses and the distress and everything that I've gone through. The link is in my bio. Thank y'all so much for going to bat for me about this. Unfortunately, I still haven't heard anything. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where the dress is. I don't have the money. So that is the story about the stolen dress. It is a stolen dress, 100%.
That is the video that we've seen so far with the original story. So for what I'm getting, I'm over here like, the f is the bride's problem and her mother's problem, you know? I am hearing about how apparently this is impacting her with major losses. The designer is not able to pay employees. I'm like, damn, like how expensive was this dress? Like, this is ridiculous. I'm over here pissed off for her. So she did end up actually making a GoFundMe. So I was able to go and look at the GoFundMe link, and it appears she had a $12,500 goal, and people were starting to actually donate to it. So I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. This sounds like a really big deal. Well, I was trying to find the bride, right? I'm like, it has the bride responding, because this is blowing up on social media. Like, this stuff has gotten millions of views. So I'm assuming like this bride has to come say something, and I'm expecting this person to be a hot mess and to be a very unethical individual. Pretty damn shocked when I watched the response from the bride. But before we actually get into the bride's side, I want to really quickly talk about planning. So when we talk about planning and planning for a wedding, or even like designing a dress, that kind of stuff takes up so much time. Planning can be incredibly overwhelming, and getting to a point to where you have a completed dress for your wedding or have everything organized for your wedding, whatever you're looking at, that can be incredibly tedious, and you need to make sure that you are incredibly organized so you can get the job done. So like I said, planning can be incredibly overwhelming, and I'm over here thinking maybe there was a miscommunication, some kind of issue. I'm honestly expecting the bride to be the bad guy on this one. I'm thinking, okay, this wedding designer probably had everything good to go, planned, ready, and this was the fault of the bride. But watching the video, it appears to be the opposite.
This is Rayleigh. You've probably seen me all over TikTok, but now that things have calmed down a little bit, I'm ready to tell you guys the truth. The reason I haven't gotten on here and said anything is I was getting married and dealing with family being in town, friends, and trying to enjoy being a newlywed. The reason I'm speaking out now is I have found some professional advice, and I was not happy with Sindera starting a GoFundMe because most of her information has been so far from the truth, and I'm ready to tell you guys the truth. To set the record straight, I did not wear the dress that Kazazi, LLC, or Sindera White made. I'm waiting on photos back from my photographer so that I can show you guys, but I'll show you guys the ones that I have now because it was an unplugged ceremony, so I do only have a few of me in the dress that I had to buy 2 days before my wedding. Here's one of the photos from my ceremony. Here is another picture of me right before the ceremony. And here's a photo of me right after the ceremony. As soon as I get photos from my photographer and videographer, I will absolutely post them to here from the ceremony so that everybody can see that I did not wear the dress from Kazazi. Okay, so here's the contract. As you can see right here, it was a total of $6,290 for the Kazazi dress. $6,290 is what we agreed on for this dress. And as you can see right here, August 10th, 2024 was supposed to be our completion date.
So what we know so far is it looks like the dress was supposed to be due August 10th of 2024. The dress is around $6,290. I'm hoping that we get more screenshots, and I believe that's what we do get.
As you can see, we signed this 2/19/2024, and she states in her contract that bridal wear is 3 to 6 months. 9 days shy of 6 months was her time frame for this dress, and she still went 12 days over.
Oh.
As you can see in this contract, there is literally no discount stated whatsoever. I realize at the time of making this video that the GoFundMe has been taken down, but you can see this total price, and I will show you the deposit that we paid, showing that the GoFundMe is completely false. This is the emailed receipt from Kazazi of us paying 60% of the bridal gown. Right here.
Damn. So I'm just saying, here's my thing. If you're going to say things on the internet and claim them to be completely what's happening, and then you spew it all over wanting to go after a bride, you better be accurate as heck. That's one thing I know as a content creator is, especially with commentary, I cannot just get on here and just state things to be true unless I have enough evidence to show that that is actually a fact. I have to be able to be real and say this is an opinion or speculation. This designer is saying, hey, this person didn't pay me, this person didn't do this, and now the bride is saying, actually, we signed a contract. You didn't get my dress to me on time. We also paid. Here's how much we were supposed to pay you in total. And I would like to know why your GoFundMe is essentially $12,000.
Here is the invoice. As you can see, this is the total, $6,290, and it was a 60% deposit for $3,774.
All I gotta say is that's humiliating if you do something dumb and then you get aired out on the internet for doing the dumb thing. That's also, that's 60% of the dress up front is pretty damn good. I actually see a lot of designers ask for 50% or even like 25% around that, just from what I've seen. But either way, again, I know we still have more questions because
I don't know
at the
anything.
same time. So a designer could be completely in the wrong on some things, but the bride can also be wrong in others. I'm still, like, I haven't heard of this entire situation, but I'm still feeling it out. But from what I'm seeing so far, it does not look like the designer's in the right.
And swipe back if you need to, but the other picture that I just showed was the paid invoice. Before I jump to her sending the dress in August, I want to brief you guys on what has happened from February all the way till August. In the beginning, we met with her on a Zoom consultation to take measurements and get all of those measurements sent to her. And then she stated that she would be sending over sending me swatches of the fabric she was going to use for the dress. I never received those. I flew from Colorado to Miami for our first fitting in the beginning of April, and her team and her did not give us a location or a time until literally the night before, which was my last day there. For the second fitting, I flew down to Miami. I was there for a total of 5 days trying to do our second fitting. During those 5 days that I was in Miami, I continued trying to communicate with Sindera and her team. And on the night before, the last day that we were supposed to be there, Sindera texted and just canceled our second fitting altogether. Since our second fitting was canceled, I continued asking for photos. After the second fitting, I continued asking for updates or photos of my dress. Kazazi customer service agreed to a Zoom call for June 16th that was supposed to be with a customer service agent and Sindera. When we got on that Zoom call, Sindera was nowhere to be found. We even pushed that Zoom call back 30 minutes from the original time we were supposed to do it, waiting for her, and she never showed up to the Zoom call. So we had the Zoom call with the customer service rep from Kazazi, and yet still no photos of the dress. The customer service rep stated that she would get photos for us from Sindera as soon as she could, but that didn't happen. I continued asking for updates and a date for our final fitting, which she did inform me 10 days out from my final completion date for the dress. So I had to buy a last-minute flight from Grand Junction to Miami to get there from August 9th to the 11th.
That would have pissed me off already, just the fact that you last minute weren't even able to get a good Zoom call or good enough update photos or anything, because I would assume with custom dresses, you want to try things on, and if they are a designer that has it to where you try on throughout the process, that would make sense, right? You're reassuring that everything's good. So if you try it on when it's not 100% good to go, or there's a few changes that need to be made, you should be able to get, another fitting to make damn sure that things are good. And if you're cutting too close in time, that's incredibly alarming. I think any designer, especially since our last situation we've covered, would know that you need to make sure that you have enough time to make alterations or changes if something is wrong.
I didn't get a photo of the dress until 4 days before the completion date, which was August 6th is when she sent it. This is the video of my dress that she sent me 4 days before the completion date. This is nothing what we agreed upon. I was absolutely sick when I saw this. Here's another angle. I never asked for this many pearls. The boob cups are absolutely terrible, and this point is completely wrong. It's not even a point, which we spoke about in our very first fitting. If she would have sent me photos or videos throughout this process, we could have not done
Yeah.
this. At this time, I also asked her for a video or photo of the actual detachable skirt, which she could not provide to me because get this, when I got there, they hadn't done anything to it. The skirt had zero design, it was absolutely white, it looked like it hadn't even been touched. This is August 9th.
Oh shit. No, that's bad. Okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That deserves a whole refund in my opinion. You're cutting it that close. I get it. Accidents happen, everything. There should have been a discount. There should have been something. This so
Yeah.
far is telling me that this was the timing was not done well. Somebody didn't use Milanote. I'm kidding. Somebody didn't time right or prepare, because again, please comment, any professionals people are aware, comment down below. Wouldn't it make sense for someone to make damn sure that when you are designing a dress, you have enough time to make sure that when you get the final product in, it's like, okay, great, do we need to make any alterations, any little final something, even actual, I think if I'm correct, major wedding dress organizations and trains even want to make sure that you have enough time so you can make final alterations and then you're good to go. I'd be livid.
The skirt, mind you, untouched. This was August 10th, the day I should be taking this dress home.
Okay, I mean this with all the love in the world, that is not fitting right at all. I know that doesn't look right. The belt on there looks like, if we zoom in real close, we can see that belt does not look right. I get the vision, but this looks like a completely unfinished dress. I'm not trying to be an ass. It does not look finished.
Overlay here is pinned on, and it was supposed to follow
Oh,
every pleat of the skirt, and when I got it, it did not.
Please,
This dress was supposed to be custom to my body, my fit, and we had to cinch me in so much because she used E6000 glue to glue all the gems on.
Y'all, do you know what E6000 glue is? I know that because I used to watch a lot of YouTube tutorials and glue shit together for funsies, and I went to a Joann's and I grabbed E6000 because apparently that was like it. That's a strong glue, but that for a custom dress that's over $6,000, that shit better be sewn on. Especially if it takes that longer. If you need longer, I would expect a dress beautiful and custom to me take over a year. But that's just me. That's just what I would be guessing and what I would be pushing for to make damn sure the thing would be okay. But either way, to spend that much on a dress and to be glued on, hell no.
As you can see, this is August 10th. This is supposed to be the completion date, and that dress is not even close to being done. This is the dress on August 11th. I was supposed to take it home with me on the 11th.
Okay, I'm not, again, I can see her pink underwear underneath that. I mean, maybe, would you put like something else underneath it? Ah, man.
11th, the completion date was supposed to be the 10th. As you can see, it is still rubbing me on my breast so bad. The pearls are not finished. There was so much more that was still not finished with the dress, so I wasn't able to approve it before I left. Sindera stated that it wasn't ready for me to take home and that she would overnight ship it by August 15th so that I would get it by the 16th.
So you're already violating your contract because you said, and literally in your contract stated 3 to 6 months for wedding. You go past the due date that you literally said in the contract, which is August 10th, and now we're hitting a point to where you're going to ship it and get it there by the 15th. Do you have enough time in 5 days to unfuck this? I just feel like this looks like, you know those Barbie doll? I remember I had one when I was really, really little. When you put the Barbie in like the dome cake, that's what that looks like.
Continued asking for updates and photos throughout this time. She refused to send me any. She promised August 10th in her contract and then promised August 15th while I was there, and neither one of those dates were met. Now, 3 days before my wedding, she sends me 2 blurry videos of the dress, and I ask her to resend them or FaceTime me, anything, so that I can at least see what is going on. Pause to read. This is all of the...
Okay, so it says, I just sent you a message through WhatsApp. Can you also send me a video of the corset dress with the skirts? I'm waiting for it. Let me know when you send it. Would you be able to FaceTime me instead? I really can't tell with the video. It's blurry. And the designer said, we are sending them all now, and I'm at FedEx. We will send tracking shortly. Okay, yeah, that's not good. She hasn't approved it yet and they're just sending it. The bride says, I can't tell in the video if the belt is right. I need you to send me more photos so I can confirm the belt and the corset dress. I don't think the belt part of the skirt is right. I need a photo of the front of the skirt too. And then the designer said, we are sending them all. One moment.
Text messages that happened right after she sent me a blurry video of the dress that I couldn't even tell or proof. She states that she's already sending them without me even proofing them. Mind you, this is Tuesday night. She then sends me a tracking number. This is the original tracking number she sent me on Tuesday the 20th. I don't even know why I cover my address anymore because you guys have all posted it everywhere.
Oh, that's another thing. The designer, after she posted and it blew up so much, Rayleigh apparently got doxxed and so did her family, and all of the info was just out there, which is incredibly scary. Doxing in any form for any reason is not okay. Yeah, August 20th at 11:56 is when this was turned in. That is, wow, I'd be pissed.
She leads me to believe that this is the real tracking number that she dropped up my package off at the FedEx. I call FedEx because it says we'll add a delivery date as soon as we get your package. I call them and I'm like, hey, do you have my package? They say no, she hasn't dropped it off yet.
Oh, this is so fucked.
These are the text messages I asked in. Can you send me the tracking number? The dress isn't showing up in FedEx. She says she dropped it off, and we tracked it all day on Wednesday the 21st, and it still said, we don't have your package. She claims that she dropped the package off and doesn't.
Oh my god! August 21st, this next text says, hi, what did FedEx say about the dress? Designer said, I am here. The dress will start moving shortly. I had to wait in line. I had to wait in line. Why is she saying on August 21st she had to wait in line to get the dress in, and she claimed that she already shipped it? We got there so late last night. He said it missed the truck along with others who came right before closing, which is why you see no movement, but it's in container now, ready to move. Okay, ready in container to move tonight for arrival tomorrow. It's already in the container. They will scan shortly. You will get the update, and it's still an overnight express ship, so it's still good for next day arrival. I am here for the manager, and he went and located it in the container. It is fine. Okay, so so apparently she did drop it off, but she went back again just to double check and make sure it got shipped. They said they called me, but I did receive it, but all is well. I will come back at 9 p.m. to ensure as well and wait here for scan and truck. So then the bride says, okay, so the dress will be here tomorrow.
Have it. Pause to read this, but pretty much she says that it's out of her hands and they have it and they forgot to scan it in. FedEx scans as soon as you drop off your package. So I tracked the other tracking number that she sent me all day Wednesday, and then at 8 p.m. she sends me this. I finally got an update from FedEx with this new tracking number on Wednesday at 10 p.m. at night. Do what you will with this information, but you're not allowed to take your box off of the FedEx truck after it's already been given to FedEx. Here is the proof that it was not updated until August 21st, 10:08, when they got my package. You can see here that I didn't get it until August 22nd.
12 days later after the contract stated. That is enough for me to be on the bride's side right there. I'm not saying that the bride is perfect. I'm still going to hear out the rest of this, but this is ridiculous. And again, I don't really know what's going on. I don't know how we have like, what, 3 different major wedding dress scams happening in like a few months. Someone needs to get their shit together. I don't know what's going on, but this is actually nuts to me. How is it that people are taking on designer projects and something that's so big, especially for a day that's as important as somebody's wedding, and not taking that seriously? I would be humiliated, I would feel like, if something wasn't done fast enough. Like, take the loss because you messed up. How are people not planning better? My anxiety would eat me up. I would obsess over it. I get anxious over due dates that aren't even close. Like, even for brands that I work with, I am sweating like I want to get it in as fast as I can. I want to do the best that I can. And I freak out. I literally freak out if something is not done like to perfection. So do people not have anxiety? I would have lost it if I was the designer. I would have freaked out. I don't know.
Thursday at 10:57 a.m. Mind you, 48 hours before I have to walk down the aisle. Okay, stay tuned for part 2. I have so many more receipts. Come back. So picking up where I left off, you can see right here that I got the dress at 10:57 a.m. This is when I got the dress. I took it out of the package very nicely, and I put it on and was instantly crying because of how bad it was. First of all, this belt was not supposed to be a belt. It was supposed to truly ombre down all the way to the bottom and get lighter as it went. This is not how it was supposed to be.
Yeah, that's so shit. Like, it looks like it's way too tiny for her too.
Also, there's more tulle in this side of the dress than there is the other side.
Yeah, girl boss, you look lopsided. I would be shitting myself ugly crying.
Yeah,
this is why I'm gonna be a menace when it comes to planning for me, because I'm gonna be awful. I'm gonna be overly like cautious in planning everything, because there's no way. Some people would with something like this. Okay, there's some people that would like a design like this. There's some people that won't.
Yeah.
But if you didn't agree to this kind of style and you said, hey, I want someone to make this specifically like this, and you go the exact opposite, that's valid too. If this bride paid for a specific look and she's not getting it, that is an issue. That does not look right. And that makes me sad because someone has skill. It's like fine tuning. We need to get better at the actual little details, but it looks rushed in my opinion. And it sounds like that considering the date was pushed 12 days back.
Yeah.
These points up here are completely off, and I will show more pictures of that and all of this close up later, but this is when I first got the dress. As you can see, I was absolutely devastated. Devastated. As you can see, the leg slit was supposed to be more open so you could actually see my leg, and right here in this photo, the rhinestones down the center are lined up, and that's where it's supposed to be. Now let me show you the back. This is the back. Do you see how far off to the right?
Yeah, that is like it looks like there's a tail on her back. I think it's because of it probably has to do with the way it fits. That's why you're supposed to do multiple fits first. Because, yeah, that is awful. It looks like she has, like, a foxtail on her back with how, like, the dress is. Yeah, it's not beautiful. It doesn't look like it looks like something you'd probably, like, I'd save $700, something like that. You'd be expecting more for, like, $3,000 or something.
Right side that train
Probably
is,
less than 7.
This is when the front is lined up how it's supposed to be. The train is completely off to the right side. Also,
yeah, pause. Look at the laces up on the corset.
Yeah.
And then the back is like, whoa. I'm sorry. I know this is incredibly serious. I would have been sobbing too. That train doesn't even line up with the laces on the back. If you mess up a dress that bad, I don't think you should be expecting the other 40%. I think you should take the loss. You screwed up that bad. You need more practice.
Yeah.
You don't need to be doing this
you
anymore.
You should have offered for free.
I get the vision. I see what she's trying to do, but this is just disappointing.
I wasn't able to proof any of this because she sent me a blurry video and she didn't send me a video with the corset in it. This was not supposed to be a belt. The entire skirt was actually supposed to be more saturated at the top with jewels and then all as it goes down completely dissipate to almost no jewels at the bottom. It's truly like an ombre, if that's the word, and honestly go back to the contract and read. We never stated a belt. And please take the time to look at how far off this is compared to where the corset middle is. Please. I will show you guys a full video from the front all the way to the back so that you can see that this has not been shifted whatsoever. As you can see with this top, both sides are completely different shapes and different heights. Take a minute, zoom in if you need to, but they're different. Here's another picture of the back. You can see how far off that train really is. And for the record, I will show another picture.
That looks, oh my god, that looks like shit. That looks like sparkly shit. Oh man. I think the original designer, had a vision. I think the goal is there. She does not have the capacity to give it. And here's the thing, I've scrolled through the designer's Instagram and she has a lot of beautiful pieces, but I'm wondering how many other people have had this exact same situation, but they didn't ever speak about it.
Now, if you're still not convinced, let's look at the number of people who've all come out and said that she has scammed them too. Even her employees are coming forward. They're saying Rayleigh did not cause her to not pay her employees. She's been not paying her employees. And that's on record with the U.S. Department of Labor. This looks so bad against her, and I have no idea how she could possibly turn this around. But I could be wrong. I would love to hear all of your perspectives, because if there's people that are still like genuinely confused about all of this out there, I mean, maybe I'm missing something.
I feel like if you're that good at your craft, how the hell would we hit a point to where you produce something this bad? Like, at the end of the day, I'm still stuck. Like, I agree that this is bad, but I am still stuck and curious on money and other details around this and the alleged stealing and scamming going on.
I will show another picture of me in the dress before all of these extra jewels were glued on with E6000, but I know how bad I look in this right now. And mind you, this was a custom dress made for my body type, and this is what it looks like. I agree. I think it looks bad. I think it looks really bad on me. Here's a picture of me in the skirt before any of the crystals were added. You can see how much it snatches my waist, how nice.
Okay, see, now this looks, I can get down with that. That's a good skirt length that fits her better. What went wrong?
All of this lace compared to now. It looks like it's in the middle, but I was also never given a mirror or set up so that I could even see the back. I was so devastated.
Okay, but it doesn't take someone with a lot of common sense to know that, but it's still off-centered. Like her hair overlays in the back of the corset, but the corset, like the point of the back of the train is still going that way.
Stop crying over how bad the dress was when I got it. I was talking to family, trying to figure out if I needed to go buy a new dress. I was texting my seamstress, asking if she could look at it. I actually did have my seamstress look at it, and she said that there was too much wrong with it, that we weren't able to fix it in 2 days. I was so busy that day trying to figure out all of the wedding stuff, family getting in town. There was so much going on that by the time I finally texted her, this is what I said. You can pause to read this.
Okay, so the text says, and this is from the bride, on August 22nd at 7:45 p.m. If you'd like to fly out here tomorrow with your seamstress to fix the skirt, that can work. When the skirt is lined up with the front of the mini dress and large rhinestones, like the video you sent of the front, the back pleat is totally off to the right side of the skirt and needs to be moved to the center. When the back, quote, center pleat in the middle in the back, the front of the skirt and leg slit is totally showing both legs and almost the center of my crotch. The leg slit is still showing the underneath fabric a ton, so you didn't pin it back enough. The top of the skirt was supposed to be trickling down like teardrops or ombre, not a solid belt like it is. The overlay isn't even pinned all the way down to the skirt. It is flapping on the back and not sewn down, but 4 points. You said that the overlay would be flush with the skirt, following each pleat and being sewn to the dress. There is so much more that you missed. There are even safety pins left in the dress. There are safety pins left. You dropped $6,000 on a wedding dress and there's safety pins left. I've seen dresses that I've literally saved on my Pinterest board that are around that amount that are from designers that would never.
There it is. I gave her the option to come out and help me, and she didn't want anything to do with it. Pause to read, but this was August 18th after she told me she still wasn't done from the original August 10th.
But this next text says, I did not receive any calls. I'm very concerned regarding the completion of the dress, which was originally scheduled for August 10th. It is now over a week past the due date and you missed the second fitting appointment. Given the urgency of the situation, I cannot wait until Wednesday or further delays. It is crucial that this dress is shipped out by tonight. With my wedding date approaching and considering the substantial investment I have made to ensure this is completed on time, it is imperative that everything is finalized immediately. I was expecting to take the dress home on the 10th and delay is causing significant inconvenience. I cannot wait to see if the shipping is delayed or doesn't make it in time. What would you do about the shipping not making it? Honestly, if you want to wait till Wednesday to ship it, I need you to fly it out here in person. Otherwise, I need to finish by tonight and shipped out. So this was kind of before it was all shipped out. It looks like she's saying that, yeah, this is past the due date, given the urgency. I can't wait until Wednesday or for the delays.
And then the 15th, and now she's expecting to ship it out Wednesday. And I asked her, can you bring it out here since you're so close to my wedding day? I was scared my package wasn't even gonna get here, you guys. The only reason I was showing you guys that is because I wanted to show that I asked her to bring the dress out in case there was anything wrong with it so that we could nip it in the bud right away. But here is August 22nd at 7:45 p.m. This is when I texted her asking her to come and fix it now that it's not even 2 days from my wedding. Like, we are there. I gave her the option to come out and fix it in that last message, and then this was my response after she blew my...
So now here's another text that Friday that says, do you realize the hardship that you've caused me with sending me a dress that is not what we agreed upon? I felt that my wedding day is ruined. There's no way I can even wear the skirt because it's so bad. If you show up to my wedding or my house and trespass, law enforcement will be called. I expect us to come to a fair resolution. If you'd like to send me a prepaid label for me to ship the skirt back, I can. If you'd like the whole dress back, I need you to reimburse the entire amount of the dress, and again, a prepaid label for all of it to be shipped. Those are your options. We have already paid over half, so if you want just the skirt back and no money reimbursed, you can pay the shipping. I'm going to block you from now until after my wedding. This has cost me so much hardship. I am so disappointed. My heart hurts with how terrible the skirt is. It appears the designer completely violated the contract by not filling what she already signed and agreed to do, and now she wants the dress back. So she's like, hey, look, you either get me a label and I can ship this shit back and you can give me my money back, or I can send you the skirt if you want and I can try and, salvage the damn dress on top and we just do something else. But I think that's pretty damn fair because you violated the contract. You are the one, in my opinion, as an ethical business owner that needs to take the hit. You screwed this up. This girl's wedding should have been so much better. She shouldn't have been scrambling to get a dress. And I looked at other videos of hers. She literally gave a story time of how she was scrambling to different wedding dress stores to find something that would work for her. I feel like I would have such an awful panic attack over that because, you know, you dream of a beautiful wedding day. You want to actually get your money's worth. And so I think those are pretty damn reasonable. You screwed up, you violated the contract, so therefore she should get a damn refund back with all of that mess. That's a skirt that's not even wearable at that point. And even the main dress is still a damn, you know, hot mess to begin with.
This was the day before my wedding, and I was supposed to be focusing on getting married.
Additionally, she also says that she is going to block her from now until after her wedding, which I think is valid. If you don't want to get any more texts and things like that going on, she's like, hey, here are options. I'm going to give it back to you, but I have a wedding and things to take care of. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I agree with that. I do. If someone is bothering me and causing me to feel stressed out and freaked out over a situation, I'm going to be like, look, I'm going to take care of this later. You goofed off. You're going to deal with that. I'm going to get back to you, but you're not going to blow up my phone or cause me any more problems. You've already stressed me out too much. I think that's reasonable.
Not a dress that was terrible. This is the rest of that message. Pause to read. I didn't ever actually block her because
the text that says, I'm so disappointed and my heart hurts with how terrible the skirt is. If you do not choose one of the above options now, we would be happy to deal with this on Monday, but you are ruining my wedding day and I can no longer communicate after this text till Monday. I have to refocus. That's valid. I think that's pretty damn valid.
I sat my phone down and enjoyed my rehearsal day and my wedding day. But she full on tried to ruin my wedding, even though that dress was absolutely horrible when it got to me. She posted her first video about me on TikTok Friday night, the night before my wedding. There's a reason I had to shut down all my social media. I was getting married. I told her that I would deal with this on Monday, and I also told her that the dress wasn't wearable.
Well, that right there already discredits some of the things that she was saying. Is she's like, I haven't heard anything from her. I can't get a hold of her. That clearly is wrong then from those texts, because if she's saying, hey, I will get back to you later. This is my wedding. I'm not going to be anxious on my wedding. I will take care of it. Here are our options. We're going to do it later, though. I think that's pretty I think as the wedding designer, you should be shitting yourself like, I'm glad I even am allowed options. But instead, this designer sounds like they took it to social media and ran with a statement, claimed it was more expensive than what it was, apparently by the GoFundMe. How, oh, well, it was a rush order. That was another thing that kind of pissed me off, is the fact that the designer said that this is a rush order project. Clearly it wasn't, as you signed on before, and your contract clearly states this is the time that you allocate for bridal projects. There's a lot of information that's not really accurate, it sounds like to me, from the bridal designer standpoint.
So she knew that I wasn't going to wear it, and she knew that I was going to talk to her again on Monday to get this dress back to her. After she posted all of those videos slandering me on social media, I knew that it was time to figure this out and let you guys know the truth. Between Saturday when I got married and Monday, I was getting threats on my phone between phone calls and messages. My phone was blowing up through social media. My business, the salon that I work at, and even salons that I don't work at any longer, were getting terrible reviews from people that hadn't even heard any side of my story. Even some of my friends' businesses were being harassed because of all of it.
I need to make a big old statement about something, because this is ridiculous. I do think there's a certain aspect of the internet that is just awful. Some people do not remotely take the time to give it a second, or just realize some actions are completely unnecessary. Now we're harassing family members, and that's no. There's certain, like doxing, for example, calling people. That's fucking insane. I don't think anyone deserves that. I have covered some scammers on my page before, and I have always said, if you're someone who thinks that's normal to do, doxing, harassing, I don't want your support. That's insane behavior. Even for the dress designer now, I do not think that that individual, even if I think that she's in the wrong right now, deserves to have doxing, harassing, like, I don't think that. No wonder she wanted to block this designer because of this kind of shit.
Of this. You don't have to like the decision that I made to wait until Monday to deal with any of this, but I had to, based off of the fact that I was getting married. I wanted to enjoy being a newlywed without any of this extra drama. I never said that I wasn't going to ship the dress back, and I also never said that I wouldn't pay. I told her that we would chat on Monday so that I could get the dress back to her, and I also told her that I was not able to wear the dress. But instead of her talking to me on Monday and not ruining my wedding, she instead went to social media and posted all of this stuff that obviously I have receipts for. I would still like to work this out civilly and offline. I know that a lot of you still might not agree with me, which is totally fine. I just wanted to get my side out here and the truth of it all. But Sin, if you are watching this, like I said last Friday, if you would like to reimburse us the full amount, I don't mind shipping the dress back and paying for the shipping label at this point. But if you don't want to reimburse any of the money, I can still ship you the skirt back. Text me.
So I was scrolling through the other videos and screenshots that the brand decided to post up, but all of them are still showing the date of the 16th. And some of these screenshots are even like, you need to show me the dress if something's wrong. And I'm like, did you not look at it? At the end of the day, the train looked wonky a bit ago. It looked weird. It didn't look right. It was not built properly. And if it's moved in a way to where it is lined up in the back but almost shows her crotch, then that, yeah, come on now. It was past the due date. That's one thing I need to make very clear. You didn't complete your contractual agreement. That is a big issue that's going to come down to it. You didn't time it well enough, that way you can make sure everything's good to go. There were texts of her literally saying, hey, I wasn't able to approve it. Like, come on now, I wasn't able to approve it. Are you shipping it? But it does not look like you did the timing correctly. And this is just like what I said in the past situation with the other bridal designer, is if you are incapable of making a project look good, if you are incapable of following a timeline, do not accept the project. It is okay to say no. Like, it is okay to say, I can't complete this task. Like, I'm so sorry. I really wish I could, but here's another person that may be able to help you. I see you making a damn GoFundMe and it's way more than the damn dress. Now I'm like, now I think we're kind of making some shit up. And here's something else that I want to know, because the brand owner said that this was impacting the employees and them getting paid. How is one dress impacting your employees getting paid? That's what I want to know. That makes no sense to me. How is it throwing everything off and ruining? If you have things going good for you, and if you have brides or other customers coming through, how is it this one is just screwing you? Because the total was like 6,280 something, I think, and they already paid like 3,800, like 60% of that. So how is this just screwing you and claiming that she robbed you and stole the dress? That is such a blatant bullshit statement that I can see just from this alone. Because if you're gonna go on and claim that she stole the dress, but in literal text she's saying, I will give it back to you, but we need to make some kind of arrangement because you didn't follow through the contract. What? Like, that was ridiculous. And this is a situation where we had a contract in place, like I talked about in the last situation with the wedding dress scam. There was a contract in place, but they still violated it. But the best situation is this is more clear to a lawyer, because if you have a contract that's laid out of, hey, here's the things that we asked for, here's the due date, here are the drawings, here are all the text and information, it's a lot more straightforward to protect this person. The bride is going to have a lot more protections and help, because she can probably go out, and again, I'm not a professional here in the law, but I do think that she probably can go after this designer for emotional distress, for posting up shit and stating it as fact when it's not, for not finishing off her project and violating the contract. Like, that's a whole situation that I think she can get in trouble for. I don't know how that's going to go. I know that the bride actually stated that she got legal representation, and apparently the designer actually said that they were going to handle it off scenes. I'm not exactly too sure how that's going to go. Either way, that was ridiculous. Please be super duper careful, especially when you go into contractual agreements with somebody. Save screenshots, be super duper careful, and don't fear advocating for yourself. You have every right to advocate for yourself. You're not a bad person if someone says they're going to do something and finish by a specific deadline, and then they completely don't do it, and then don't even, care, or they're not even really attempting to give some sympathy here for the fact that they messed up. You're not in the wrong for asserting yourself pretty clearly and saying, you did this wrong. I don't feel bad for this. I want a refund. I hope the original designer learns from this. I do think that they do have a lot of talent. I'm just hoping, again, a learning lesson. The bride, I hope she's okay, and I hope people leave her the alone, because I don't even know what I would have done if my information got doxxed and I was getting phone calls and threats and then bad reviews on my salon and all these other things during my wedding. I don't even think I would be able to enjoy my wedding after that. That was horrendous. I hope everyone has a good day, though. Let me know what you guys thought about this entire situation, and if you guys have any other situations like this, definitely feel free to send it to my email or tag me on TikTok. Tag me a bunch of times because I might not be able to see it, but just send it my way because I would love to check out these kinds of situations. Don't forget to check out Milanote in the link in the description below and pinned comment, and I will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
I didn't know why that showed up in my feed. So, sorry, let me just save my world and leave the game for a second because I need to pee. And I don't really wanna, oh, ew, I think I've heard of this one. This is disgusting.
Vampire facial.
Vampire facial.
Vampire
facials. If you came here for an injection-related procedure anytime between May or September of last year, you should get tested as soon as possible.
On March 10th, 2013, Kim Kardashian posted a very interesting picture on Instagram. This picture showed her lying down on what looks to be a clinical table. She was wearing a plain white tee, her hair was wrapped in a ponytail, she had a towel by her side, and she had blood on her face? A post that sent shockwaves across the entire internet, in stark contrast to her usual glam photos with jet skis, red carpets, and fine dining restaurants. Kim Kardashian posed for a selfie showcasing her face after getting what was it called again? Oh, a vampire facial. Vampires. The creatures that creep in the dark at night, the ones who live for many years and hide from the sight of garlic and the sun, the ones who rather glisten in the sun, the ones who steal blood from the most unsuspecting, the ones who possibly even fight over the same girl even after living with each other for hundreds of years. Yes, those ones. Facials have been a cosmetic procedure around for as long as one could remember. But imagine a facial involving the use of your blood, because that is exactly what this is. In fact, this would be a thing that would become relatively popular at some point in the cosmetic dermatology world. But what if I told you there was a bit more to this vampire facial thing? You see, while this new procedure blossomed its way into the beauty field, more and more physicians began adding this revolutionary procedure to the list of services offered at their clinics. But while this new beauty trend brought a new flock of individuals ready to test the magic of blood on their face, it also opened the doors of those looking for a quick cash grab to join in on the activities. Nothing was more shocking for the New Mexico Department of Health when they discovered there was a possible HIV outbreak in their city. Because this wasn't a normal HIV outbreak. No. This was an outbreak stemming from a particular spot in the area. And it would be after a thorough inspection conducted at this particular spa when very startling secrets about how they were doing this vampire facial would be revealed. What on earth happened for the CDC and an entire Department of Health to send emergency notices across one city warning the community to get tested for HIV and hepatitis? And what lured behind the doors of a business run by a person who one could consider the real-life Count Dracula? Other than Vlad the Impaler, of course. Today we'll be discussing the vampire facial and the shocking story of how questionable practices led 3 people to be diagnosed with HIV at a spa and an entire city to be left in fear. But before we get into this case, just to introduce myself, my name is Petal Palmer, and on this channel I post anything medical, mysteries, and crime. If that is something that sounds interesting to you, please consider subscribing if you end up liking this video. But Courtney Take Miami was a reality TV show spinoff premiering first on E! On August 16th, 2009. This was the first spinoff of the reality TV show Keeping Up with the Kardashians, which follows the life of the Kardashian family and everything they got going on. It's no secret that the Kardashians are, or at least were for many, the starter of certain trends that have shaped beauty standards in the media. They may not have been the blueprint for a lot of these beauty standards. However, with how mainstream media works, they obviously were the ones who made a lot of things popular for the general population. That's a whole topic in itself. We're not going to get too much into it, but this is still an important thing to keep in mind just to understand more of what we're about to talk about. During episode 8 of the 3rd and final season of Kim and Courtney Take Miami, Kim, alongside friend Jonathan Chebin, also known as Food God, ended up heading down to the Miami Institute in Miami, Florida to go see plastic surgeon Dr. Julio Gallo. And it would be at this clinic when Kim would have the oh-so-interesting, now commonly known, vampire facial procedure. Now, what is this infamous vampire facial that Kim would undergo at this clinic? The vampire facial is a term used for the medical procedure called PRP, or platelet-rich plasma facial. PRP is an agent of therapy in regenerative medicine. While initially started as a useful method in assisting surgeries, it very quickly became a method in treating orthopedic injuries and soon enough as a staple in aesthetic dermatology. To understand PRP, it's critical to understand what a platelet is and what plasma is. Platelets are a type of cell in your blood that's responsible for blood coagulation. For example, if you ever get a cut and it stops bleeding, that's because the platelets have come to the very site of the cut and they clumped up all together to form a clot and help in stopping you from bleeding. Plasma, on the other hand, is just the liquid portion of the blood. The majority of our plasma is water, as 92% of plasma is water, and about 55% of our blood is plasma. The other 45%, however, consists of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets that just float around in the plasma. If this makes it any simpler, take a bowl of cereal as being our blood. The plasma is the milk, and the actual cereal are the blood cells floating around in the milk. Pretty simple putting it that way. Now, in the past, the understanding of our blood obviously wasn't like how it is now. For a while, scientists believed that the only cells in our blood were either red blood cells or white blood cells. However, over time, they were able to develop the understanding that this, of course, was not the case. In 1842, French bacteriologist and Dr. Alfred Francois Donnet discovered that there were more structures in blood than just red and white blood cells. And Julius Bizot-Zero would be the first to name these new structures la piastrine del sangue, also known as blood platelets. Just gonna pause, that's in Italian. My Italian is not the best, but I tried my best to pronounce that. Bizot-Zero was soon able to describe the blood clotting abilities platelets had in 1882. And shortly after that, in 1916, James Homer Wright discovered megakaryocytes, the precursor of platelets, which allowed for substantial progress to be made in regenerative therapy techniques. After examining skin grafts in a study, clinicians were soon able to identify different proteins in the blood which were helpful in clotting. In fact, in the early 1940s, for wound healing, clinicians would actually use embryo extracts, as the extracts would of course contain platelets, and the platelets would be able to release these proteins called cytokines and growth factors, which are useful in healing. For blood to clot, it uses proteins called fibrin and thrombin for two different roles. The thrombin converts fibrinogen to fibrin, and when this is combined with platelets, it forms a blood clot. Now, thrombocytopenia is a condition where somebody has an abnormally low platelet count. And with platelets being responsible for clotting blood, this condition can lead to excessive bleeding. However, it was finally in the early 20th century when clinicians figured that a useful way they can treat thrombocytopenia is if they were to conduct platelet transfusions on people. The same way you can get a blood transfusion, they can do the same with platelets. To do this, they would need to get what's called platelet concentrate. Unlike blood, this platelet concentrate would be yellow and typically given in smaller doses. And the platelet concentrate would also have to be stored in certain conditions, around 4 degrees Celsius, and used within 24 hours as they lose viability quickly. Methods to improve this developed as the years went on, and this eventually allowed scientists to create what is now known as platelet-rich plasma, or PRP. The term platelet-rich plasma was first introduced in 1954 in a study by Kingsley et al. When referring to the standard platelet concentration they would use in transfusions. And soon enough, by the 1960s, the first blood bank PRP preparations came about, eventually becoming quite popular by the 1970s. But there was more to platelets than just transfusions. By 1972, platelets were used for the first time as a sealant in surgery. By 1975, PRP was first used as a method in reconstructive treatment. By 1987, PRP was used in heart surgery. And it was just by the late 1980s when PRP began being used in regenerative medicine.
How are you?
PRP was initially well known for being used for general and cardiac surgery. This is the mid to lower body area. However, it was by the early 1990s
I'm just
when a new area
playing
started
rap.
becoming popular.
I think I know this one. This is about I think this is about the vampire facial is about like, yeah, I've heard of this one. Like it's usually it depends on some cases. Yeah, I played draft before. I'm playing alone actually.
For PRP to use.
I have a
and
few
this area
games.
was the phase.
I'm trying to build a I don't know what I'm trying to build, but this is just I just started this
PRP
one.
for maxillofacial surgery.
Have you played this one?
Specifically, PRP was useful in improving how they'd incorporate transplants for reconstruction of the mandible or lower jaw.
Yeah.
Not only this, but by the late 1990s, PRP began being used in dentistry to help improve the way dental implants were incorporated and to facilitate bone regeneration. In 2009,
they finish it though. The story is like I'm trying to get to the story.
Conditions. And by 2010 or even a bit earlier, they had started successfully utilizing PRP in cosmetic dermatology.
You can actually
they were
play
able
this
to figure that if
multiplayer.
PRP was useful in all these other areas of our body and health, it can most definitely be useful in cosmetic dermatology as well. PRP was working wonders for people's skin. I mean, after a simple injection, people's skin was said to look younger. Their skin was more hydrated. It was more flexible. It had better color. And it wasn't just skin, but their hair too. With PRP treatment, people were able to help improve hair growth. In fact, they found that doing a PRP injection before having a hair transplant was not only beneficial in enhancing one's hair growth, but it was beneficial in improving hair density
Honestly,
as well.
this shark
All in
I
all,
hate
PRP was
so
a kind
much.
of medical hidden gem in the cosmetic world, and people looking for any improvement for their face or their skin were able to get that in the form of these injections.
I'm out of plastic.
PRP shortly began growing its way into
So
the
annoying.
media, but it wasn't becoming known because of its cosmetic abilities at first. It was becoming known because of its use in athletes. February 16th, 2009,
Oh
a
my
promising treatment
God.
for
And I'm
athletes in blood,
starving
New York
too.
Times' Alan Schwartz let it be known that, quote, two of the Pittsburgh Steelers' biggest stars, Hines Ward and Troy Polamalu, used their own blood in an innovative injury treatment before winning the Super Bowl. In fact, at least one major league pitcher, about 20 professional soccer players, and perhaps hundreds of recreational
Oh
athletes
shit, I think I have
have
something.
also
Okay, I'll
undergone the
probably have to
procedure
eat this for
commonly
now.
called platelet-rich plasma therapy. And it wasn't just them. It was also, in
No
2009,
worries.
Chris Canty,
Eat
a
dinner
defensive
well. I
tackle
hope
for
you
the New York
enjoy.
Giants. Also, in 2010, Tiger Woods, champion golfer, and Cliff Lee, the Seattle Mariners pitcher. At the time, all have raved about their success with PRP in treating their injuries. And because of this,
Aw.
athletes of all
You're
levels were
welcome.
lining up at their local
Oh,
orthopedic
wait, what
surgeon's
time is it?
office to get this
Oh, so it's
very
dinner time for
controversial
you.
procedure done.
I see.
It was expensive, an average of
Yeah,
about
we're about to have
$1,000
dinner
per
as well.
injection. Insurers did not cover it. There was heavy debate on whether this treatment broke anti-doping rules, and many debated if it even worked. But regardless if it worked or not, patients were eager for relief, and they were willing to pay out of pocket to see if this new treatment would be just the thing they needed in treating their injuries. While PRP was better known in the media during the late 2000s and early 2010s as being a method used in the treatment of athletes, it didn't take long for this treatment to become popularized for its aesthetic abilities. March 10th, 2013, the world was able to witness the wonders of PRP as Kim Kardashian went to take on the vampire facial during the Keeping Up with the Kardashians spinoff, Kim and Kourtney Take Miami. Well, how does this work? In a vampire facial, blood is taken from one's arm. After this, the blood is then put through a machine called a centrifuge, which works by spinning really fast. And as it
Yeah.
spins, it begins separating the platelets
I
from
think that's the similar device they use when they try to when you get a blood test, they usually use that as well. Like before it gets transported to where they do the
the
testings
blood.
and all that.
By the way, the blood that's taken is blood from the actual client. With a vampire facial, you would only be using your own blood, not anybody else's.
Oh,
After the
okay.
platelets are separated and
I
one's
was
face is
thinking
numbed
about
with
that.
numbing cream, the medical professional would then use a microneedle, and this would be used to inject the PRP into the patient's face through small punctures. Other than the vampire facial, there's also something called the vampire face lift. And this is pretty similar to the facial. The main difference just seems to be that for a facial, they use a microneedle to rub on your face, whereas the facelift involves injections with a needle. So it goes deeper into the skin layer. This process takes about an hour to complete, and the main goal of it is supposed to be to reduce wrinkles, improve skin texture, and essentially just rejuvenate the face. How does it do this? Well, in our plasma, specifically in our platelets, we have different reparative cells. For example, like mentioned, we have these proteins called growth factors. And so with a vampire facial, these platelets should be able to secrete these growth factors, which would then be released into the skin. And in turn, this should help heal and repair our tissue, which in theory should be beneficial in treating all skin types. This was a hypothesis that was confirmed in the 1980s after clinicians were able to demonstrate that growth factors were released from platelets, which then helped to repair damaged tissue, including in things like skin ulcers, for example. Many sources online state that the vampire facial was started by a woman by the name of Dr. Barbara Sturm. However, other sources state that the inventor was a man by the name of Dr. Charles Reynolds, who actually happens to be the trademark holder of the term vampire facial, something that's been in place since September 2013. Just to know, as I refer to vampire facials in this case, I'm not referring to vampire facials trademarked by Dr. Charles Reynolds. I'm referring to vampire facials, just the procedure that everyone knows the name by. And might I say, there would actually later be some controversy regarding this, which we will be getting into later in this video. Kim was told about this vampire facial procedure by her friend Jonathan Chebin. In this episode, she and the doctor explain what is about to happen, and Kim lies on the table as a microneedle is used to inject her PRP into her face. During this procedure, Kim is in a lot of pain. She expresses how much it hurts, and she even stated, quote,
I will never get a facelift if it feels like that.
this procedure did not feel good for Kim whatsoever. In fact, years after it happened, she would later state that she regrets getting it and that it wasn't for her. But even though this did kind of make it seem like this procedure would be a nightmare, this didn't hinder the media from wanting to go get it. Because soon enough, people were lining up at the local dermatologist's office to get this vampire facial done. After Kim Kardashian first posted that image of her post-vampire facial in March 2013, many took to the internet sharing images of themselves getting this procedure done. It was almost to some kind of like a new trend. On December 28, 2013, supermodel, TV host, and actress Barbara Fairley too posted a similar selfie on Instagram after getting a vampire facial done. In February 2016, model and presenter Fern McCann posted the same thing as well. And during season 1 of The Goop Lab on Netflix in 2020, Gwyneth Paltrow was even seen getting a vampire facial done by naturopathic doctor Nigma Talib. Social media and celebrity endorsement contributed significantly to the popularity of vampire facials amongst the general public. In fact, a study
Gwyneth Paltrow is so weird, TBH. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, no judgment to whatever business she's doing, but yeah. She has a bit weird, like, I think I'd say it's the vegan mindset. Let's say. Not vegan mindset, because that would be like all vegans, but you know, like, very thinks about those weird stuff, you know, that you see on the internet and 4chan and all that shit.
Looking at the analytics of search trends between October 2010 to October 2020 showed that after that initial post from Kim Kardashian in March 2013, the search terms of vampire facial and blood facial on Google spiked tremendously in both web search and image search categories. And this wasn't just nationally, this was globally. Globally, many people around the world were searching up this new vampire facial term. The study stated the following stats, quote, Kim's post led to a search interest over time, IOT, of 100, representing peak popularity. For reference, search trends for a presidential election in the US had an IOT of less than 25 until the election years 2016, IOT 32, and 2020, IOT 100. Not only this, but it also stated, quote, according to Google Trends, the worldwide average IOT was between 0 and 1 for vampire facial before 2013. But from 2013 to 2020, the monthly average IOT was 11.4. People were in awe of this new beauty revelation with a name so fitting for the procedure. Count Dracula of Transylvania, he's the creature who survives on the blood of others. He needs the blood of others to maintain vitality. By drinking blood, he's able to rejuvenate himself, gain strength, and grow younger. He particularly prefers women as his victims, and by drinking their blood, he's able to gain power in an effort to maintain his youth. So what defines a vampire? A vampire is typically characterized by a pallor, sickly, and undead being. But most notably, vampires take others' blood and drink it in an effort to get some energy, some youth, and life given to them. A facial is a type of skin treatment to help beautify one's face. Just like the vampire does, a vampire facial utilizes blood to take one's skin from being wrinkly, lifeless, and colorless to being youthful, lively, and rejuvenated. With this procedure now being a little bit more mainstream and better known to the general population, this meant that more medical professionals were able to implement having such a procedure at their clinic. But while this also meant more medical professionals were able to expand their services offered, this also meant there was an opportunity for those looking for a quick cash grab to perform such a procedure with ulterior motives. And this was the reality for a woman named Maria de Lourdes Ramos de Ruiz. Maria de Lourdes Ramos de Ruiz was born in 1961. Not too much is known about her background, but what is known is that Maria lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and at some point in time, she was a licensed cosmetologist. Sometime around or before 2012, Maria began a business named the VIP Beauty Salon and Spa in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It was at this business where she offered different services in the beauty field, including cool sculpting of the breast and buttocks, cellulite treatments, Botox injections, and stem cell therapy without the use of actual stem cells. But it was after the vampire facial
sus.
began making its way into popularity when she started offering this as a service at the spa. A typical vampire facial looks to cost anywhere between about $500 to $1,400 or more per session. Maria's spa, on the other hand, allegedly charged just about $100, giving clients a very good deal. But we of course come to find out that this deal might actually not have been a good one considering the treatment of her clients. During the summer of 2018, there was a woman, she was around 40 to 50 years old, and she went out of the country to go on vacation. I'm not sure what this woman's name is, but we'll call her Lucy. Now, while Lucy was on her vacation, she ended up getting some tests done. She completed a rapid HIV test, formerly known as the human immunodeficiency virus test. And I'm not too sure exactly why she got the testing done. There could be a possibility that the country she was entering required it. I'm not sure, but she got tested with a rapid HIV test while on vacation. Now, Lucy was low risk for HIV. Nothing put her in a high risk category for testing positive for this virus. So that's why it was very shocking when she received her results back and it showed she tested positive. Eventually, when Lucy got back to the States, she went to get evaluated by a medical professional. And when she did, she again tested positive through an HIV antigen antibody rapid test. And just that same day, she received a confirmed official diagnosis of a stage 1 HIV infection. Now, let's just backtrack a little bit. Lucy, again, was low risk for HIV. She had no injection drug use, no recent blood transfusions, no recent sexual contact with anyone other than her current sexual partner, and even her partner themselves. They received a negative HIV test result after Lucy was diagnosed. So, based on all of this, it was odd that she would all of a sudden test positive for HIV. But there was one thing that made sense on how all of this could have happened. And this all relates back to that VIP beauty salon and spa. Just a few months back in spring of 2018, Lucy had actually gone to the VIP beauty salon to get a procedure done with none other than Maria Dolores Ramos de Ruiz. And it was at this appointment where Lucy had gotten this well-known PRP microneedling procedure, the vampire facial. Lucy then told the people who were evaluating her, like, yeah, just a few months back, I got this facial at the salon and spa. They used a microneedle and she just gave the rundown of everything that happened. Nothing regarding this sounded good whatsoever. And because of this, it wasn't too long before when the VIP beauty spot was reported to the New Mexico Department of Health, or DOH, to be properly inspected. On September 7th, 2018, health inspectors from the Board of Barbers and Cosmetologists for the state of New Mexico, also known as the board, arrived at the VIP beauty spa to examine the conditions the facility was in. And what they found during that inspection was absolutely concerning. Inside that building, the inspectors witnessed health violations no health-related facility should ever have, and I'll read exactly what they found. In the spa, the kitchen area where food was stored and prepared was not completely separated. The area was being used for storage of various chemicals, products, and implements, and was also being used to process the blood for the vampire facials. Although the establishment had properly labeled sharps containers, used needles were being disposed of in the trash can, and there were no records of waste removal. Needles and syringes were laying around in different rooms on counters and not secure. Also, respondent told the team from the Department of Health that any leftover blood from the clients was poured down the drain. So yes, they were storing chemicals and unlabeled syringes beside food in the fridge, and they were pouring blood down the drain. Anyway, let's continue. Respondent did not ensure all infection control requirements were followed because there were several violations of sanitation and safety standards. The establishment had several household disinfectant sprays and wipes. However, they were not EPA registered bacterial, fungicidal, and virucidal disinfectants. The examination tables, beds, foot tubs, equipment, instruments, and implements were not disinfected with EPA registered disinfectants. Rather, household cleaners were used. The foot tubs did not appear too clean. They were cleaned with household disinfectants. The foot tubs were for household use and were not commercial grade. There were no tools or implements stored in disinfected, dry-covered, marked containers, nor were clean and dirty implements stored separately. There was no way of knowing what was disinfected and what was not. Combs, brushes, and implements were not in enclosed containers marked as ready to use. Nail files and buffers appeared to be worn and or used. They should have been disposed of after being used on a client. Many multi-use, non-porous instruments, implements, equipment, and tools were not properly labeled or stored, making it impossible to determine that they had been properly disinfected. And finally, the procedure rooms all had equipment, machinery, instruments, and implements that appeared to be wiped, cleaned with household disinfectant wipes and or sprays. Now, regarding prohibitions of the spa, they stated that 2 bottles of wine and a bottle of brandy were found in the establishment, and that some of the procedures performed are invasive and penetrate beyond the dermal layer of the skin. And after some further investigation, they discovered that the spa had, quote, foreign and American prescription and dangerous drugs and medical products that required an order from a licensed physician. So this in itself was already very bad. But this wasn't even all of it, because in an even bigger shocking moment, the board soon discovered that the VIP spa license...
Sorry, baby. Stop playing. I just need a bed, and then I'll like, sorry, give me a second. I just need to revive myself on the other computer. Maybe I should play this for
had actually expired 5 years ago in 2013. According to state records, the business had actually failed an inspection that happened in 2012 after they were accused of providing a permanent makeup service without having a license. So because it failed its inspection in 2012, this was an unlicensed facility, and it had been operating like this the entire time. Not only this, but they learned that Maria's cosmetologist license had 2 expired in 2013. Now, Kathy Ortiz, the deputy director for boards and commissions, stated that the regulation and licensing department were required to do inspections like the one that just happened every 18 months. So by this logic, why was it that Maria was able to operate this business for over 5 years without it being licensed or properly checked? Well, Ortiz stated that they did actually inspect Maria's spa, just not at that location. She stated the following.
We did inspect her prior to, but not at that location. She had a license and she was located at a different location, and we did inspect at that time.
After witnessing all of this and discovering the spa was unlicensed, on that very same day, the board immediately issued a cease and desist shutting down the spa. In a formal cease and desist letter they sent a few months later, on December 18th, they stated the following, quote, "The board's records indicate that you are not licensed to practice medicine in New Mexico. The practice of medicine in New Mexico or attempts to practice medicine in New Mexico without a license from the board violates state law and constitutes a 4th-degree felony, punishable by up to 18 months in prison, a fine of up to $5,000 or both for each violation. In particular, the board has received information indicating that in the absence of direct supervision by a properly licensed medical professional, you have performed vampire facial and Botox injection procedures at your spa, activities constituting the practice of medicine under this definition. Because you are not licensed to practice medicine in New Mexico, you must immediately cease and desist from all practices that constitute the practice of medicine as it is defined in New Mexico." Subsequently, after being shut down, the spa went on to print a sign to place on the door stating, quote, "All patients who have an appointment this Saturday 9th, Monday 10th, Tuesday 11th, Wednesday 12th, and Thursday 13th are informed that the spa will be closed due to a family emergency." But this was not a family emergency. This was a health emergency for the entire community. KGT News went to speak with Maria outside of the VIP spa after the spa was shut down. And you'll see in this video, she seemed to think that this was something that could be rectified.
If it's something that I have to stop doing it or something that I have to change it, I will change it. Happily, I'll do it.
She also told Action 7 News about her willingness to cooperate with the Department of Health's investigation and her concern for her clients.
I'm willing to to work with them all the time, and I'm really concerned about my clients.
Because of the spa lacking a license and Maria having some time on her hands, as to her, the spa was only temporarily closed. On September 10th, 2018, Maria signed and submitted an establishment or enterprise license application in an attempt to get the license for the VIP salon and spa. This request was received by the board on September 11th, but after what they witnessed at her spa during their inspection, they soon issued Maria a notice of contemplated action, or NCA, which is essentially a notice letting her know that because of the things they've seen at her spa, that they have plans to take action against her license, and that if she wants to keep it, they would need to go through a formal hearing. In this NCA, they just listed every one of the reasons why her license should be taken away, and they let her know that, quote, the board has before it sufficient evidence which, if not rebutted or satisfactorily explained at a formal hearing, will justify the board in taking action to issue a fine or penalty, restrict, refuse, to issue or renew or suspend or revoke a license and or take other disciplinary action against respondent's license. The board voted to issue this NCA on September 14, 2018, and they soon mailed a copy to her on October 2nd. Maria did not end up requesting a hearing in response to the NCA to try getting her establishment license. So a few months later, on December 3rd, the board met, and at this meeting, they all voted against issuing her an establishment license, and this was officially signed that next year on Christmas Day, December 25th, 2019. Finally, the VIP spa was officially closed indefinitely. Throughout that time, the DOH and CDC, or Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, went on to conduct investigations on different cosmetic injection services to assess these services as a possible transmission route for HIV. They analyzed cases dating from spring 2018, when Lucy had gone as a client, to fall 2018 when the spa closed. Now, as mentioned, Maria had run this spa at multiple different locations. So they weren't just investigating one place. No, they had to investigate different locations to figure out where this infection possibly could have come from. Because the board had been inspecting the spa during September 2018 and they didn't have authority to collect specimens, the investigative team from the Department of Health and CDC weren't permitted to collect any specimens from the spa. What they instead needed to do, though, was that they needed to look through a client list so that they can get some information on everyone who has visited the spa and try to figure out who might have possibly been infected. There was one major problem, though. For some reason, the spa didn't have an appointment scheduling system that stored client contact information. So it was not possible for investigators simply to contact clients found listed at the spa. What they instead had to do was collect all client consent forms, handwritten appointment records, and phone contacts, and use the information found to cross-reference names and phone numbers of clients who were potentially affected. The investigative team was soon able to identify 59 clients as being considered at risk for exposure. This included 20 people who received PRP with microneedling at the spa and 39 who received other injection services, most notably Botox, during the case finding period. And the reason they were able to specifically identify these at-risk clients is because they were able to cross-reference the list with the New Mexico State HIV Registry to find one identified client at the spa who had been diagnosed with HIV back in 2012. It was mentioned that the first language of a lot of the clients was Spanish, and because of this, in addition to the limited client information, the Department of Health took multiple approaches regarding their public health response. There wasn't just a client list available where they would be able to individually contact everybody who's been a client at the clinic, and not everybody spoke the same language to be able to communicate something in just English or just Spanish, for example. So instead of this being a direct contact scenario, they had to make a public, large-scale outreach effort to make sure that everyone in the community who may be affected is fully informed. They made out direct calls to any known clients of the spa, and they encouraged them to go for bloodborne pathogen testing. Additionally, they sent out several health alert notifications to providers in New Mexico, informing them that if a patient of theirs is diagnosed with HIV, that they should ask the patient about any spa services they might have received. The Department of Health also went on to inform multiple different agencies about the risk of HIV transmission regarding the spa's and sterile injection services. They communicated escalated this to the Office of Border Health, the Border Infectious Disease Surveillance Group, neighboring jurisdictions through CDC's Epidemic Information Exchange, and they also published press releases with information regarding free testing for current and former clients of the spa at state public health offices. To be exact, between 2018 to 2023, they published 4 press releases. Members of the Department of Health's investigative team went on to visit multiple community health centers and businesses in predominantly Spanish-speaking neighborhoods to get testing information distributed to those who were clients of the spa in the community. And they went on to organize and advertise bloodborne pathogen testing events for current and former clients of the spa through social media, radio, newspaper, and television in both English and Spanish. Doing this did prove to be useful because it was during that winter of 2018 when the news broke when a second patient had come forward with an HIV diagnosis. This woman was also between the ages 40 and 50, and during the fall of 2018, while this case was coming to light, she had done a rapid HIV test as part of a routine evaluation for life insurance. It was during this evaluation when she had a positive HIV screening test result, and it was that next year in the winter of 2019 when she received an official diagnosis of HIV. She too received PRP microneedling at the spa during the summer of 2018, and she was diagnosed with a stage 1 HIV infection. While one would hope this would be it, unfortunately, that was not the case because just a few years later, during the fall of 2021, a third patient came forward with a positive HIV diagnosis. This woman was between the ages 50 and 60. She received multiple PRP microneedling at procedures at the spa during both the spring and summer 2018. But what stood out about her case, though, was that this patient actually had a positive HIV screening test result prior to coming to the spa. 2 years before she received any service from the spa, in the summer 2016, she got a rapid HIV test as part of a routine evaluation for life insurance. And it was there where she tested positive during the HIV screening test. This means that this patient was exposed to the virus before coming to the spa. It was just in 2021 when she received an official diagnosis. And it wasn't just her who received a positive diagnosis, but a sexual partner of hers who was not a client of the spa also received a positive diagnosis as well during the fall of 2021. How she found out her diagnosis was that one day during fall of 2021, she was feeling very ill, and because of this, she was admitted to the hospital. It was at the hospital where it was said she presented with an AIDS-defining illness, and after doing some testing, they discovered she did have an HIV infection. In fact, she was diagnosed with a stage 3 HIV infection. Without treatment, the HIV infection progresses to different stages. The World Health Organization, or WHO, classifies HIV into 4 stages. Stage 1 is the primary infection stage where one might briefly show flu-like symptoms as the immune system starts making antibodies against the virus. This is also known as the seroconversion stage. Stage 2 is the clinically asymptomatic stage. It's also known as the latent stage, where one could be just living with the infection for several years, even lasting 10 years or longer, and not know it. Stage 3 is the symptomatic advanced HIV disease, or AHD stage. This is where one does show symptoms due to the damage of their immune system. And stage 4 is the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, or AIDS stage. This is where the infection progresses from HIV to AIDS, and it's the most advanced stage of the infection. Once someone has the HIV infection, it doesn't leave the body. The body can't get rid of it. However, once somebody is infected, this doesn't necessarily mean they'll progress to the most advanced stages. Most people in the US with HIV actually don't develop AIDS at all. There are treatments and medications available that stop the progression of the disease. The patient was considered by the CDC to be at a chronic stage, and it wasn't just her, but also her partner. He was diagnosed with stage 3 HIV infection as well. According to the CDC, it should take anywhere from about 18 days to 90 days after exposure to get a diagnosis for HIV. And I'm unsure the reason the patient got the diagnosis only 5 years after the positive screening test result, but she did end up testing positive that year in 2021. So up until that point, by fall 2021, 4 people were confirmed to have tested positive for HIV in relation to this clinic. Since the last 2 appeared to have the HIV infection from before the spa visit, only 2 people had actually contracted HIV from the spa. But even just a few months before those last 2 individuals were diagnosed, it was actually that very same year, on April 21st, 2021, when, quote, Attorney General Hector Balderas announced the indictment of Maria Dolores Ramos de Ruiz former owner of VIP Salon, on 24 felony charges, including practicing medicine without a license, racketeering, fraud, money laundering, and tax evasion. The case went to trial the next year on June 24, 2022, and it was there where Maria pled guilty to 5 felony counts of practicing medicine without a license, with Attorney General Balderas stating, quote, "This is a warning to those who place profit over the health and safety of New Mexico consumers, and I remain highly concerned that these procedures are not being regulated at the state and federal level." Maria had done a tremendous job for many years appearing to create this illusion that there was nothing wrong with her spa and that she was the proper authority to be performing such procedures. Through the investigation, they discovered that not only were her business and cosmetology licenses expired, but Maria had blatantly been lying to clients about her qualifications. In some doctor's offices, you might notice they have their certificates up on the wall showing when they graduated and the licenses and such that they have. Thing is, Maria had these certificates placed on the walls of her spa, but it turns out she had actually forged multiple of these certificates, which she then plastered on the walls of her spa. Not only this, but she had even faked a degree from the University of Phoenix to make it appear as though she had education from there when she did not. She placed fake diplomas and educational certificates on the walls of the salon, indicating that she was trained to perform procedures like Botox or vampire facials. The two who had contracted HIV from her spa had even told investigators that they genuinely thought that Maria was qualified to perform these procedures simply because of the certificates and diplomas that she had displayed all over the spa and salon. And all in all, throughout the investigation, by that time, the authorities alleged that about 137 clients received, quote, unlicensed and fraudulent services from Maria. Maria was later sentenced on October 5th, 2022, and it was on that Wednesday when she received a sentencing of 3.5 years to be spent in prison. Additionally, she was sentenced to 4 years of probation, 800 hours of community service, and she was required to pay restitution of an unknown amount to victims. As part of her plea agreement, the charges like money laundering and tax evasion were dropped, and she was only facing up to 7.5 years in prison. Ultimately, she only received 3.5 years in prison, with the other 4 years just being on probation. That's 3.5 years for giving patients HIV for the rest of their lives. And while one would hope no other patients would be diagnosed in relation to this clinic, that unfortunately was not the reality, because it would be in the spring of 2023 when another woman between the ages of 40 and 50 would receive a diagnosis of stage 3 advanced HIV after being hospitalized with an AIDS-defining illness. She too received PRP microneedling at the spa in the summer of 2018. After testing all 5 patients who were diagnosed with HIV between 2018 and 2023, as well as the client of the spa who was diagnosed in 2012, the CDC was able to determine that all 5 of the patients had cases related to the spa. As of right now, around 200 clients of VIP Spa and their sexual partners have gotten tested for HIV, and there have been no more positive results. There's also not been any positive results for other infections such as hepatitis B or C. Additionally, the investigation is still ongoing, and the public health response regarding spreading the word and getting people free testing is also continuing as well. During and after all of this occurred, some clients of the spa went on to speak on their experiences there. One previous customer stated the following in a phone call.
This is a life-changing experience. This is your life. Running away from it because it's scary will not make it better.
Another described the fear they had after hearing the news.
It was definitely a lot of fear. I was very scared, not only for myself, but, for the other people who had gotten procedures done here as well.
And after testing negative for the virus, she stated the following.
A big, huge relief, but it's still in the back of your mind. What if?
Another woman expressed her fear.
It made me sick to my stomach.
Oh yeah, I would feel uneasy with that.
I was emotional. I was angry. Everything just starts running in your mind. What's gonna happen if something were to happen? What am I looking forward to in the future? And I know if something is already in me, it's not like I can do anything about it.
She even mentioned concern for her mom, who was also a client at the spa.
We're gonna go in 2 days, both me and my mom. She actually has been going longer than me. and she's actually one of the ones that was there last Monday. She got a procedure, the vampire lift, done last Monday.
One person commented on a KRQE YouTube video covering the case, stating, quote, "I went there 2 times, no blood thing related, thank God, and they only accepted cash. I thought that was sketchy." A person on Reddit also shared their experiences, stating, quote, "This place was sketch as hell. I went into the VIP spa around 2017 to get a gift cert for my lady. She heard they had good deals and didn't think I went in because of a Groupon. Anyhow, they denied doing any services there. She wanted Botox and they said they don't do it there. When I was leaving, I verified the sign above the door said VIP spa. People have told me I look like a cop, so when this came out, the mystery was solved for me." So needless to say, there were people who did in fact have questionable experiences at this spa. Now, looking past everything that's gone on in this case, are vampire facials safe? Well, according to most doctors and even the American Academy of Dermatology, vampire facials are considered to be a procedure that is safe. It's a very low-risk procedure. Most of the main concerns experts have cited are simply just things like scarring, skin sensitivity, and maybe even an infection at the injection site. But that's a concern anytime a needle is inserted into your body. For a vampire facial, you are using your own blood. So at the end of the day, there should be no scenario where somebody else's blood is used or involved in your procedure. This case, however, the issue wasn't the vampire facial. The issue was the lack of proper sterile or hygiene practices by a person who had no business doing what she was doing to clients. The CDC wasn't able to find the exact source of contamination, but based on everything from their investigation, it's clear that this was either spread from needles being reused, the inability of the spa to properly disinfect their tools, or even the inability of the spa to clean the client's skin before, during, and after doing these procedures.
Really.
In
Like,
any
they did
scenario,
a lot of shit.
you're not supposed to use the same needle for more than one person. Once a needle is used on somebody, it needs to be properly disposed of, and a new needle needs to be used on someone else. It doesn't matter if it's a micro needle and it's not going as deep as a normal needle would go, it needs to be a new needle. And before you even inject someone with a needle, you need to properly clean their skin. Not only this, but if you're having clients in any kind of room where you're doing some kind of body-related service, you should be wiping down every area clients are in contact with. Meaning the bed, the table, anything, these need to be wiped down. These are simple tasks that clearly the spa did not do. And to hear the condition they had the spa in with needles beside food in the fridge and opened needles just sitting all around is absolutely wild. But say this to say, while people do have mixed emotions on vampire facials regarding whether they even work or not, at the end of the day, the main important thing is that with a proper medical professional, they are relatively low risk. It's also very important to emphasize that even if you find somebody who's offering a lower price for any procedure, you should always go to a medical professional to get a procedure like this done. When you're dealing with blood and needles, these are things that require a proper sterile field. So even if you have to pay more, for your own safety, it's best to go to a medical professional. Federal health officials stated that these diagnoses are believed to be the first documented cases of people contracting HIV through a cosmetic procedure using needles. And the reason for this is simply because of the lack of sterile protocols being followed and the lack of an actual licensed medical professional during the procedure. PRP today is still being used for cosmetic dermatology purposes. Vampire facials are still being done, hopefully only by those who are licensed to do so. PRP is also used today for removal of acne scars. It's still being used for injuries in athletes, and studies have even shown that it can also be beneficial in fat graft acceptance to help enhance plastic surgery. Likewise, it's used in multiple other fields of medicine, including gynecology, urology, and ophthalmology. And scientists and clinicians are still studying to develop new treatment modalities. Some people say it works for them, others say it doesn't. Some people like how it feels, others say it's painful. At the end of the day, opinions on it vary, and if somebody really wants to find out more on it, their best bet is to get in contact with their doctor or with a doctor who offers it and see where that might go. According to the CDC, New Mexico does not have any criminalization laws for negligent exposure of HIV. There are laws in other states to protect against this, as you'll see in this chart, but there are no laws like this in New Mexico. However, John Duran, the director of special prosecutions at the New Mexico Attorney General's office, did say the following quote.
And I think a bill and legislation put forth that would criminalize this specific behavior is most definitely warranted.
So the Attorney General's office does support criminalization laws being implemented. I guess it's just a matter of seeing when or if this would happen. Overall, the CDC ended off by recommending some critical changes, stating the following quote, "This investigation underscores the importance of determining possible novel sources of HIV transmission among persons with no known HIV risk factors. Requiring adequate infection control practices at spa facilities offering cosmetic injection services can help prevent the transmission of HIV and other bloodborne pathogens. Maintenance of client records could facilitate investigations of suspected transmission at such facilities." So, future steps for boards of authority would be to put things in place to ensure facilities are properly checked and inspected on a regular basis, and to also put rules in place that would require those running facilities with cosmetic injections to have client information properly stored in a case like this where some kind of emergency were to arise. As for Kim Kardashian, like mentioned, this procedure was not for her. In 2017, she wrote on her now deleted app that she would never do this procedure again and stated that it was one of her biggest beauty regrets. This was, however, in part attributed to the lack of use of pain relief methods, as she stated, quote, "Before I got the procedure, I just found out that I was pregnant, so I couldn't use numbing cream or a painkiller, and both are suggested. It was really rough and painful for me. I couldn't tell anyone about the pregnancy either, but I pulled Jonathan aside and told him. My show was also filming the treatment, so I felt I couldn't chicken out. It was honestly the most painful thing ever." Now, even though Kim didn't have the best experience, Kourtney Kardashian, on the other hand, appeared to love it. She stated that it made her look and feel refreshed. So there's definitely mixed emotions on this procedure. What is interesting, though, is that in a turn of events, is that Kim Kardashian actually ended up suing a doctor in Alabama, as this doctor was using her name to promote vampire facials. In December 2019, more than 6 years after Kim's procedure, Kim filed a lawsuit against Dr. Charles Reynolds and his practice, the Cellular Medicine Association, for, quote, "copyright infringement, infringement of registered mark, false association, violation of the right of publicity, and California common law trademark infringement."
Wow.
Reynolds, who also described himself as the orgasm doctor and the Calvin Klein of medicine, according to court records, had trademarked the term vampire facials and went on to plaster Kim's name and likeness on his website. Not only this, but he had also had her name printed on a pamphlet, posted articles and videos, and featured an image of her on his LinkedIn relating her to the vampire facials. And he was doing this in relation to the vampire facials trademark, as opposed to just like the vampire facials procedure, if that makes any sense, since he was the one who trademarked it back in 2013. Her attorney had requested that Reynolds take down both the images and her name. But instead of doing this, Reynolds requested money in exchange, and so they ended up going to court. Reynolds argued that Kim used his trademark of the vampire facial to promote her show. In a tweet, he stated, quote, "Kim Kardashian West uses vampire facial to promote her TV show and herself without my permission, then wants part of the profits from all procedures." And he further went on to state, quote, "I feel like this is someone shaking down some little doctor for something that is public knowledge." The thing is, Kim never agreed to be the face of endorsement for such a campaign. They never asked her for permission, nor did she give permission. Not only this, but from that point, it's been 7 years since she got the procedure done, and she never received the service from Dr. Reynolds. She received it from somebody named Dr. Gallo. And remember how I mentioned that many sources state that the inventor of this procedure was a woman named Dr. Barbara Sturm? Well, in an interview with Joanna Czech, Barbara stated that she came up with blood facials. And so when the interviewer clarified that she was talking about vampire facials, Dr. Sturm had stated the following, quote, "Yes, but I came up with the blood facial probably 7 years before vampire facials." So it seems as though he didn't necessarily create the type of procedure, as it appears Dr. Sturm is credited by many as the inventor, claiming to have first done PRP for aesthetic purposes in 2002. Whereas Dr. Reynolds was first introduced to PRP in 2010. It was referred to as blood facials by many before, and Dr. Reynolds trademarked the term vampire facials later on. Eventually, 2 months later, in February 2020, Kim and Dr. Reynolds settled the lawsuit, the images were removed, and that was that. So finally, after hearing about everything regarding this case, this brings us to our first question. What defines a vampire? Although we described the relation of the vampire facial to actual movie vampires in the context of blood having the ability to rejuvenate oneself and make them appear younger, in this case, the vampire wasn't necessarily any of the clients. Because when you actually think of it, the true vampire was Maria Dolores Ramos de Luis. Like a vampire, Maria was the one who needed blood to survive. Without the blood of multiple clients, it wouldn't have been possible for the spa to thrive and in turn for Maria to as well.
Figure.
Just like Dracula, she preyed on innocent people, trying to go about their day, and with no regard for how it might affect them, took their money, knowing they weren't treated with the utmost care. The same way women were Dracula's preferred victims, Maria's preferred, or at least main victims, were women as well. The same way a vampire's life had expired long before they would wreak havoc on unsuspecting victims, Maria's license too had expired before doing the same thing. It was a parasitic relationship. Instead of fangs, she used her needles. She got the blood, she got the cash, and in turn, patients got infected. And if not infected, they got the fear of living every day, not knowing when or if there might be a time they too receive a positive test result. What she did was not and will never be okay. If there's any takeaway, if you ever plan on getting this procedure done, make sure to go to a qualified licensed medical professional. If you're unsure if somebody is licensed, ask around, search it up until you're able to confirm it. And always speak with your physician about alternative options and their opinion. Look for the signs and trust your intuition. If something feels sketchy, it probably is. Don't go. As long as you take the right steps, maybe during this spooky season, you could consider diving into the world of the vampire facial. But yes, that is it for today's case. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you think the sentencing was justified? Do you think it was reasonable? Please let me know your thoughts on the story below. And don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss any other videos on medical cases, crime, and mysteries. Also, don't forget to download June's Journey through the link below or by scanning the QR code on the screens. Bye now.
Okay. Sorry, let me just look for another video just to play it on the background while I try to do this shit. Let me just like grab that. Oh, I see more like yeah, I think I lost my shit because the shark bit my shit. So I have to like, you know, do some mining before I go to another island and become strong and independent person. Oh, I thought that was a shark. Sorry. Let me just do this really quick. I'm almost done. Oh shit, I'm running out of breath. I'm gonna grab that too. That's mine. I'm gonna grab that too. I need the clay because I'll be needing that in the future. Once I get my cooking pot ready. And then oh. Breathe, bitch, breathe. I think this is metal ore. Yes, it is. Ooh. I also need a bottle, a bowl. I need a bowl, a bowl. Sorry. Let me just like put the thing really quick. But I gotta get the shit first though. I'm distracted. Ooh, look at that. More ores. Woohoo. I'm always attracted to the ores underneath for some reason. Weird. I think it's because it's glowing. Ow! Oh fuck! I thought that was the fucking. Oh my god! I thought that was a fucking alive shark. I thought that shark was gonna come after me. What the fuck? Okay, let's play something. I'm sorry, it's gonna be
At
negative
least
news,
65 people have been injured in a drone strike on northern Israel. Hezbollah has described launching a swarm of attack drones on a military training camp in Binyamina, just south of Haifa. It appears that many of the injured people were in a communal canteen when it was struck. Hezbollah said its attack was in response for Israeli strikes inside Lebanon. Let's get the latest on this developing story tonight. Our correspondent Anna Foster is in Beirut. Tell us more about what we think has happened here, Anna.
Well, Jane, what we're seeing on social media tonight is pictures of what you say appears to be a dining hall at a military facility with a huge hole torn in the roof, with chairs overturned and spread around the floor. This appears to be a significant attack by Hezbollah on a military installation inside northern Israel. Now, volunteer paramedics, rescuers say that around 65 people have been taken to hospital, some of them critically injured, some of them more lightly so. Of course, the question is how Hezbollah managed to evade Israel's very sophisticated missile defense system with this drone attack. Hezbollah are firing several hundred missiles and rockets still every day into northern Israel. Most of them were picked up. This one wasn't. So questions will be asked about how it's managed to get through. And here in Lebanon today as well, fierce fighting has continued. The Lebanese Health Ministry say that 51 people have been killed today, nearly 200 injured, as those fierce Israeli airstrikes continue in the south of Lebanon, Jane.
Anna, thank you so much. Anna Foster there with the very latest in Beirut. Well, those attacks come at the end of a day of heightened tension in southern Lebanon, with the UN peacekeeping mission there insisting that its flags will continue to fly, despite Benjamin Netanyahu telling it to get its troops out of the area while Israeli forces fight Hezbollah. The UN accused Israel of forcibly entering one of its bases in the south, breaking down the main gate. Israel says it was trying to rescue wounded soldiers. About 10,000 UN peacekeepers from 50 countries are stationed in Lebanon. Since 1978, they've patrolled the area between the Litani River and the UN-recognized boundary, known as the Blue Line. In recent days, a number of these UNIFIL peacekeeping troops have been injured in military action. Israel has admitted responsibility for firing towards UN posts in some cases. And Israeli tanks today entered the UN base in Ramia, as our correspondent Hugo Bachega reports now from Beirut.
Fuck you.
They are deployed to keep the peace in southern Lebanon.
Bitch.
But there's no peace left to keep. Now, they're caught up in this war.
Sorry.
Today, UN peacekeepers came under Israeli attack again. Earlier this year, we joined them on a patrol along the border, when they were still able to leave their bases. Israel's war against Hezbollah is expanding, and even peacekeepers are not safe.
Today we had Israeli forces entering inside one of our positions in the middle of the night. They stayed there for 45 minutes, damaging the entrance and leaving shortly after.
It's the fourth time in as many days that you come under attack, come under Israeli attack. Do you think this is deliberate?
Well, we are seeing that the first one was injuring two peacekeepers inside our headquarters, inside one of the towers inside. So how that's a deliberate attack. These are all incidents that they're making us think, why are they doing it?
The Israeli military said a tank that was trying to evacuate injured soldiers while still under fire backed several meters into a UNIFIL post. It said following the evacuation of the soldiers, the tank left the post. Today, the Israeli Prime Minister had this message.
Mr. Secretary General, get the UNIFIL forces out of harm's way. It should be done right now, immediately.
The Israeli Prime Minister is saying that you should leave those bases along the border.
We decided just the other day that we are staying. There was an unanimous decision. We are here at the request of the Security Council. We cannot let one member state decide the fate of an international organization, of a peacekeeping mission that is there because of the will of the international community.
Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, but the entire country is under attack, even the UN. Hugo Bachega, BBC News, Beirut.
Well, Israel's offensive continues in Gaza. Its forces have struck what they say are Hamas targets in the north. Sources inside Gaza say 5 children were killed in the Al-Shati region. They say the children were playing near a cafe when they were killed in a drone strike. Israel hasn't commented. Let's get the thoughts tonight of our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who is in Jerusalem. Lise, first of all, the situation there in northern Gaza, the strikes appear to continue there.
Yes, those tragic images emerging from Gaza tonight, the shrouds of young Gazans, boys, teenage boys who were just playing football. And there's a cruel twist. One family who lost 2 sons said they had just fled their home in another area of northern Gaza, in Jabalia, because the Israeli army said they had to move somewhere safer. And it has this cruel twist has just underlined again what Gazans have been saying for many months, what aid agencies have been saying, that nowhere in Gaza is safe. And that's what many of the some 400,000 Palestinians still living in Jabalia camp, coming under unprecedented pressure to leave, are saying that they're not going to move this time. But they are coming under pressure. The UN says that they haven't been able to get any medical missions into northern Gaza, that no food has entered this month. And there is an impression that Israel is now stopping food, medicine, and water, what people need to survive, in order to force them to move. It's what's known in war as surrender or starve. Israel continues to say it's only targeting Hamas because it embeds in civilian infrastructure. But if it is denying food and water, that's a violation of the rules of war.
And all of this that we're talking about, Lise, against the backdrop of the world waiting to see whether Israel does follow through on its promise of retaliation against Iran.
It's certain to retaliate. That is a certainty. The big question is how, when, where. And it comes as the United States has just said that they are deploying another advanced air defense system to Israel with 100 American soldiers. That will be the first time that this system is deployed on the ground. And those proverbial boots on the ground seem to also send a signal to Iran that you better think twice if you then retaliate after Israel's response. Now, the first time there was a tit for tat in April, Israel took 6 days before it replied. This time it's been 2 weeks, and that's because Israel's strikes are certain to be far more significant and far more consequential.
A drive across San Francisco's glorious Golden Gate Bridge once took you to the heart of California's most beautiful city. But now it can take you straight to hell, or at least the closest thing to it you can imagine. The city by the bay, whose historic trams and world-famous clam chowder attract Australian tourists in droves, has a dirty secret it can no longer hide. Fuelled by a cheap and deadly new drug, fentanyl. Violent crime and desperate homelessness have exploded across the streets of San Francisco. But at ground zero, you'll find a team of Aussie angels, as Seven's US Bureau Chief David Woywood discovered.
Aussie angels.
Everybody want what we got, living so good like we buy. Grin so big we cheesing, yeah we dreamers and we dreaming.
We're following a fairly well-worn route right now over the Golden Gate Bridge and into the heart of a city that not that long ago was actually considered the jewel of America's West Coast. But in recent years, San Francisco has faced a number of very serious challenges that has, in many ways, really shredded its reputation.
It is quite simply one of the most iconic and stunning cities in the world. And it's easy to see why millions of tourists flock here every year. But I'm not here to take in the sights, though. I'm here because this city's facing a crisis. And it's a crisis that could happen in other cities around the world, including cities in Australia.
I've spoken to so many other countries that are watching what is happening here, and they're afraid of it coming to their country.
I'm very concerned about how the community feels, and for the past few years, there has absolutely been an outcry from the community on trying to get a handle on this situation and get something done.
It's disgraceful that other humans are treating humans like this. You wouldn't treat your dog like this, let alone another human. But The way that we are treating these humans is absolutely disgraceful.
There's just so much money here. When you drive around this city, the place, it just screams prosperity and luxury. There's even driverless cars weaving through traffic. And influencers, well, look, they love it here too. Every angle is an Instagram hit. That is until you arrive in an area known simply as the Tenderloin.
Literally 1, 2, 3, 4. They're actually lighting up right now. It's like a massive street party. Everyone's on a different planet. It doesn't matter what window you look at, there's like a different scene of chaos. There's a different little scenario playing out on every street corner. Everyone's sort of in their own little world.
The Tenderloin district, it's right in the middle of downtown. It's right next to some of the most tourist-friendly areas of the city. It was considered one of the most vibrant and diverse places to actually visit here. That is, until fentanyl. It's the drug of choice on these streets. Cheap, easy to manufacture. It kills around 100,000 Americans each year.
Wow.
It's a pharmaceutical drug originally invented as an opioid for pain relief, but in San Francisco, fentanyl abuse has become a crisis of epic proportions.
It's really the blatancy of what's happening on these streets. Just up here, we've got drug dealers, we've got drug users. It is street after street after street, and how's this? It's all happening on the same block as the Tenderloin police station. We've seen a handful of patrol cars drive around, but essentially at the heart of it, police here, they have no presence. They have really turned a blind eye.
Don't you know the feeling? I think I missed the end. Holding on to hurting like I'm holding you again. This isn't something I know well enough to sleep away. I was having trouble, oh, trouble's gone away.
With so much drug abuse happening in broad daylight, it's understandable the local sheriff here is feeling the pressure from a fed-up community.
Finally, this is enough moment where we've said we're going to pivot away from focusing on not arresting people to focusing on arresting and disrupting the drug dealing and the drug usage. I think that when you bring more accountability through the criminal justice process, I believe that it's ultimately going to help people move away from their addictions and their challenges and their choices. But again, I don't want to keep people in jail. I want people to get better and get out of jail.
Sheriff Miyamoto has lived here all his life, and for him, the problem is personal.
I don't want as a dad. I have family members who live in the Tenderloin. I've had my mother-in-law was just in a community where right outside the door when I visited her, and myself and my family had to step over people, had to witness firsthand people defecating in the streets, using drugs. It is very frustrating because when I do take this uniform off, I'm a person, a community member just like everybody else. Fentanyl presents a challenge to us as a drug that we haven't seen before, not just in public safety, but in the community as well. And it's extremely challenging because it's highly addictive. In addition to that, it's very cheap.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Advocates for those
That's
living
why
out here have
easy
grown
access.
understandably pretty frustrated at the very slow pace of change out here. And one person who's become an incredibly powerful voice for those living on these streets is a local mum by the name of Jackie Berlin. Now, her son, Corey, he's only 35 years old. He is a chronic fentanyl addict. He has been living and using out here on these streets now for the best part of a decade.
He played football. He was in Cub Scouts. I mean, he had, you know, a great upbringing. Corey was, I used to call him like my sanity because I had one baby that was really colicky, one that never slept. And Corey was the one, he'd sleep really well, he'd eat really well. He was just always good-natured and smiling, and he was just an easy baby.
So what, that was in between heroin and fentanyl?
That's correct. It's crazy, the difference. It's heartbreaking.
Jackie now runs an organisation called Mothers Against Drug Addiction Deaths, and Its aim is to help others in the same situation. But even now, she doesn't get to see her son all that often. He just disappears for months on end in a haze of fentanyl smoke. But we've tracked him down in a halfway house here for addicts.
Okay.
It's been really a long time since you've been able to do this.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
It's great. I'm just so happy to, to be with him and see him doing better, taking steps every day to get well and just being able to just love on him. It's an illness. I'm so glad that we're kind of starting to see, you're trying hard and we're starting to get healthier. I love you so much.
How are you feeling, Corey?
I just kind of, a lot of emotions. I'm really blessed to have her, despite everything that we're going through. She's like fighting for me and she believes in me, and I'm just really proud of her.
He has amazing qualities inside of him that they're just waiting to get out. He was on heroin for about 7 or 8 years. And then probably about 3 years ago, the dealers started putting fentanyl into the heroin, unbeknownst to the people on the streets. But fentanyl is so incredibly profitable. It's odorless, it's tasteless, it takes only very small amounts, it's synthetic, it can be manipulated, it doesn't take large poppy fields and harvesters to grow it. The profit margin for fentanyl over heroin is phenomenal.
Yeah. Just a lot of people that are in the same boat as me that, I don't really know anyone that uses fentanyl that likes it, honestly.
These two or just the ribs? Oh, are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, Thais, are you? I think I'm just having the rice. I think.
Rice with the ribs.
I'll have the. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm good. Good. So is that yes for chippies or just ribs?
Just ribs.
Just ribs. What's that with you? What's that with you? Oh, surprise.
When Corey first started with opiates, he said to me, like, San Francisco is like...
It's just like, everything's right up in your face. You get drugs, like, as soon as you come up the street to, it's just immediate, it's just right there.
I heard it described yesterday as Disneyland for drug addicts.
Yeah.
Is that pretty fair?
It's pretty fitting, yeah.
Corey, your mum has never given up on you, has she? Where would you be without her love, her support right now?
You'd probably be dead.
Corey still uses fentanyl multiple times a day. And like a lot of addicts, his physical transformation, it's confronting. It's common with fentanyl abuse, and the sad thing is, doctors are still unsure as to why it happens.
That right there is the perfect example of the power of addiction. You've got a guy who is in that vice-like grip of fentanyl right now. He has the backing of such a wonderful family. His mother, what an incredible woman Jackie is. She's doing such amazing work for him and in this space, yet Corey still can't find a pathway out. alleyway is full of fentanyl right now. They know it, and they've just driven straight through.
Hello. How's the ice cream? Good. The good thing about working in custody for the last 20-something years, you can have people out here that hate cops, but they'll always talk to me because they have a rapport with me.
Deputy Bloom spent the first part of his law enforcement career working in the prison system. So a lot of the faces out here on these streets have a long history with him.
Yeah, you've seen them before.
You look okay. I mean, you know, I remember he was in the jail when I first started, right? Yeah. You used to fight us all the time, right? But now you're good.
It feels like the Tenderloin is an extension of your life in the jail.
Absolutely, absolutely.
This is sort of an open-air prison in a way, like people get trapped here.
It is, it is. We have our other units that go after the dealers and the source, but we're not going to criminalize addiction. You know, if I can offer resources to one person.
Really nice to hear that there are still good people there, you know, trying their best to like help them out, no matter what, you know, because if we don't do anything, nothing will happen. If we don't talk about it and give them that sort of respect that they deserve, nothing will happen to them. So, yeah. If you see someone around you, give them the resources, support.
Whether it's a ride to a shelter, whether it's saving somebody from overdoses, which I've been doing quite a bit, they may have a wheelchair, or whether it's giving somebody money for a cab. I've done that before. I've done my job, you know, and I feel good about it. And the greatest thing I get out of this job is a thank you. Hey, Deputy Bloom, I feel safe when you're around here. That makes the 29 and a half years worth it.
Walking the beat with Deputy Bloom, and it's easy to forget.
Right. You're doing good, huh?
That this is an often dangerous.
We just broke up a deal right there. See, there's all drugs in that backpack of his.
And incredibly volatile environment.
What's going on, brother? Oh, good, man. Just walking around. See the pipes there. What do you got going on today? What is that?
A little paste for my weed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
A little weed.
Beautiful. Hey, you okay, brother? Hey, my man, you okay? Yeah? Okay, just making sure you're okay. See, I mean, if I walk by somebody like that and they are overdosing, I couldn't live with myself, you know? It doesn't hurt just to say, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Yep. Overdoses are just part of life here. They're a daily occurrence.
You good, man? Sweet.
And Bloom's well stocked with Narcan.
It's such a...
And then when we were issued Narcan...
it's so sweet. I'm sorry, I just want to say that. I appreciate this guy. So
It was a game changer. Because the fentanyl was slowly cut into the heroin. So people would pop right up after the first spray.
It's a simple but effective spray that can reverse an overdose in seconds, saving lives.
Okay.
It's very sudden, but sometimes they get disoriented and they start fighting, you know, because they don't know where they're at. You know, I could be robbing them, you know, they don't, doesn't comprehend. The police are here. Hey, what's up, man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Worried about you, man. I got extra Narcan if you need it. Okay, all right.
He may see himself as a friend of sorts to these men and women.
Is he a bit of a star out here on the streets?
He's more of an inside story, man.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he's still the law.
If I wanted to, I could make an arrest down here anytime, any place.
Yeah.
If I wanted to.
Yeah.
Would it do any good?
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
I could issue him a ticket, but then that takes me off the street helping a real problem like an overdose or something like that.
So we're on our way to do a handout for the Tenderloin district.
All of the stuff that we've got here is donated from expats around the country, which is pretty awesome.
Also, in the thick of all this carnage are a couple of Aussies making a huge difference to the thousands of broken lives lining the streets of the Tenderloin.
If we can make somebody, one person happy for a half an hour of their day, you know, you really are changing a world, because it'll never actually happen to them in the normal course of their year.
Shane Edwards and JJ Wolfe set up the Mateship Foundation. They've made it their mission to bring hope and assistance to those battling drug addiction and homelessness.
It's called Larrikin Street. See that? Larrikin Street. We just want to spread mateship. You know, Australia was built on mateship. Never leave your mate behind. We don't want to forget these people. The city forgets them. Everyone else forgets them.
All right, so...
We're going to have some food and we're going to have some hygiene stuff. Give us like 5 minutes to set up, get you sorted out, okay?
Gloves.
So JJ will make pies, sausage rolls, pasties, sometimes lamingtons, whatever he's got. I make all the hygiene kits, get the supplies.
And what's in those?
Generally wet wipes, deodorant, soap, a razor, nail clippers. So I put all of those together with my kids. You want everything we've got. I would want everything we've got as well, mate.
We want to give a guy a fair go. We want them to have a great day. We want them to just remember, Aussies were here. When's it going to happen again?
Yeah.
They're not. They're going to go back to their little corners and everybody's going to be ignored and they're going to wait for the next fix.
Yeah.
And that's their life. Fix to fix to fix. It just provides a bit of something.
At first, I would have anxiety attacks over what I saw. I would shake because I want to help people and I couldn't do what I wanted to do. So you've just got to do the best you can do. And if I make someone happy by giving them a meat pie, a high five, making a human connection with someone, that's what matters now. We went to Lamington! It could happen to anyone. We've got high-level execs. They were in CEO positions. They've gone through the ringer with divorce. They've turned to drugs. They've turned to alcohol. Now they're on the streets. You good? So it can actually happen to anyone at any time.
Thank you. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We need more people like you in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You're so blessed.
Yeah.
Like so many others here, Casper became addicted to fentanyl through his use of heroin.
And I seen this dude who was hella dope sick on heroin and we couldn't get none. And he put a little piece of fatty on some tinfoil, melted down, hit it twice, and he was perfectly fine. And I'm like, what? You can put it on, and you can just hit it, and that's it? And he's like, yeah, you don't have to shoot it. And then I hit it, and it did it. And then the price of it was so, like, amazing that, like, I could buy this big old chunk.
It was too good to be true.
Right, and it really is too good to be true, because all my friends are dying.
As a long-term fentanyl addict, Casper gets why so many like-minded people, they flock to San Francisco.
What I have here, this is what fentanyl is. This is fentanyl. And this is how it comes. This is like a 10-second fentanyl. And this is how we smoke it.
So show us that bag. How much would that cost?
$10.
That's $10?
Yeah.
And how long would that last?
Me, by myself, maybe an hour.
Xavier is another local on these streets. As a teenager, he had a promising future in basketball. That is, until his 15th birthday.
We were just hanging out on my birthday one day. He was like, wanna smoke? I'm like, what is it? He was like, they call it Fetty. It wasn't, I never knew about fentanyl. Called it Fetty. I hit it, I threw up everywhere, and I was just high as shit, you know? It's like, They're calm, you just lay back, you know, like sleepy, kind of, you know? It was like weed on times 10, I could say. But it's bad, very bad for you.
It sounds like you really don't like using it.
I don't, I know more. Not like it, it's expensive. If you don't have it, you feel like you could die from a fentanyl withdrawal, you know? It's just like, people look at you weird, you lose all your friends, your family.
Is it scary out here sometimes?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Like, you got, like, I call it the dope syndrome. You know, like, when they be off fentanyl so much, they nod standing up, their back is just like, they have scoliosis, man. That shit is scary, man. They can't lay straight. They can't never lay on their back. And then people out here will rob you. There's people that'll be shooting at you and shit.
So what's the worst thing that you've seen out here?
The worst thing that I've seen out here, just dead bodies, man.
How do you think an Australian would react to sort of walking through those areas?
They freak out. They freak out. I've had people that have seen, you know, a body there and they're like, should we check on that person? No, don't touch him. Do not touch them. And it's just, they've never seen anything like it in real life.
They haven't moved for what?
Oh, wait, no, they're up.
They're up?
They're up. There's the head. Yeah, that is nuts.
And it's not just the human lives that have been destroyed here. The city of San Francisco has in recent years seen an exodus of many high-profile companies and brands. Now once prime shopping spaces are going begging. Daily ransackings by desperate addicts have stripped many of the shelves bare. And it's not just in retail. In the last few years, some of the biggest companies in America, they've pulled up stumps and moved offices. Meta, Uber, Snapchat, Dropbox, PayPal, Airbnb, they've all just gone. In Australia, there's been reports of methamphetamine and cocaine being contaminated with fentanyl, and fentanyl is readily available on the dark web. Medically, it's still widely used across Australia as a prescribed pain relief.
What would be your warning to other cities and other countries that are perhaps looking at the San Francisco experience and thinking, oh my God, what if this happened to us?
It's a public health issue. Treatment first, not incarceration.
These drugs that have come along, these synthetic opioids, it's kind of undescribable how horrible they are.
I just want to help raise awareness so that people understand what an evil it is and how it messes up the economy, the city, the communities, and kills people rapidly. It needs to be respected.
Oh, wow. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to save this really quick and go to the main menu. I think I'm gonna take a short break for a second. Just because that kind of made me feel a little bit of stuff. Like it's everywhere around the world. Drugs is like one of the things people are fighting for. And it's in different types as well. They have different types of drugs. Ew, caught good. What the hell? Why is someone saying gooning? What the? That's so disgusting. Durban survival. Oh, so I've heard of Durban. I used to know someone from Durban in South Africa. I want to check this out.
Copy, I've got some visitors with me looking for some action. Confirm you copy.
Affirmative, what's going loud and clear.
We're on night patrol with private security in South Africa. The
country's crime rate is one of the highest globally, with rampant inequality, unemployment and poverty often being cited as the culprits behind the numbers.
It all depends on the day. Sometimes you have a graveyard shift. Some nights you get up to about 50 call-outs. The criminals don't even fight for the police anymore, and they don't hesitate to use the firearm.
We're in the port city of Durban. It's the third biggest city in the country and also one of the most dangerous. An understaffed and overstretched national police force means there's an increasing public reliance on private security to keep people safe. For context, employment statistics from 2021 shows there's effectively almost 4 security guards for every police officer in South Africa.
You get to be the eyes and ears for the police. Where they can't be, we are there to assist them.
But people seem to trust private security more than they do the police.
Not a trust issue, more the response time.
As our patrol continues, a panic alert has been sent through by a fellow security guard.
Put your hand in the back. Put your hand in the back.
So what happened here?
This guy was driving a white Audi. So he stopped the car and he wanted to assault the guard.
He wanted to assault the guard?
Yeah, I really don't know why, but he wanted to assault the guard. The guard retaliated.
Is that why he's got a bit of blood on him?
Yeah, he's totally intoxicated.
So he's drunk?
Completely drunk. I don't even know if he knows what happened to him.
While the night appears to have been a quiet one so far, things can get incredibly dangerous for our local security teams.
Once myself and my crew, when we were chasing a hijacked vehicle on the N2, managed to cover the vehicle. We shot 2 suspects dead. So that was exciting. Some of us are cut up for the job and some of us are not.
On patrols, we expect the unexpected. Anything can happen. With a job like this, you cannot afford to feel any anxiousness. Some situations are very ugly, and it's not like you want to go out there and use force on somebody or be aggressive, no. But it's a part of our job.
In the city centre, we meet with Nazrin Ali, who runs her own small security company. Tonight, she's patrolling with a few industry colleagues.
How are you? You right?
She's conducting a site visit at one of the buildings her company is assigned
yes,
to.
this is a big mama. We like it. Listen, she's scary. I love it. I love it.
He's keeping his stuff. I'm okay, ma'am.
You know, girl.
Her immediate tough bravado is undeniable, but I was more drawn to the layers beneath who this woman appears to be. Does having a gun at home or when you're out on a job, does it make you feel safe?
You don't know if you're coming out alive.
What led to her decision to embrace this life of guns and danger?
Hi, ma'am.
Was it coming from a healthy place to protect and serve? Was it for the thrill? Or was there something far more complex lurking beneath it all?
It's not a matter of what we expect. In our line of duty, it's expect the unexpected.
While Durban might have its crime issues, the city's beaches and promenades provide a beautiful contrast. The city is also host to the largest concentrated Indian population outside of India, something that took me by surprise. My name is Ninkum Bai. I'm a journalist who has seen and experienced firsthand how traumatic experiences can often lead to deeply complex behaviors. How often have people we loved found themselves in complicated moral situations and made bad decisions? Does that make them bad people? So often, we keep parts of ourselves hidden because of what society might say or how we'd be perceived or judged. But what if we opened up and shared it all? Would we see more of ourselves in others? I wanted to take a journey through documentary film to speak to individuals frequently put on the edge of society to understand them better. For me, Nazreen Ali, a former professional bodybuilder turned security officer and bodyguard, seemed like the perfect fit.
Yeah, she likes the mummies. The mama.
My impression of you is that you're quite like military in the sense that everything.
Everybody says that. And my ex-husband said you're so German.
Well, that's it. Like I'm coming in here and it's like spotless, and I'm like, whoa.
Oh wow, yeah, that is so cool.
There's no such thing as a perfect life. God teaches
Oh wow,
you.
and she
He puts
reads Art
obstacles
of
in your way.
War too.
An
Okay.
obstacle, you know, people say to me,
No,
"Yes, but you know what? Oh my
that's my
God, your
kind
story,
of
you were
girl."
raped and at that age." And I said, you know what? I've come to a point where I realize obstacles are there to strengthen you. That's when I say mental. The mental aspect comes in, your willpower, your strength, and perseverance.
Yes.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Absolutely. So obstacles will always be there.
Right off the bat, Nazreen Ali is incredibly open and honest, having no issue sharing her past trauma of being raped at the age of 13. Do you feel as though sometimes, because when you've had such a complicated life, your mental is always like, you have to push through, you have to push through, you have to push through. Do you have your phone there?
Yeah. Can I take this?
Yeah.
Hello.
It's quite clear early on that Nazreen's life changes at the drop of a hat. We're off to do some site inspections for Naz's security company.
The mindset 2 years ago of me just focusing on my business, I just want to go on with that mindset of just, you know.
But you do look a little bit sad right now.
Because I miss my daughter. I miss my daughter. I miss her so much. And that's my...
Nazreen's daughter moved to Yemen several years ago as part of a religious pilgrimage.
That's my main reason for getting my company up and going, so I can make some money and go and see her. I've got 2 grandbabies as well that I haven't seen.
She's got 2 kids?
Yeah, I haven't seen, you know, and this is a very emotional time for me. Okay, let me drive while we talk.
Yeah, for sure. A quick reflective moment before it's back to business.
Talk to me, my brother. Talk to me.
We need to meet up. We've got some job for you. There was a hit with the love link. We need to sort it out.
A hit? For who?
Yeah, what's your location?
Who they want to hit?
Okay, let me connect you right now.
Okay, tell me where we're going to meet because I'm heading to town now. Then you can give me the rundown. Okay, thanks. There's a hit on somebody.
What kind of hit?
They want to kill somebody, so we need to maybe give him protection, you understand? So he's calling me now. Maybe I need to put a bodyguard.
Are you going there? Are you putting your life at risk?
Going where?
When you go and like protect someone like the guy that's your
You're sitting in a car, right?
Yeah.
Is your life not at risk while we're driving?
I guess so,
Everything's at risk.
But there's a slight difference.
Everything? No, there's no difference.
There is a slight difference. So there's a shooting situation.
No. Life is a risk. My philosophy in life is you're going to go anyway. However it's meant to happen, it's going to happen. You could be a journalist, right? God forbid, you're on a story, something happens. Me, I'm in security field. I was destined to be here. If I'm destined to go this way, it's going to happen. And also I look at if it's dignified.
What do you mean by dignified?
I won't protect a rapist or a murderer.
Okay.
Do you understand?
We arrive for a meeting with Ashby. We've changed his name to protect his identity.
Here on the road. Is he fighting? No, he's trying to jack him up because these paras, they do a lot of They do a lot of Did he give you permission to car guard here? Oscar? Where's Oscar? And then what you doing? You're not worrying the people.
I'm not worrying anyone. I'm talking to God.
Okay, right. So listen, give him the permission to guard here, right? The car guards, the cars, give him the permission to go ahead. But don't worry the customers. And make sure that nobody is going to touch the cars, eh? Because there's a lot of cars going missing from here. Okay, I'm holding responsibility because Oscar and I, we've got a good understanding. Oscar washes the cars properly here. Do you understand? And watch who's coming out of the car and who's going back to the same car. Do you understand? Any problems, just report to him. Right?
After the confrontation, we finally get to our meeting with Ashby.
Alright, I'm good. How are you? I'm Ninka.
For security reasons, the details of the potential hit and the customers involved can't be shared for various safety reasons.
But you have to know we've got too many challenges in terms of the business. We've got a guy who got a shop. And the next person also wants to open the same shop.
Lots of jealousy, business people. There's a lot of security killings, a lot of bodyguards being killed, businessmen killed, abductions, all of that.
And you've understood what happened last week?
Yeah. Do you know what happened on that situation? Stamford Hill. So the bouncers outside the club were shot, right? So after the shooting, Irvin contacted me, right? He says, hey, Cinderella, what happened at the club? I said to Irvin, why are you asking me what happened? He says, no, because the guy said to me, the guy phoned me and said, you were involved, you were there. And I said, Irvin, who called you? Who called you to tell you that I was there and I was there at the shooting? Because to make an allegation like that, that's not good. Because tomorrow, somebody can set me up and say, hey, Naz was involved in this killing. You understand? And we are bodyguards. We protect people.
The meeting revealed to me that while the private security business is physically dangerous, the biggest threat can sometimes come from within. While one bit of business has been handled, another issue needs our attention.
So what's the situation here with...
Chapulo. He is now drunk and doing his own... I run a firm business. I run a strict business. There's no such thing. Nothing comes past my eyes. I'm shouting at you in front of people, but can I tell you something what you did? You were drunk on duty and bringing my company name down. I told you when you came here, what do I want from you? Discipline. Is that how you do discipline here? Yeah. Professionalism. Is that how you professional here by drinking on duty? Come drunk on duty here in this building. I'm giving you one last year. I'm supposed to dismiss you for this.
As Nazreen lays down the law, I start to wonder what it must be like for a woman to be in her position.
It's quite interesting seeing you talking to these men and throwing so much power around. Do you feel like you have to do it even more because you're a woman?
Not quite. I feel I'm doing it as a CEO of my company who needs to uphold my gold standard service delivery that I, so much am working hard towards.
Thank you so much.
There we go.
It's breakfast time at Naz's, and I wanted to get a bit more personal to understand her better.
You were talking about your mum was in Cape Town, she got pregnant with you,
and then she had me and disappeared back to Durban, back to her family. Her husband is out of prison, and she had to come back home. So she left me.
So she had 3 or 4 kids, she had a husband who went to prison, and then she had you out of wedlock. That's when she went to Cape Town.
She went to Cape Town when he went to prison.
Okay. So when she left you, who did she leave you with?
It was my dad. I call him my dad, but I really don't know because my biological mom had said to me that that's not my dad. The thing is, I don't want to put my so-called father through something where I have to ask him to do a paternity test because I know it would kill him because he's done so much for me. I owe him my life.
As we continue talking about Naz's upbringing, it's clear that she's experienced a lot of trauma. She recounts several instances of sexual abuse, but one particular incident at the age of 13 sticks out.
The first time it happened, I remember him stopping the car. The door flew open, and all I saw was a gun. And he said, jump in. And then I knew. At that time, a gun is like, now, today, I play with guns, And he says to me, you don't like greeting me. Why don't you greet me when I greet you? The next minute we were at a place, which I now know is his house. And he opened the door. Before opening the door, he said to me, don't scream. If you scream, he says, I'm going to kill you. And that's where he made me take off my clothes. I was crying, and I could have been loud, and he slapped me, I remember. And he said, what did I tell you? Didn't I tell you not to scream? Didn't I tell you not to make any noise?
And the next minute in the door behind him was a guy, his friend, that he always moved around with. As he was busy on me, he was saying to me, tell me I got the biggest. Tell me you love me. Tell me I've got a big. Tell me, say it. It's like I almost didn't feel what he was doing to me. Like I couldn't feel anything. And yeah, then he made me walk home. I was scared. The only thing I was scared about, I think, most was, oh my God, it's late. And what is my granddad going to do to me because it's late? That's what going through my mind while I was walking home.
According to Naz, the perpetrator was a police officer, and the incident was one of 3.
And a few months ago, he actually contacted me and he apologized to me, and it was only then I learned that he was sick because he said that he loved me. He said that he was in love with me back then. It's actually a joke to me.
Have you felt like it was difficult to develop relationships with men?
No, actually, after the rain, I became very promiscuous. Very, very, very promiscuous. And it was like an unknowing thing. It was just happening. It was just like an automatic, reaction.
Do you think it's because someone had taken your body without permission and therefore you were just giving your body without...
Giving my body?
Without your own permission? No, not...
Sorry, no, I know what you're saying. Like...
When you were promiscuous, I mean.
No, it was me wanting to be in control. It would give me some kind of power.
Power, yeah.
You understand? To take back...
That power.
Yes.
While Nazreen got a medical check after the incident, she believes her culture and the times didn't allow her a safe space to speak about it when it happened. But things have changed for her since.
I don't like calling a survivor a victim.
Why not?
We make ourselves victims. When the situation happens, it's up to you how you're going to deal with it. You have a choice to talk about it. You have a choice to get past those feelings of feeling embarrassed. He violated you. He used your body to please himself. But he hasn't taken anything away from you. Not your purpose, not what you're meant to be, not who you are, not your ability, and mostly not your willpower.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It seems that Nazreen may have made peace for her emotional scars, but it's clear that her traumatic youth had its consequences.
I was arrested here. That's where, when I had hijacked that Chev, the cops, they got me right here. And I was so young. They took me out the car, hands behind the back, movie style. I was movie style.
So for how many years did you go down that hill then?
Between the ages of 13 and 16. It was 3 years, but a lot happened.
What made you leave that life behind?
I think meeting my ex-husband. When I met my ex-husband, it was, oh my God, now I'm going to have a home and a family, and this man's going to take me, away from this life.
And I guess that the fact that he was a policeman made you feel protected, right?
Yeah.
We enter a place called Phoenix, an Indian township established by the apartheid government in the 1970s. According to Nazreen, a high unemployment rate and a lack of service delivery has led to the area deteriorating.
Yes. Phoenix has changed too much. Do you know how neat and clean this place would be?
We've come to Nazreen's childhood home to speak to the man who took her in as a toddler to get another perspective of her youth.
Well, she could be chased with the police a lot of times because of a motorbike. She had a motorbike also of her own.
Stolen bike.
So she used to ride along, so they see her, no helmet, no license on the bike.
Must have been difficult for you when her mum left her.
No, the child I had to keep with me. The aunties was telling her, give the child away. I said, no, I can't give it to them. A lot of time gangsters used to come.
They
wanted
gangs to you because they wanted you to.
They didn't want.
They didn't want it to be nearby because her mother was married before. So that husband was in jail. So he was a bad, kind of a gangster, bad guy. So they used to come with a gang for me.
Nazreen's father returned to Durban after hearing the news that she had been placed into a psychiatric facility.
Hey, it was a bad place, man. Because that place, they don't make you normal there. I don't know why they went for put her there.
Because I didn't tell you anything at that time. I couldn't tell Ma and Papa that I was raped.
Oh.
How can I tell them that I was raped
That
at
was
that
the
time?
cause of it.
Yeah, and I wasn't eating, I wasn't... So I was sitting in the room.
It was nothing.
When did you find out about it?
I don't know. She's the one who just told me.
Oh, you didn't know?
Yeah. I didn't know.
Oh, you mean you didn't know all the years?
Just came to know now.
It was clear from our interaction that there is still healing being done by Naz and her family.
He didn't know anything about me. Nobody knew anything. This is a school.
So this is where you...
This is where I schooled. This is where he came to. This is where this guy would come for me. Hey, man. Stop. I'm sorry, guys.
Our journey down Naz's past is suddenly interrupted by someone.
Do you know how intelligent this man was?
Yeah,
Mathematics exemption for distinctions, maths, physics, bio, and computers.
You
Got an A aggregate grade 12.
Exactly, and sportsman. He was. How we used to run, brah. How we were nailing it, brah. We were nailing it. We brought him the colors.
When I became a Sasa athlete, and the guy looked at me like this with the South African colors, they reckon.
Yeah, he had his South African colors.
I said, yeah. I ran the 400 meters in 50.23 seconds.
So you didn't make it professional? You didn't
tell him what happened to you?
I took a .38 caliber bullet, followed the line.
What?
Right across.
Yeah, he took a bullet.
And then I could see with both my eyes. Now I can only see with my right eye. I can't see with my left. This is why.
As Naz and Naheem catch up, we get an idea of what life in Phoenix is like for Sam.
And why were you shot?
Self-inflicted gunshot wound. I shot myself. I shot my wife as well.
Yeah. Shot you.
I shot my wife as well. I come home from work, and I saw my wife in bed with my cousin brother. And I tell you, I broke. I snapped. I worked like a dog to make sure my wife don't break up a sweat. I told her, don't have to do the housework. I do it. I told her, don't cook. I'll do it.
So, did your wife survive?
My wife hit the floor dead. I shot her 3 times on the switch. I was going to say sternum. 3 times on the chest. My wife hit the floor dead. I dropped on my knees. I took the wedding ring out of her finger and I put it over my finger. From 2004 to now, I've not touched a woman and I'm proud. I'm proud. I don't need a female. I don't need a female. For what? The 5-10 minutes of pleasure comes with a load. Comes with a load. Because when I told my wife, I love you, I meant it. Even my smokesman asked me, you never married after your wife. No. I fell in love once. Not twice.
Do you miss her still?
I'll always love her. And let anybody tell her I'll call my wife an insulting word. That guy must prefer to lose a couple of teeth. Because I still love my wife. I will always love her.
Do you regret it?
I do. I wish I never bought a fire.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I declare the range hot. You'd like to learn how to shoot? Yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. I know once you learn how to shoot, you're going to buy your firearm. I'm telling you this. You're going to love it because it's so, the world is so stressful out there and shooting just, shooting and sport shooting and coming to the range and practicing target practice, it's the most relaxing thing ever. With Durban being gang-related wars, you don't know where there's going to be a shootout. You don't know where there's a drive-by. You don't know when an intruder is going to break into your home while you're even sitting, watching TV or having dinner, you understand? You don't know. So security contingency plans for a home as a family, very important. All in one. All in one.
It's clear to see that Nazreen is back in her element as she leads a training session at a local shooting range.
Hollow points,
That's the one thing I hate about it.
deadly shots. Remember, we are strong individuals. We give birth to babies. We bring the men into the world. While the men go to bed after work and all of that, we're still up, we're still carrying on, we're still pushing. It's energy we're using, mental and physical energy. So don't tell me that you can't do this. Leave all the pretty gadgets. High up on the beaver tail. That's it, girl. Perfect. Stand by. Fire. Good stuff. You're doing great.
As the training session continues, I start to wonder, after all that's happened to her, is her gun simply there to protect her? Or does she have it as a means to reclaim some sense of control in her life that she lost along the way?
Practice makes perfect. This is where we're going into. It is beautiful. You're going to love it.
Having expressed her connection to spirituality, I've decided to join Nazreen on her prayer day.
This is Fatima. Hi, nice to meet you. Always helping me with my dresses and my gear whenever I need.
She's the secret behind
Yes, she's the secret behind my dresses. I've never worn this color, but
The lovely grape color that you have. It's a two-piece, actually. And we thought it would look very stunning, and the color will actually go well with her skin tone. Then we've given a different choice of scarf, but I've actually thought that this one, and I think Naz agrees with me that this one actually
like
goes
that.
well. So this will be the hijab.
Don't you think so? And that's actually something that I would love as well, because I never knew how to drape a scarf. I always looked at all my Muslim sisters and always wanted to, I'm good with the firearm, I'm good on the field, I'm good at bodybuilding, I'm good at all of these things. Draping a scarf.
It's harder than all of them.
Oh my word, draping a scarf is so for me, it's an artistic thing and you gotta have skills to do it.
Let me know if I'm poking you. I wouldn't want to get a punch from you.
Wow. I can't believe I look like this. Seriously, it's something I pray to be in, inshallah one day. Yeah. Inshallah. I think a nice husband besides me as well who's going to lead me Islamically. And then I'll no longer be in the bodyguarding field and tactical field. Oh, I'm joking. I'll just be delegating in my hijab, sitting in my office delegating in my...
Why can't you have both? You can have a husband and work. But yeah, I guess it's their culture. I think it's their religion, I mean.
My hijab to all my people.
Why not? Why not?
Most beautiful, peaceful thing. It's like whenever you're stressed, whenever you don't have answers, or whenever you just need to shut down from the world, whenever you just need to self-reflect, there's nothing more beautiful than going and just cleansing up and praying.
Why is the girl sleeping on the side?
That we haven't really gotten the chance to speak about, and it's a big part of your story. Your mum, well, your biological mother.
I used to see her going across the road, but I didn't know who she was. I would just see this very beautiful woman just stopping by across the road at who I thought was our family friend. And my foster mom said to me, "There's somebody that wants to meet you." And the door opened. It was the lady from across the road. And my foster mom said to me, "This is your mother." Just like that, "This is your mother." And then she went on to say, "But you can't come to her, you can't approach her, wherever you see her, I should act like I don't know her because her husband would kill me and would kill her.
Oh.
I would stand there at the side of the flat, you know, where I grew up. And I would just look at her and wonder what it feels like to be her, you know, with her and one of her kids with her. You know, she seemed so fun. The kids seemed so happy. And I wished I were one of them.
Ongoing threats by gangs to stay away from her mum meant that she rarely saw her again before her mother passed away.
What did you feel when you found out that she died? What was going through your mind?
All I wanted to do was just see her face before she was buried for one last time.
Did you not get scared that that a threat would be made on your life if you went to the funeral?
I wasn't scared of anything. I wasn't scared.
As I was approaching the end of my time with Nazreen and she prepares for another night patrol on the streets, I take a moment to reflect. Looking around the bare clinical nature of her home, no photographs, paintings, barely any decorations, I ask myself, is this simply for practicality or is this a sign of something more? Having peeled back the layers that Nazreen has allowed me to see, I find a deeply conflicted woman. In one sense, she's an incredibly dedicated person trying to build a life for herself to help heal from all aspects of her childhood. In another, Naz appears to still be deeply affected by the trauma she's experienced as they shape every corner of her life. A life of guns after being raped at gunpoint, a marriage to a policeman after being raped by a police officer, and working in a job that constantly risks her life being taken away from her. A continuous journey, it seems, to find answers in the very same places that brought about the hurt.
Wow. Scamming World of Finance Bros. Sorry, I'm just looking for another video before I continue playing. Oh my god, I want to see this. This is in Australia. This is Australia. Someone in like a Chinese international student in Australia. But I gotta I gotta check my shit first. So 1 second.
Australia was shocked when a 33-year-old Chinese man on a student visa walked up to a 9-month-old baby having a picnic in the park with his mom and poured a thermos of boiling hot liquid all over the baby, severely burning and disfiguring the child for life. It could have been fatal if it wasn't for the quick and heroic actions of Australia's emergency services. The coward then quickly fled on foot before hopping on a plane back to China, where he currently remains free to brag to his friends about what he did. The parents and Australian society simply could not understand why someone would do such an abhorrent thing. Well, I'm going to tell you exactly why this coward hurt that child, and I'll tell you that this is only the beginning of more to come. So in a very short span of time, we've seen 2 of these horrific Chinese attacks against children abroad. First, the scalding of the 9-month-old baby, who survived but will be disfigured for life, and the stabbing of 3 5-year-old children by a 23-year-old Chinese student in Zurich, Switzerland. Attacks on innocent children is a common tragedy in China. How common? Well, just a few days ago, on the 8th of October, there were not 1, but 2 horrific attacks on children in China. The first in Shandong province, where a Chinese man drove his car intentionally into a group of children that had just finished school and were crossing a zebra crossing outside of their school. Unfortunately, he killed and maimed many. Although the official casualties haven't been released by the government, I have unfortunately seen the footage, and I can confirm that multiple children are no longer with us. On the same day, over 1,000 miles away in Guangzhou, a man attacked and injured children outside of a primary school in Tianhe district. The information about this one is sketchy, but according to netizens, up to a dozen children and passerbys were injured. The official police report simply states that 3 were injured and taken to hospital.
3.
Look, this is a grim topic which I don't like talking about, but recently China has been caught in the most ferocious murder season I have ever seen. Random knife attacks happen daily in China now. I have the receipts. I can show you the videos, but that's not what my channel is all about. I want to teach you as to why this happens, so that you can be forewarned. Now that this phenomenon is being exported abroad, understanding it could save a child's life. Before I get into the nitty-gritty, I need to clarify this. This issue is a uniquely mainland China issue. It's not about Chinese culture or traditions. We don't see these attacks happening in Taiwan or Singapore, for instance. This is a very uniquely communist mainland China phenomenon. You know the place with the big red flag and the scary-looking soldiers? In fact, the man who stabbed those 3 5-year-old children on their way to daycare in Zurich posted all of this nationalist garbage on his social media the day before he went out to cowardly attack and attempt to murder little children. This phenomenon has a name in China. It's called revenge against society. What it boils down to at the root of it all is injustice. In most countries, if misfortune befalls you, there are mechanisms in place to help you cope. If you get scammed, you can go to the police. There are support groups. If you're down on your luck, contrary to what many people think, there are protections in place. Homeless shelters, food banks, charities, and of course, in many countries, churches and other religious outreach programs.
Governments.
If you crack under pressure, there are mental health professionals and institutions to help you cope, or in some cases, take you off the streets. However bad it gets, there's always at least some sort of recourse. Even if it's not good, it exists. In China, there is no recourse. If you're scammed, you're on your own. Worse, most of the time people get scammed by the government themselves through ridiculous housing market policy changes, forced relocation, and false promises about the stock market and meddling in investment schemes. When you're down on your luck, the government will not help you in China. There are no social programs, and if your family isn't willing to float you, you're done for. There simply are no mental health facilities or systems in place to deal with mental health. I have experience in this field. I used to train doctors in China, and my wife is a Chinese doctor, and one of her responsibilities was to keep an eye on mentally unstable people. And you know how it's done in a first-tier city in China? An unqualified doctor like her, she was a GP, not a mental health doctor or a psychiatrist or a psychologist, just a GP. She had a list of numbers to call. Each month, she'd call up the families of known mental patients and ask them if they're under control. It's left entirely up to the families to control their mentally unstable relative. And if the family responds and reports that they're having extreme trouble, the GP then phones a special police officer who will go and deal with the problem. That is the extent of mental health care in China. So when people snap and are at wit's end, they have no recourse. They're not allowed to blame the government. They cannot strike or protest or petition or take action. They have nowhere to turn. And so they selfishly lash out at society, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. And in China, children are the most precious and important part of society. Not to say they aren't the most precious and important part of society in other countries, but in China it's more pronounced. As I said before, there are no social programs in China. Pensions are a joke, and if you ever hope to retire in China, you'll need your family to support you. Here's how it works. Young couples are strongly encouraged and often forced into marrying young and
So
to
they
have
could
children.
make babies and
This
fuck,
way, the
fuck,
parents
fuck.
of the young couple can retire, move in with the
Oh
newlyweds to
my
take care of the
God.
baby and raise the baby.
Yeah, and basically turn your children into a fucking pension fund. This is basically what's happening. Oh my God, this is so familiar with the Philippines. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. If you're not gonna give birth because you have to impress your fucking parents, it's fucking... What the fuck?
They will cook, clean, and look after the household whilst the young couple go out and bring in the money. The cycle repeats once the young couple themselves get to retirement age. By that time, their child now is getting married, and as soon as a grandchild is born, they can move in and retire whilst their child goes out to earn money. Raising a child in China is also extremely expensive and takes almost all of the parents' income due to the intense competition to get into good schools and universities. So, extra lessons, cram schools, and all that. The entire family's future rides on how good a job the child gets. So by attacking and murdering young children, these disgruntled cowards inflict huge damage to society, disrupting the plans and livelihoods of multiple generations. The grandparents can no longer retire, the parents' lives are destroyed, and China's already shrinking demographics get smaller. They have inflicted maximum damage to society.
So they think because you kill babe, okay, that I guess that makes sense, because like if you actually look into it, like almost all cities around the world are relying on people, you know, like in the end it's all around about people. No matter how expensive the economy is, it's all about the people that makes it work, you know. That's why the money exists. And that relies on what skill that person has. Like, what expertise do you have? Are you an engineer? Are you this? Are you that? And yeah, basically killing the child would mean there would be no future opportunities and all that shit. That's such a lame-o though, because like, that is so lame, honestly. Like, because what will end up happening is people will just like, oh, you're a risky country, then, and basically refuse people from any future applicants, or at least like more rigid steps on checking. So
This is why the Chinese man in Australia targeted a young baby. He had been working in Australia for years under various visas, gaming the system by first using a working holiday visa, then a student visa, and when his latest application for a visa was rejected, he did what so many in China do, lashed out and took revenge on society by attacking a child. He even said to his friend that he wanted to take revenge on white people. The Chinese man in Switzerland who attacked and stabbed the little children with a knife guaranteed was frustrated in life, either romantically or in his academic career. This is clearly another textbook example of China's homegrown revenge against society phenomenon. What
So
I'd like-
because they're fucking up in life, it's the baby's fault? Like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like, what the fuck did the baby do? Like, the baby just goo gaga. Like, what the hell?
I'd like you to take away from this
I mean,
video is that
condolence.
this is a
Oh,
problem
I mean,
that's
I'm sorry
continuing
to the
grow in
babies.
China,
Like,
and
condolence to
unfortunately
the
get exported
ones who got
abroad.
lost. You know?
Once you're aware of it and understand it, it gives you the knowledge to at least know what's going on, and hopefully it'll help you prevent a bad situation in the future. To all of you out there, no matter who you are,
What's
where
with
you're
the
from,
silence? What the fuck is with the silence? It's so fucking weird. It's like, are you trying to make a joke or something? I was like, I'm so sorry. But yeah, this, I mean, I don't mind this dude, honestly. So the history of this dude, he used to be working for like a large company in China. That was like, yeah, it was like an not English, like basically a tutorial company where they like basically train their kids to be really, really smart, you know, like crazy smart. And yeah, he was working as the bodyguard for the CEO. And yeah, the CEO was crazy. He did a lot of things. Nursing homes for you, blah blah blah. Wakta podcasts. Oh my gosh. Why are you even like, oh? Okay. Not sure if I want to watch more. I think I'm gonna go back to playing. Oh, the science behind dogs. Oh, I like doggy. Me like
In
dog.
this US government lab, they study airflow to solve crimes. Using mirrors, lights, and lasers, they can illuminate the tiniest differences in air temperature and density.
Oh, never mind.
And
I'm not gonna watch you. I saw you again. Nope. Erase. I have to get over. I should move on. This is not okay. I should watch the slow death off. Satellites are still big here. Like Foxtel, I think. That's the thing. Foxtel is like one of those companies still like big, but kind of dropping, you know. Like they're so expensive as well. Those satellites, fucking hell.
On September 30th, 2024, the two largest satellite internet companies in the United States, DirecTV and Dish, agreed to merge. Together, the combined company would have roughly 20 million subscribers, making it the largest pay TV operator in the country. This isn't the first time the two companies have attempted a merger. All the way back in 2002, Dish's parent company, EchoStar, tried to acquire DirecTV. This deal was blocked by the FCC, which said the merger would be anti-competitive and bad for consumers. A lot has changed over the past 20 years. With the rise of streaming services like Netflix, millions of Americans have canceled their expensive satellite TV subscriptions. Both DirecTV and Dish are slowly dying as they hemorrhage subscribers. Faced with the existential threat posed by streaming services, the companies now argue that merging is their best chance for survival, leveraging their combined scale to stay competitive in a rapidly changing industry. In this video, we'll take a deep dive into the multi-billion-dollar satellite television industry, why it's under so much pressure, and what the planned merger of DirecTV and Dish could mean for the industry going forward. Prior to the 1970s, the only way to get TV service was through over-the-air broadcast. You needed to have antennas either installed on your roof or bunny ear antennas on your TV. The television companies built massive broadcast towers, which transmitted radio waves directly to households. This method had a few technical limitations. The radio bandwidth is limited, so broadcast TV can only support a limited number of channels. The quality of the broadcast can be unreliable, especially if you live far away from the nearest tower.
Sorry.
The broadcast towers are massive and only
Not
cover
sorry.
limited geographical areas. It is not economically feasible to build broadcast towers in rural areas with low population densities. Thus, many rural communities lacked any access to television. One solution to this problem was cable. Instead of receiving television broadcast directly to your home, the broadcasts are received at a massive centralized antenna. Each home is connected to the central antenna via a coaxial cable, which is usually installed underground. This provided for far greater reliability compared to traditional over-the-air television. However, this solution was also not perfect. Just like it's not practical to have a broadcast station everywhere, it's also not practical to connect every single home with a coaxial cable. In rural communities, it's often not worth the cost for cable companies to install cable, as the distance in between each house is too far. In the 1970s, a new solution to democratize television emerged, and it came from outer space. By this point, satellite technology had advanced to the point where it was now feasible to launch large-scale satellite television service. With satellites operating from space, they can obviously cover a far greater range than terrestrial broadcast towers. Satellite signals can reach remote areas that do not have access to broadband or cable television. The television signals are transmitted up to a satellite and then back down to end consumers. In the beginning, you needed to install a massive satellite dish into your backyard, which could cost many thousands of dollars. Over the years, technology has advanced and satellite dishes are now much smaller. Today, you can get a dish installed on your roof for just a couple $100s. By the early 2000s, DirecTV and Dish had established themselves as the two—
Some people are turning those into like a barbecue fucking shit or something. Weird.
largest satellite TV providers in the United States. Today, the 4 largest pay TV distributors in the United States are Spectrum, Xfinity, DirecTV, and Dish. Spectrum and Xfinity are the largest, each having 13 million television subscribers. DirecTV has 11 million subscribers.
That's still a lot, though.
Dish has 8 million subscribers, including Sling TV, which they own. Spectrum and Xfinity, both cable TV providers, deliver television via coaxial cables, which can also transmit broadband internet and wired telephone services. This allows them to offer bundled packages of TV, internet, and landline phone services, often at a discounted rate for customers who subscribe to multiple services. Most homes in densely populated areas have access to cable television. DirecTV and Dish distribute television via satellites. They tend to be more popular in rural areas, where people might not have access to cable. While cable and satellite TV providers use different technologies, their business models are very similar. They pay media companies such as Disney, Warner Brothers, Fox, etc. for the rights to distribute their content. These payments are called carriage fees. They bundle all this content together and offer customers access to dozens or even hundreds of channels covering everything from live news to sitcoms. The carriage agreements are typically structured as a fee per subscriber. Hypothetically, DirecTV may agree to pay Disney $10 per subscriber per month in exchange for access to all Disney-owned channels. Not all television channels are created equal. In general, live news and sports channels command the highest carriage fees. If you're a football fan, you need to be able to watch the NFL games.
Yeah,
This is a
uninterrupted.
non-negotiable. For a pay TV bundle to be attractive, it must have live news and sports. On the other hand, channels like the Food Network or Animal Planet might be nice to have, but they're hardly deal breakers for most people. They are thus not as important to the bundle. Sports media companies know this. Live sports channels like ESPN charge disproportionately high carriage fees. Before the rise of streaming, pay TV was the only way for people to watch video entertainment at home. Until relatively recently, the majority of US households had a pay TV subscription. Of course, this all started to change throughout the 2010s with the rise of streaming services like Netflix. As high-speed internet became more widespread, it became possible for people to stream video at high resolution with minimal buffering. Interestingly, cable TV providers like Xfinity and Spectrum, who also supply broadband internet, played a key role in this transition. As they upgraded their infrastructure to support faster internet speeds, they inadvertently contributed to the decline of their own pay TV businesses, as customers increasingly opted for streaming services instead of traditional television. The ad-supported version of Netflix costs less than $10 per month, while pay TV packages cost upwards of $100. And for a lot of people, Netflix actually provides a superior viewing experience because it's on demand. You don't have to worry about missing your favorite show or wrangling with the DVR. If you add up the top 5 TV providers in the United States, they had 70 million subscribers in 2018. This represented—
What they're doing here is they're trying to they're trying to merge the whole like cable to Netflix and all that stuff. So yeah, you like basically create like a smart device. Basically, that's where it's going at. I find it like another Google Chromecast or something.
55% of American households. Over the past 6 years, they have lost significant market share to streamers. As of June of 2024, their aggregate subscriber count has fallen to 34 million, representing just 27% of US households. Even as pay TV slowly dies, the cable providers Spectrum and Xfinity will probably be fine. They will certainly see their revenue fall as customers cut the cord, but today, the majority of their revenue comes from internet services, which remains essential. Even if their pay TV business were to disappear entirely, their internet service businesses would be enough for them to continue as going concerns. For DirecTV and Dish, it's a different story. While Dish offers some satellite internet services, they only operate 11 satellites, so their internet capacity is very limited. For both Dish and DirecTV, the vast majority of their revenue comes from pay TV. Thus, the decline of pay TV poses an existential risk to their survival. While the pay TV industry has declined substantially in recent years, it's important to note that over a quarter of US households still subscribe to either cable or satellite television. Given the superior value proposition of streaming, why does anyone continue to pay for traditional TV? According to a recent survey, 40% of pay TV subscribers do so primarily to watch live sports, entertainment events, or news, content that is often unavailable on streaming platforms. Another 10% cite slow home internet speeds as a reason they stick with pay TV, though this figure is shrinking as high-speed internet becomes more widely available. We can see from these survey results that the main reason people still subscribe to pay TV is for live sports and news programming. Sports media and news companies are well aware of this and use this to their full advantage. As we discussed earlier, these channels charge carriage fees to pay TV providers based on the number of subscribers. As the subscriber base shrinks, the total carriage fees decrease. In an attempt to maintain their revenue, live news and sports channels have increased the fee per subscriber. In response, pay TV providers have raised the price of the bundle. In 2018, the average cost of a pay TV bundle was around $85. Today, that price has risen to over $100. While some die-hard sports fans...
Yeah, like, fuck that. I'm not paying that. Yeah, it's actually as close as Australia's. Like, Foxtel is charging somewhere around those prices. Like, 100 something. And you pay, like, $25 depending on, like, what channel. That's every month. That's crazy. Like, hello. Like, think about it. Like, Netflix, Amazon... like the biggest providers, they cost less than $100 if you use like all of them at once. So,
news junkies are willing to pay these higher prices. The growing cost disparity makes cheaper streaming services increasingly appealing. This in turn drives more consumers to cancel their pay TV subscriptions, creating a vicious cycle where declining subscriber numbers leads to higher carriage fees and higher prices for those who remain. This cycle of price increases cannot last forever. Eventually, it'll become more cost-effective for consumers to subscribe to sports-focused streaming services like Fubo TV. The senior leadership of both Dish and DirecTV can see the writing on the wall. On the current trajectory, both companies will slowly die. That's why they're trying to shake things up by merging together. So what exactly is the rationale for this merger? What do they hope to achieve? To understand this, we need to understand a little bit about the history of the two companies. We'll start off with DirecTV. They used to be owned by the telecom giant AT&T. At the time, AT&T also owned Warner Media. They tried to do various cross-promotions and bundling of DirecTV and their wireless phone service. These cross-promotions yielded underwhelming results. Most analysts viewed AT&T's acquisition of DirecTV as a mistake. In 2021, they spun off DirecTV as an independent company and sold a minority stake to a private equity firm called TPG. It did not appear that TPG had any grand plans for DirecTV. They acquired their stake at a very low valuation. They probably plan to let the business die slowly and extract whatever profits they can in the meantime.
Yeah, just sell it.
Dish has a significantly more complicated history. Dish was founded all the way back in the 1990s by Charlie Ergen and his satellite company EchoStar. Dish was spun off as an independent company in 2007, only to re-merge with EchoStar in 2023. Even when they were technically separate companies, Dish and EchoStar were both controlled by Charlie Ergen and always worked closely with each other. So it's simpler to just view them as one entity for now. To his credit, Ergen has foreseen the demise of satellite television for quite some time, so he's tried to diversify into the mobile wireless business. In 2020, Dish acquired the wireless service provider Boost Mobile. Since Dish did not own its own cell phone towers, they operated Boost Mobile as a mobile virtual network operator. This means they leased network access from major carriers like AT&T and T-Mobile, paying for the right to use their cell phone towers. There are a couple of major disadvantages to this approach. Firstly, AT&T and T-Mobile give priority to their own customers. During times of high network usage, Boost Mobile customers will be the first to experience degraded service. Because of this inferior service, mobile virtual network operators like Boost are obliged to offer cheaper prices to entice customers. Due to low revenue per customer and the high fees it needs to pay to AT&T and T-Mobile, Boost Mobile has long struggled with profitability. After acquiring Boost Mobile, Dish had grand ambitions to create their own nationwide 5G infrastructure. This way, Boost Mobile could be a proper wireless carrier and no longer need to piggyback off AT&T or T-Mobile. Building a nationwide 5G network from scratch is not cheap. Before you can even start building cell phone towers, you need to purchase the rights to wireless spectrum. Wireless signals are transmitted at various frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum. To prevent different carriers from interfering with each other's signals, the FCC auctions off the rights to use various portions of the spectrum. Over the years, Dish has spent $30 billion to acquire wireless spectrum rights. They intend to use this to build out the 5G network for Boost Mobile. To fund their spectrum investments, Dish borrowed money, and a lot of it. They currently have $23 billion of debt, which accrues interest at a rate of $1 billion per year. The original idea was to use the profits from the satellite TV business to fund the interest expense. However, Dish's revenue has deteriorated faster than expected. In 2023, Dish's television business generated $11.6 billion of revenue, a 7.5% decline from the prior year. The segment generated $2.7 billion of operating profit. The retail wireless segment, which consists primarily of Boost Mobile, incurred an operating loss of more than $600 million. The hope is that once they finish building their 5G infrastructure, Boost will become profitable, but for now it's losing money. Even having already bought the spectrum rights, Dish still needs to spend billions of dollars to build the cell phone towers and other related infrastructure. In 2023, they spent almost $2 billion deploying 5G infrastructure. Finally, they have a small satellite internet business which is losing money. Of all their segments, pay TV is the only one that's profitable. And now, the profits from pay TV are not enough to cover the cost of the 5G deployment. In 2023, Dish reported a consolidated operating loss of almost $300 million. Dish's financial situation is clearly not sustainable. They still need billions of dollars of additional capital to finish building their 5G network. Given their already heavy debt load, lenders would balk at lending them any more money. The company was running out of options. So in September of 2024, Dish's parent company EchoStar agreed to sell its satellite television business to DirecTV. In exchange, DirecTV agreed to take on $9.75 billion of EchoStar's debt. EchoStar hopes that this debt reduction will give them the financial flexibility to complete the build-out of their 5G network for Boost Mobile. Following the deal, DirecTV will be the only major satellite television provider in the US, with almost 20 million subscribers. Here's a short clip of DirecTV CEO Bill Morrow explaining how the combined company can benefit from increased scale.
But equally as important, Caroline, is that the combined entity with the just under 20 million subscribers will give us the very needed influence on the industry to work with the programmers to say the days of the past of 250 channels are gone. Yeah. Consumers don't want to pay for content that they are never going to watch. And the programmers are still kind of tied to those old carriage agreements. This influence is going to change that. It is in the interest of the consumers. We think it's in the interest of the programmers in the long run, and of course to our company as well.
One of the reasons pay TV is so expensive is because they offer so many channels. Part of this is due to the negotiating leverage of the media companies. Hypothetically, let's suppose that Paramount has 15 different channels. They go to DirecTV with an all-or-nothing deal. If you want any of our channels, you need to buy all of them and pay commensurately high carriage fees. Because of this, the pay TV operators are obliged to offer massive bundles with hundreds of channels. They pass this cost on to the consumer. That's why pay TV bundles can easily cost over $100 per month. If DirecTV and Dish merge, the combined entity will have much greater clout than each of them had individually. This may allow them to strong-arm the media companies into offering smaller bundles at cheaper prices. Skinnier and cheaper bundles will be more attractive to consumers, which will help slow down subscriber losses. While this sounds good on paper, there's one major obstacle. The current FTC has been extremely aggressive in blocking mergers which it believes to be anti-competitive. The merger between DirecTV and Dish would effectively create a satellite TV monopoly. Remember, all the way back in 2002, the FCC blocked what was effectively this same merger. So why would this time be any different? The two companies argue that with the rise of Netflix and other streaming services, consumers now have more options than they ever had in the past. Thus, the combination of the two largest satellite TV companies isn't so big of a deal. While this is true to some extent, we also need to keep in mind that millions of Americans still live in rural areas without access to high-speed internet. They rely on satellite television as their only source of high-quality video entertainment. The combined company would have the ability to raise prices for these communities that have no other options. I would frankly be shocked if the government doesn't try to block this deal. If I had to guess, the chances of this deal closing is less than 50%. If the deal doesn't happen, both companies will continue their terminal decline. Dish will probably be the first to go bankrupt, given its massive debt load. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video. What do you think about satellite television? Let us know in the comments section below. As always, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Wall Street Millennial, signing out.
Wall Street Millennial, signing out. Okay, I'm going back to playing, Rafty Raft. Kinda wanna get that boat built. I wanna build a boat at least, you know, make a big boat. I just want a big boat, you know. Like, it's not bad to dream of a big boat, innit? I just want a big boat. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to build a big boat. While watching whatever shit is up.
Google search has become a lot worse than you think. Look at this. Let's say how to secure my data. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 adverts. These are all sponsored links. Like, imagine if you clicked on one of our YouTube videos and I chose to start with 4 sponsored ads before I even got into the content. Google used to be magic. It's easy to take for granted nowadays, but the ability to just find anything you wanted in like 5 seconds was revolutionary when it was new. But
Yeah,
I've been noticing more and more over the last few years, things starting to feel a little off.
Yeah,
So,
like it was an
I've
ad,
done a deep
everything's
dive.
an ad.
No thanks to Google, and I found the 3 major reasons as to why Google search is not just in decline, but it's borderline broken now. And the way that they've started changing this results page is the first. Like, look at this again. Do you notice something? Because aside from the fact that 4 ads before your content feels almost violating, the thing that's even worse is when you consider something called the fold. The imagined line where if you want to see anything past it, you have to take action, like scrolling down. The term comes from newspapers, where you'd want to put the most important information not just on the front page, but specifically on the top half of that front page, so that people can see it even when the paper is folded up in stacks, above the fold. Now, newspapers never got to a stage of having so much power that they could regularly afford to stick big adverts across their fold. They needed the fold to convince people to get the paper in the first place. But compare that to now, where the entire fold is just sponsored content, and it's starting to feel like Google's gotten too comfortable. Google has become so at ease that they don't even feel like they need to convince people to use them anymore. This company used to pride themselves specifically on how quickly their search engine finds you an accurate answer. But now you're either having to specifically invest more time just to scroll past their ads, or trust that the ads have what you want. Spoiler, they do not. Otherwise, those posts would be at the top organically without having to pay to get there. Oh, and you might have forgotten, but a decade ago, these sponsored links used to be highlighted in yellow, indicating to the user in a very obvious way that these aren't organic search results, so that you could just filter them out. And sometimes they were in their own cordoned off section to the right of the results. Not anymore. Now the sponsored search results look exactly like the genuine search results, apart from a tiny little, much less obvious sponsored text. And all of that is just for when you're searching for answers. Look what happens when you start searching for products. So I've been doing a lot of searching recently for a new chair. Wow. Yet again, not a single organic result in sight, but instead an entire carousel of shopping ads. And I think there's something particularly interesting happening with these shopping ads. And I'm not even talking about the fact that, no, it's not just you. These product listings are taking up more real estate on the results page nowadays than they used to. They are 34% bigger just compared to 2021. But it's not even that. See, I do a lot more internet shopping than most people. For one video, sometimes we're buying 20 products. And so while this one is more of a feeling and it's a little harder to prove, it is really starting to feel like with shopping, Google is specifically making the organic search results bad to make the best way to shop directly from the ads. Like whenever I'm searching for something specific, like let's say I was trying to find the thinnest mini fridge to fit a particular space in my room. Thinnest mini fridge. And would you look at that? something that completely fits the description I've typed. A fridge that's not too big and is thin. So the sponsored results are spot on. Google clearly understands what I'm looking for. So what happens when I scroll down and look at the organic results? Okay, first up is Amazon. And nope, 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 none of these products. Okay, so let's go back to Google search and just scroll down. Nope, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it, nothing here is it. Every one of these fridges is short and wide, which is not what I was looking for. This is puzzling, right? Like, surely Google, with its current level of intelligence and review data, has the ability to take me straight to the single best rated product for exactly what I'm looking for. And yet, does it not seem a little like Google's playing dumb? The difference between how tack sharp they are with making sure that the sponsored recommendations are spot on, but then at the very least not putting that same effort into their organic results, but maybe even deliberately making them less accurate. And when you look at the company's business model, it would make sense as to why they might do that. Because here's the thing, Google doesn't make more money if you find the perfect product. It's not like they're out there hoping you'll have an awesome Google experience and you'll go recommend Google to 5 friends. No, Google has your attention, and they're making more money now by making more from your attention. Google's dream situation is that every company realizes that if they want to sell, they have to pay Google to be part of the sponsored buying section. And I can't shake the feeling that they are trying to create this pay-to-win environment, because this sponsored shopping segment is now not just a way to get a little bit of a visibility boost, it's been designed to be the only easy way for users to shop on Google. Like, for example, let's see what happens when you try and search for something with a little bit more detail. So let's go back to chairs, but this time, world's most comfortable chair. As expected, the shopping carousel is filled with exactly the kinds of things I'm looking for. A varied selection of all very comfortable things with links to buy them. But then scroll down and most of the search results are just articles, list-based articles, which is a separate, very big problem that I'm getting to. So I nearly thought for a second, oh, this is a good result. That looks like a very comfortable chair for £75. And then you scroll down and you see, this item is available for adoption, not for sale. So I pay just for the chair to continue to exist. Like, what the? Oh. Google doesn't even seem to care if it takes you to scam sites. So many times when I've been browsing for what furniture might go into our future home, we are recommended sites like LitFad in this sponsored carousel. Okay, so LitFad reviews, Trustpilot's at the very top, and warning. This company's trust score is currently unavailable due to a breach of Trustpilot's guidelines. This company has been pressuring people to change or remove their negative reviews. And even then, it's primarily 1 star. Okay, so LitFad is a scam. Beware of LitFad's customer service. It doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to see that this is a scam company. I don't see any way that Google wouldn't know that there are companies like this that they are actively promoting. And so the only conclusion that I can draw from this is that either Google is completely overwhelmed or Google doesn't care. If someone on Google is watching this, then correct me if I'm wrong. I would love to be corrected. Or at the very least, promise that you're working to fix this. But it sure looks like right now, as long as a company pays, it doesn't actually matter whether they're a scam or not. They go right to the top. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally ended up on Chatbot app or Better GPT when I've been trying to search for ChatGPT, because they look basically the same and they're just paying to be ranked higher than ChatGPT. These companies, their entire business model is basically people accidentally clicking on them. It didn't always work like this. Google, when they started out, did not used to make a lot of money, and that was on purpose. You know, there was a time when Google would receive actual fan mail with checks and cash inside from people saying, we love your product and you deserve to be making more money than you are. And that's because of the founders, who in their original paper presenting Google to the world specifically said, advertising income often provides an incentive to provide poor quality search results. We believe the issue of advertising causes enough mixed incentives that it is crucial to have a competitive search engine that is transparent and in the academic realm. And yet, here we are. In Q2 2024, Google made $84.7 billion in revenue, 76.3% of which came from ads. And about 75% of that ad revenue is specifically from Google search ads alone, as opposed to YouTube ads, etc. And then even for searches where there's no product to sell you and there's no company paying to sponsor it, what does Google do? Try to push their own services and their own initiatives. Like, how many people are there on Earth? 7.951 billion. Now,
where did
don't
they
get me
get
wrong,
that?
if I'm looking for a quick answer to a simple question, I appreciate how Google just goes, here you go. But in 2024, this is not the right answer. It's actually not close to the right answer. We have 8.2 billion people. And if you click into it,
Yeah, it does say like 2022.
you can see that it's showing us the answer provided by Google initiatives, even if the answer is way more outdated than other companies' sources on the internet. But okay, you probably catch my drift by this point. Google's search results page is starting to look an awful lot like an old 2000s web portal, which is ironic because one of the biggest reasons that Google actually beat Yahoo to become the world's de facto e-library was because they specifically didn't try to be one. While Yahoo did because they knew they'd make more money if they kept people on their own pages as much as possible. But it's at this stage into my deep dive that I came to my second realization, that while Google has fallen from grace, changed who they are, and started to put the user's experience second, it's not all Google's fault. A lot of what's been making it so hard to find the right web page these days is also down to the people making them. If you work online in any capacity really, or you just have really boring friends, you'll have heard of search engine optimization, or SEO. SEO has become a massive industry with a market size valued at 1.8 billion.
That is true. Like
in 2022, projected to reach 7.1 billion in 2028.
Like
the basic idea is about analyzing the way that Google's
SEOs
algorithm
now.
ranks pages, and then employing various tricks to make your page look as good as possible to that algorithm so that you get placed higher and therefore clicked more. And as the algorithm has changed, so have the kind of tricks you see.
Scammers actually use that SEO. They tried their best to like trick the SEO in order to result higher in the whole algorithm of Google search. And look, I have nothing against like Google search is really helpful, but yeah, I do agree that it became a little bit. I mean, that's how they all are, I guess. They're all a honey money, blah blah blah, money making pot.
Being used. Like, for example, you used to be able to boost your visibility just by having lots of reviews associated with your business, even if those reviews are negative, which led to, for instance, a scam in which a man named Vitaly Borka deliberately sent damaged or fake glasses to customers, hoping they would be angered enough to review bomb him, knowing that it would promote his site. But nowadays, you'll see these problems instead. Sites including buzzwords to capture as many possible search queries as you can think of. That's why so many AliExpress listings have incomprehensible names that are just a string of largely unrelated words. And it's why articles like recipes, which should be so simple, have to start off with paragraphs of preamble about how grandma always made the best cozy warm winter autumn cookies 2024. Yeah, man. Relatable. People updating old articles, even if they do none of the new research but literally just change the title to 2024. This happens all the time in tech. So many times I've been browsing the best X products of 2024, and I'll slowly realize as I scroll through the list that not a single one is from 2024. The website is effectively trying to scam me by recommending old products that make no sense today. They'll have erased all mentions of it being written in 2021 or 2022, and as far as Google's rules are concerned, if an article has been edited in 2024, it's now a 2024 article. Companies, especially those with lots of ads on their pages, trying everything they can to rank really highly for searches that are totally unrelated to their brand because they know it'll get them lots of clicks and lots of revenue. Like, why does Forbes have so many articles on supplements? Well, because supplement ads pay a lot of money. But here's the kicker. The only companies who are pumping out this much content and paying to boost their visibility as much as possible are the ones with a monetary incentive to do so. And the way they do that is being flooded with affiliate links. You can see this very much in action because there are papers showing that only a small percentage of review articles actually use affiliate marketing, but the majority of the results that come up on a search do use affiliate marketing. And that means it's got to a stage now where searching for the best of basically anything is pointless. Almost every single article is a top 10 of products, not selected.
Oh yeah, actually, that's actually true. Instead of like redirecting to actually personal experiences, it actually takes you to this sort of magazines where, I mean, yeah, it indicates they earn a commission, but wouldn't that like defeat the purpose of like, you know, the whole thing? Like, hello? Oh my
based on their
God.
merit, but in fact just whether or not they'll get a kickback when you buy them. How many times have you reached the #1 recommended product in these lists, only to find that it's clearly an imported product from China being sold for multiple times what it's worth? I can guarantee that a large slice of these articles are written with the writer not actually having bought and tested all 10 products themselves, but instead having gone onto Amazon, searched for the highest rated products, ideally expensive ones so they can make more from the affiliate links,
Amazon.
and spent 1 hour max compiling them into a list before spamming that list with buzzwords to try and capture as many people as possible who will actually trust this research. So why doesn't Google just fix it? Well, determining the quality of a result is actually really complicated. The best that they are able to do right now is to factor in the reaction of the users. From a Google presentation, what's crazy is that we don't actually understand documents. Beyond some basic stuff, we hardly look at documents. We look at people. If a document gets a positive reaction, we figure it is good. If the reaction is negative, it is probably bad. Grossly simplified, this is the source of Google's magic. So basically what this means is if a page is ranking high and it's getting lots of clicks, and those people end up on that page for ages, scrolling through the mire of deliberately vapid text interlaced with ads to find the actual answer they came for, then the algorithm figures, hey, they spent a long time there, that must be good. And the vicious cycle continues. And one thing that I find is a really unfortunate side effect of this constant arms race between Google and then these slimy growth at all costs sites is that every time Google updates their algorithm to counter the new strategies, it's most of the genuinely good, worthwhile sites that don't keep up with the times and just focus on making good content. Those are the ones who get buried, like mom and pop air purifier review site, housefresh.com,
Like
who
bloggers.
actually do test the products, unlike the top 10 listicle magazines who
Actual
don't.
people who blog
But now
and
we come to the
review.
final frontier, because Google's success has always been to do with AI, but now they are integrating generative large language model AI in ways that are mostly making things even worse. You've probably noticed an increasing number of these AI overviews when you're searching for things coming up, and you've probably also noticed they're not very accurate. They often serve you the kind of flagrantly wrong gobbledygook best described with the expression "good enough," coined by marketing executive and search expert AJ Cohn, whose research was super helpful for this video. But here's the thing. Let's assume that these AI pop-ups work perfectly, 100% of the time, which is obviously the goal that Google's striving towards. How does that help all the sites that have helped to first gather that info? The sites who've done the work, researching and publishing the content that it seems like Google is using to train their AI? Answer? It doesn't. As a matter of fact, it actually seems an awful lot like Google is trying to replace those sites. And on one hand, you could argue that, AI summaries are amazing and they're going to make the search experience even faster. But after doing all of this digging, I'm starting to feel a slightly different way. What's to stop Google from deciding to use its AI to eventually replace the need to visit any other website? So you spend your entire browsing session within Google's search page itself, and then the only way to get ahead of the AI, pay for it. That way, the entire time you use Google, you're paying Google in some way or another. Maybe that's not the world that Google wants to build, but it's hard to argue that they're not moving closer towards it. And this actually reminds us of something. An idea coined by Cory Doctorow called enshrification, which I talk about fully in this video here. And it's effectively where online services start off by enticing users with a high quality product. When the users are locked in, they make it worse for them to better serve their business customers. And then finally, once both sides are locked in, they start shafting all of them to maximize profits for themselves. By which point, oops, we don't have a desirable product anymore. And I think it's fair to say Google is taking some big swings into that final stage here. And it's going to sting their business customers even more than usual, considering that the very mechanism that they're using to make things harder for them, this AI that they're now having to compete against, only works by stealing their content anyway.
It's funny because it's fucking true. But wait, but after all, where do the results from Google come from? Like, they come from somewhere. Oh shit! I can't. Swear to God, I hate that shark. I'm gonna kill you again and again, you naughty bitch. I swear. You're lucky. Oh, you're lucky shark. How about I'll just play a random one.
Check out the
I
second
need to
channel.
chop this
Link
one.
is in the description. Growing up in the 2000s, I remember playing these online browser-based games like Club Penguin, Neopets, and RuneScape. You know, seemingly kid-friendly
I played
online
Roblox.
worlds that your
I
mom
only
didn't
played
have to,
Roblox.
you know,
Sorry.
worry about you playing, right? Well, little did most parents realize around every corner in these seemingly kid-safe worlds were grown adults, many of them not having the best intentions and literally played these games to gain access to vast pools of potential child victims. Today we'll be looking at various cases of criminals infiltrating online kids games. From a Roblox player dev exposed as a pedo, to a Minecrafter who killed a child, to an illegal child-ran mafia in Habbo Hotel, these are the criminals in online kids games. Club Penguin, man, this is a throwback. I spent many hours on this game when I was in middle school. So Disney's Club Penguin, it was launched in 2005 as an interactive online game for kids aged 6 to 14. And while it was a game, it also kind of served as a proto version of social media as well, with, you know, it being pretty easy to communicate with each other in a time before the popularity of, you know, Facebook, Twitter, maybe MySpace was probably around, but you guys know what I mean. There definitely wasn't any fucking Discord. At its peak, Club Penguin had around 200 million players. The game had an impressive run. It had fun mini games and was really easy for kids to get into during the early Flash era of gaming back, God, it's been, you know, decades at this point. Now, gameplay aside, another main priority for the developers of Club Penguin was child safety. Now, given the potential risk with kids on the internet and how new the whole online game thing was for a lot of parents, Club Penguin staff made sure to have safeguards in place as they wanted their game to be and appear kid-safe as possible. As a result, the game was heavily moderated. Some of the measures that they took were using chat filters that stopped swearing or suggestive themes from being discussed, and the use of human in-game moderators that oversaw almost every player interaction, making sure that there wasn't anything inappropriate or personal being shared amongst child players.
It's good,
Thanks
honestly.
to these measures, Club Penguin was
Much
truly
better to do
one of
that
the
at
safest
this point.
online games that a child could play. And during the over decade run of Club Penguin, there never were any controversial crime, cases stemming from grooming that came from Club Penguin. That cannot be said for this game's spiritual successor, though. After the official Club Penguin shut down their servers in 2017 due to its eventual commercial failure, several copycat versions of the game sprang up after independent developers online had acquired the Club Penguin source code for themselves. These bootleg servers would prove to be quite popular, and many children who played the original Club Penguin would migrate over to the unofficial options. A server called Club Penguin Online was the main copycat and was surging in popularity around the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, with almost 7 million users being registered. While Club Penguin Online resembled the original on a surface level, the vibe of the game itself was much different. Without the manpower and financial backing that Disney gave to the original Club Penguin, the bootleg servers had little to no moderation to speak of, leaving children vulnerable. Pedophiles began filing into the game world to mingle with kids. And even worse, some behind the unofficial Club Penguin Online server would be called into question themselves regarding inappropriate conduct with kiddies. It wouldn't take long before parents and vigilant online users began to notice the inherent danger posed by the unregulated Club Penguin Online. It was a bizarre situation as the game was being praised by much of the internet as a grassroots revival of a beloved dead game. So it was being spread by word of mouth and, trending topic article promotion. There were some people out there that didn't even realize the Disney Club Penguin was shut down and they thought Club Penguin Online was the OG game. Thinking that this fucked up bootleg version is the official sanctioned Disney version. While it may have began as a harmless nostalgia project initially, Club Penguin Online quickly turned into a groomer's paradise. But thankfully this situation wouldn't remain completely unchecked. Several YouTubers aware of the unfolding situation, notably Kavos, exposed not only what was happening, but also reported that one of the Club Penguin online creators was allegedly soliciting nudes from minors and would source a former employee named Dom to back up his claims.
But what if the owner of Club Penguin
Jared
Online himself
Fogle
was a
behavior.
predator and used it to solicit nudes
Ew.
from minors? That would be extremely alarming and cause for huge concern. This brings me to Joey Hughes, or Dom, as he calls himself in his video, a former Club Penguin Online employee who made a series of videos showing the owner of Club Penguin Online allegedly garnered nudes of underage girls.
Club Penguin Online is ran by someone known as Riley, Anthony, Sienna. That's all the nicknames that he's gone by. So yes, Riley does have nudes. He does ask underage girls for nudes in exchange for admin or moderator or whatever he wants to do.
Yes, the developers of Club Penguin Online were grooming kids. Or at least one of them was. The Club Penguin Online admin in question went by two aliases online, Anthony, but more commonly Riley. And he would be accused of not only soliciting nudes from minors, but also hacking, doxing, and swatting his enemies. The employee also accused Riley of hacking his Snapchat to get his nudes for blackmail, as well as keeping his docs so that employees would continue to defend him out of fear due to threats of swatting.
The only reason why I stayed silent was because Riley had my personal information. He had my address, he had my phone number, he had photos of me, explicit photos of me. I never sent Riley nudes. I just want everyone to know that. I never sent him nudes. My nudes got leaked because he hacked my Snapchat account.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at that, but yeah.
So he had information on me, and he threatened
Well, I'm
me
not
that
laughing
if I
about
spoke
it.
out against him, if I told anyone what was going on, that he would swat me and he would make my life hell.
It would also come to
Oh,
light
wow,
that
evil.
another YouTuber in 2018 named Tomago2474 reported that their Snapchat was hacked by someone in the Club Penguin community after he had made videos on the drama surrounding the website and the Discord servers associated with the game.
He says, "Hey bro, I think your Snapchat account might have been hacked." "Yeah, that's weird. I didn't send anything. What did it say?" He's like, "Well, yeah, so the message said, all you gentlemen, dick pic." Yeah, I'm like 90% sure I didn't send that. So I go on my phone, open up Snapchat, I've been logged out. I try to log back in, I can't log in. I go check my email, 3 emails in a row from Team Snapchat.
And the alleged leader and orchestrator of this hacking, surprise, surprise, they went by Anthony or Riley. Allegedly, what Riley was doing is he would have access to all of the emails that were used when signing up for Club Penguin accounts. And if anyone crossed him in any sort of way, he'd cross-reference your email with online data breaches to basically find your passwords and information and hack into your accounts, enlisting the help of friends to do so. On top of all of that, there was also revenge porn being shared around in Discord servers surrounding the game, further making it even more clear that the legacy of this once beloved children's game was really in the
Disgusting.
worst hands imaginable. Now you'd think with a reputation like this, someone like Riley would have been exposed years ago. Well,
Oh,
he
shit, I
actually
need to eat, I
was.
need to
In
eat.
fact, his history was reported multiple times on websites like Reddit, but allegations against him never seemed to stick, and Riley simply brushed accusations against him off as fake. And when there was photo proof, it was fabricated screenshots by jealous haters, he said. The series that was made by Dom was a 4-part expose on everything to do with Riley and his abhorrent actions. The documentary was showcased and highlighted by YouTubers like Kavos and h0mew0rk, who would go on to put further spotlights on the story themselves. In h0mew0rk's video, he would even uncover that there were online records of arbitration between Disney and the bootleg Club Penguin owner over the domain name of Club Penguin Online, where it was concluded that this individual acted in bad faith.
Now, in this decision that we're going to look at, right, this is really key and important. The complainant is Disney Canada, right? And the respondent is the Club Penguin Online leader. I'm not going to name names here, but they've identified them. Disney knows who it is. We all know. Disney said that they were the ones who operated an online portal for kids widely known as Club Penguin, and they relaunched as Club Penguin Island. Complainant has rights in the Club Penguin trademark based on the registration in United States Patent and Trademark. Number 2, respondent lacks rights and legitimate interests in the clubpenguinonline.com domain name because respondent is not commonly known by the disputed domain name and is not authorized by complainant to use the mark in any way. Respondent fails to use the disputed domain name in connection with a bona fide offering of goods and services, or for a legitimate non-commercial or fair use. Number 3, respondent registered and uses the domain name in bad faith, attempting to disrupt complainant's businesses by using the disputed domain name to offer pirated copies of the complainant's products.
After YouTubers began to tackle the subject, the mainstream media would also become aware, and BBC would do an investigative expose on the website in late May of 2020, witnessing firsthand how players were simulating sex in the game and exchanging racist and anti-Semitic verbiage, stuff more accustomed to a 4chan message board, not a children's online game. The report also found many children playing alongside adults, as well as an internal proxy war that included other Club Penguin copycats attacking one another to take down their rivals, which included hiring hackers and other nefarious online delinquents to hack and dox users from other Club Penguin websites.
What's been going on inside the game is one thing, but behind the scenes, it's truly murky.
Since Disney dropped the game a few years ago, there's been a nasty battle for supremacy and ownership of these fluffy penguins and their fans. Rival versions of the game or servers are accused of hacking, intimidation and stealing in order to get one over on each other.
This former volunteer administrator of Club Penguin Online claims he was encouraged to attack other Penguin games.
I dox users, so I would dox them, which is personal information on the person, their address, what they look like, their family's information, etc. I would DDoS other users. I would threaten people. I never swatted anyone. I just want to make that clear. Never did anything like that. The stuff that I did is kind of similar to what happened to me. So obviously now I feel really bad about it.
A lot of their sources for the hacking and swatting reports were the same sources from Kavos and h0mew0rk's video. These videos would aid in bringing attention to the subject, and it wouldn't take long before Club Penguin Online staff took a hit. On May 14th of 2020, Kavos would say that there were reports of Riley being arrested, making bail, and then breaking the terms of this bail.
There are reports, no confirmation yet because we haven't found a police report, but that Riley was arrested and is made bail, in which people have said he has broken the terms of his bail. We don't know what's going on yet. However, this story is probably far from over.
He concedes, though, that he's not 100% about the reporting. Muda would also make a similar statement, but there was no concrete proof, just testimony that he had been arrested.
Now, are the police in the United Kingdom doing anything? Allegedly they are. I've heard he's been arrested, I heard he's posted bail, and then I heard he's broken the bail. And UK police hasn't said anything about it. Like, there's not even a police report. Apparently they're working behind the scenes. That's all I'm getting.
It is to note that the articles from the BBC uncovered that one British man was arrested on suspicion of possessing indecent images of children. This is believed to have been Riley, who was British. But again, there hasn't been an actual name given. After the investigation was made public, Disney ordered a cease and desist against the website. However, the game simply just moved to another major site called Club Penguin Rewritten, and the copycats just kept spawning in. It seemed like this would never end. But a few years later, there would be an update. On April 12th of 2022, 3 people were arrested in London on distributing materials infringing copyright, and the website for Club Penguin Rewritten was seized by London police. One of them is believed to have been Riley, but all the reports are anonymous.
God damn it, that fucking save.
In 2015, 21-year-old Brandon Fisher of Galway, New York was one of the wealthiest players in RuneScape, where he went by the name Ultranex. But while he may have had things together within the game, his real-life situation was apparently not so stable. This is the RuneScape player turned domestic assaulter. RuneScape is a massive MMORPG that has been running since 2001. RuneScape isn't a kid's game! Alright, look, I know some of you guys are gonna kill me for calling RuneScape a kid's game, but damn it, back in the mid-2000s, during the peak of RuneScape and other Flash gaming and Java games, you know, RuneScape was played mostly by fucking kids, okay? Hell, I was one of them, all right? Motherfuckers had this shit running in the library computer setup in middle school, so don't come at me with it. It wasn't a kid's game. Multiple generations have become addicted to RuneScape throughout the years. Grinding skills, fighting monsters, PKing, completing quests, and stacking gold. Brandon, aka Moltranex, enjoyed the latter of these activities the most. Moltranex may be one of RuneScape's most interesting players due to him being one of the game's richest and also a real-world convicted criminal. He started playing the game in 2001, which made him 7 years old at the time, going originally by the username KJ Slim Shady. Moltranex has claimed that he made most of his in-game wealth thanks to his cousin, who had collected a large stockpile of party hats in the early days of RuneScape. For those of you unaware, in the early years of RuneScape, Jagex, the game's developer, had in-game holiday events that would drop tradable rewards. In Christmas of 2001, Christmas crackers were distributed in-game, and when opened, awarded a player with a party hat. These party hats have no useful stats and are entirely cosmetic, but were only available for a short time during that Christmas event back in 2001, and were discontinued after that. But players could still trade them amongst each other. So a lot of people in the early years of RuneScape felt that the party hats were useless and like a waste of bank space, so they dropped or destroyed them. And as players quit over time, even more party hats would leave the game. So all of this had a deflationary effect on the volume of party hats that existed, which caused them to go up in value and become coveted as less and less of them circulated around the game. And eventually, these functionally useless holiday items would become the most valuable items in RuneScape, costing exponentially more than all of the game's best and rarest items and weapons used for combat. Now, the rarest party hats are estimated to be worth close to $4,000 in cash in the real world. Anyways, moving forward with party hats explained. This cousin is said to have given Brandon a large amount of party hats in the early days of RuneScape. Brandon quit RuneScape sometime after this, but would return years later to find that the price of party hats had skyrocketed in value. Later, Brandon would develop a reputation as being one of the wealthiest players in RuneScape, and would showcase his RuneScape wealth by posting it to social media. His total net worth of GP was stated to have been around 9 trillion gold. And for any of you watching who struggled to save up 200k for a set of full rune back in 2006, you know just how fucking crazy that amount of gold is. Now, it seemed Brandon had everything together. Although diagnosed with Asperger's at the age of 15, he seemed to have a strong foothold within the RuneScape community and was considered one of the most prosperous players in the game. What could go wrong? Well, a lot, and it all involves troubles in his real life. On the night of February 15th, 2015, some sort of confrontation would spark between him and his father, Gregory Fisher. The alleged story goes that Brandon had hacked into his father's own cell phone to find that Gregory was having multiple affairs while on Tinder, and everything had reached a boiling point while Greg berated his son. There then seemed to be a point where the father made a snarky comment referencing how he and his wife should have never procreated, and this may have been what sent Brandon over the edge. This would lead to Brandon grabbing an aluminum baseball bat, where he then followed his father into his bedroom and attacked him. Their mother, Audrey Fisher, heard her husband's whimpering. She then followed the noises, running towards the bedroom, where she met her son in the dark hallway outside the room. Brandon, in a state of psychosis, went after his own mother, attacking her with the bat. Audrey begged her son to stop hurting her, and finally he would yield, dropping the bat and leaving his parents' house in Galloway, New York, fleeing by way of his parents' car that he had stolen. Audrey, who suffered a broken arm, dragged herself to the neighbor's house and called 911. Her husband Gregory had been hurt so badly that he lost his left eye and sustained numerous head injuries. While on the run, Brandon would write a post on his RuneScape Facebook page stating, quote, "Goodbye, my RuneScape friends. Real life just threw a curveball. Don't know if I'll ever be online again. Don't bother asking what happened." And on his personal Facebook page, Brandon would Also state, quote, sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes people are pushed past their breaking point. Just remember this, there's always two sides, and things aren't what they seem. I'm sorry, I guess people were right about me. Thank you to all my amazing friends for everything that you've done for me. I wouldn't have made it this far through all the shit without y'all. 40 minutes later, there would be another update from Brandon where he wrote, K, out of spot.
Motherfucker is begging for attention now. Like, what the hell?
With free Wi-Fi.
Also, since I died, I'm gonna continue playing tomorrow because I need to save myself from the other computer. So yeah, because I don't want
I'm
to
not quitting
miss my
RuneScape.
shit.
I'm simply losing my capability to play. I left my home, and RuneScape is the last of my concerns. I made this post so that all my very good friends here know at least something, other than me going completely quiet. And then Brandon would give one more final update where he wrote, another rest stop, another comment, can't play RuneScape from jail. But it would be these Facebook posts that would be his undoing, as authorities were able to cross-reference the posts and find exactly where he was, locating him.
See? What a stupid child. Oh my
In
God.
Buffalo near the Canadian border. He was found and arrested on February 17th of 2015. On February 9th, 2015, Brandon made his first appearance in court where a judge ruled that he must attend a mental health evaluation before the case could proceed. The parents were reported to be in critical condition, but were expected to make a full recovery. While in jail and awaiting trial, one of the
Hallelujah.
things that would be used against the
Thank you,
RuneScape player
doctors.
in court was his jailhouse phone calls to his family, where he stated, quote, Dad lost an eye, but he has another. I should have finished the job, unquote. He was also accused of attempting to manipulate his mother into changing her story so that Brandon looked more of a sympathetic figure.
What
And
the
on September
fuck,
15th,
Carl?
2015, Brandon attacked a fellow inmate with what's been described as a martial arts kick. He tried to say that the attack was in self-defense, but surveillance cameras would show the complete opposite and that it was completely unprovoked. Later, Brandon would plead guilty to his attack.
He watched too much fucking Kill Bill or something. Like, I think he was watching too much Japanese samurai shit. Like, fucking like, ooh, I'm gonna be the next samurai. Fucking samurai. Like, I don't know.
On the inmate, and in regard to the attack on his mother and father, he pled guilty to 2 counts of felony second-degree assault and 1 count of fourth-degree criminal possession of a weapon, a misdemeanor. On September 30th, 2016,
wow.
Brandon Fisher was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 5 years of probation.
Misdemeanor. I mean, at least it's 10 years, you know. But still. Misdemeanor.
To follow his prison term. Many of his family members were in court while the verdict was read and stated that they loved him and would still support him. Quote, our family supports Brandon. 10 years is a long time, but I will be there with him every moment. I just hope he gets the help he needs. Brandon's mother surprisingly spoke up for her son, claiming that Brandon underwent years of abuse from his father, and it had just reached a boiling point. His mother would also argue that her son had autism that would cause spurts of anger. One of the only things that calmed him down was hitting a tree with an aluminum bat, according to her. Brandon also addressed the court stating, quote, I am far from perfect and I made a big mistake. I was traumatized by my crime, and my first 10 months in jail I was angry and confused, trying to justify what I did in my mind. I used my time in jail to grow from a boy to a man. I've come a long way. He also said,
10 months you became a man. Are you serious? Nah, you're gonna need like 50 more. He needs 50 more. Like, that's crazy though. Like, how come he's just getting a fucking, like, are you crazy? See, the original charge of first-degree assault, a Class B violent felony, could have carried the sentence of up to 20 years. So if like that was like first-degree assault for the mom and dad, that would be 50 years. You'd hope, you know, but
as quote,
at the max, or at least 20 years or something.
Dad, I'm so sorry for hurting you. Mom, I love you. Stay strong. Someday I will be back and we can create more beautiful memories. We will heal as a family, I promise. After sentencing, Brandon addressed the media when asked about his parents. Quote, I love them very much. I'll be home in 6 years. adding that he wouldn't serve the full sentence because he would get good time.
Okay.
Roblox. It's an online gaming platform developed for children and sadly has a history of being a nest for pedophiles who hide within the ranks of these child players and strike when you're least expecting it. One particular incident involved a Roblox community developer, 23-year-old Arnold Castillo of Paterson, New Jersey, who went by the online alias Jacob Shedletsky, which was a name derived from John Shedletsky, one of Roblox's founders. Arnold had been developing a Sonic simulator within Roblox starting in 2017, which had gained a bit of notoriety online, and he became one of Roblox's top player developers. Although early on there were signs that Castillo wasn't all there. Like at one point he had falsely claimed to fans in his community that he was John Shedletsky's brother, who was one of the creators of Roblox itself. This obviously wasn't true, most players didn't believe him, but with so many kids around, there were a few that took him seriously. Over the
Yeah, that's probably why he used the same last name. Like the same, use, like, I don't know, what did they call those? Like, stage name? I don't know.
years, Castillo continued to climb the ranks of the player-developer community. His Discord would explode to the point where the server became a hub for the game of sorts. A hub that inevitably grew quite inappropriate given the context of it being filled with children. Allegations of unchecked sexual talk between minors and adults occurred on the server, and Castillo is said to have done nothing to stop it. In fact, he was actually encouraging it. Many members that were active in the server have stated that predators invaded it eventually, and a weird fetish culture around minors developed. And one of the main enablers and leaders of this fetishization was Arnold Castillo himself. At one point, it was reported that Arnold even went as far as to personally message a 12-year-old girl, and he would get called out for this behavior within a scandalous Google Doc that was trying to expose him. On September...
Always the Google documents that gets you. Always the Google documents. I think it's a very big, I don't know what to call this, but it's always the Google Drives, Google Files and shit that seems to be, crashing these bitches down.
September 16th of 2020, Arnold would respond with his own YouTube video.
This is a serious video, so there's no room for satire in this. I just want to get straight to the point. Let me start by apologizing for the things I've said. I know I shouldn't have said those things regardless of the context. My sense of humor has always been very harsh, dark humor, if you will, and while it doesn't excuse my behavior, it does reveal that I had no intention on moving on any of the things I said. It was pretty common knowledge that these jokes were being made in my community. Maybe not to the extent it actually occurred, but definitely known. So far as to the point where I was known as the old man with kids in his basement.
In the video, Castillo would also attempt to defend himself by recruiting various individuals he allegedly worked with and had them speak on his behalf, with them giving testimonies in an attempt to dispel the pedo allegations and salvage the guy's public image.
Hey there, my name is Charlie. After seeing this, I want to make my point clear. I've had these things happen to me in the past, as I've spoken to him in that way. I tried forcing explicit content out of him, guilt-tripping him a lot of the time, and making him feel bad. However, he never took advantage of my young age at 12. I was 12 at the time.
I am Dead Inside Sonic. I've known Jaden for the past 4 or 5 years. Jaden's humor has never been the greatest, and he has no doubt taken some jokes a bit too far, but never to the point of illegal action. He understands the clear dividing line between jokes and serious, harmful actions against others. Yes, the jokes he had made were very inappropriate and should have never been said to a minor, but the jokes were never more than just jokes and were completely taken out of context.
Castillo even goes on to blame a 12-year-old in a server for the allegations he was facing.
Is he
essentially
apologizing?
trying to say the minor wasn't a...
Is he really apologizing? What is he doing? Is he apologizing, taking accountability, or is he trying to pass the blame to someone else? What's going on here?
good person and that they couldn't be trusted. You know, basically victim blaming. Complete degenerate talking points that no one should be fucking taking seriously.
Red, what I said to you earlier about my apology was completely sincere, and I hope you can someday let go of this hatred. However, I will call you out on this because you cannot be claiming to be an angel. Red has no problem admitting that she craves attention. Her behavior before anything else really just kind of screams it.
Now, in a community of children, initially Castillo's bullshit defense worked at quelling the allegations, and it looked like he may just get away with grooming minors. But some adults within the Roblox community, including the YouTuber Ruben Sim, would eventually catch on to the story and became outraged at what they saw as outright grooming. Grooming by a popular Roblox community developer. Seeing that official Roblox staff weren't doing anything about this community developer, Ruben and others called them out, organizing tweets, videos, and Google Docs with evidence against who they believed was a pedophile taking advantage of the youth. This would be a success, and Arnold's main Roblox account was deleted after Ruben Sim had gotten in touch with the company. Yet, unfortunately, this wouldn't stop the guy from making money due to his main account not being a main source of his income. The man used other accounts as a developer and would claim that his revenue had actually tripled since the controversy. The dude was being braggadocious. He's like, y'all can't fucking stop me. There would be a continued back and forth between Ruben Sim and Arnold Castillo, which involved Ruben making many attempts to expose the guy to the official Roblox staff. But his complaints mostly went on deaf ears. The grooming server would persist despite all inquiries. There were certainly many occasions where Roblox could have intervened and stopped Castillo because they had his identity, but they never would. Ruben Sim and others remain frustrated by this lack of understanding and urgency regarding children's safety. However, in 2022, some would notice that Castillo was no longer active in his Discord and would begin to wonder if something had finally happened to him. Well, after doing a bit more digging into this mysterious matter, they found that Arnold had actually been arrested by the FBI. Turns out prior to this, Arnold Castillo had become infatuated with a 15-year-old girl in his Discord. Using his alias, Jacob Shedletsky, from January to May of 2022, Arnold is reported to have communicated and groomed the 15-year-old through social media and gaming applications, using Instagram, Roblox, and Discord. He began messaging her privately and sending her large sums of money.
If anyone is planning to do this to me, you're gonna receive the middle finger. Because I ain't playing that shit. Like I'm a very direct person. I won't, like, you know, I'll try my best to play around. But, yeah, the moment it crosses that boundary for me, I'm like, no. But yeah, I've had experiences during my specifically when I was younger, where I give in to pressure, basically, which is, yeah, that's what they call peer pressure. And yeah, I hope no one has to go through that. Be confident in yourself. You don't need that sort of attention if someone is like trying to, like, you know, create that toxic sort of, you know, vibe. Don't encourage that. Like, you can be sarcastic and shit, but, like, yeah. Personally, like, if someone, like, just goes like that, just no.
Buying the girl's anime artwork using Cash App, along with purchasing items on Amazon, such as an artist glove for her drawing tablet, a Max Smart tablet drawing stand, and a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro 13 Windows 10 computer that was delivered to her parents' home in Indiana. He was a fucking sugar daddy groomer is what he was. You know, basically an attempt to spoil or sugar up this young minor to get her favor, leading her to believe that Arnold had clout and could connect her with potential employment opportunities in the online gaming and art sphere. He then reportedly used his leverage as a prominent Roblox community developer to coerce the minor into sexually explicit conversations while turning her against her family. You know, telling the girl that they were in love and that, you know, her mom and dad were just trying to ruin the relationship that they had. The girl's family members were starting to get worried as their daughter was receiving gifts on the internet, and Castillo used that to his advantage.
Props to the parents. Props to the parents. Please. Yeah, that's actually a very that's a very good attention. Like the parents noticed the surge of that's what you call love bombing. That's a love bombing. That's a tactic predators use to lure kids and children. And that love bombing, and not just children, anyone really, but for children, they usually use either, back then it was candy, it was dogs, it can be anything, but these days it can be gadgets. It doesn't matter as long as you've done your research, you know the person, you know their interests, you know what they want, you know what sort of person they are. You can manipulate it, try to make it yeah, especially at that sort of age difference. And considering that it's a 15-year-old that would probably say anything anywhere to social media. Sorry. But yeah. At that age, I remember myself trying to exist on the internet, you know, the way I want to be. Also, this is gonna be, I'm gonna finish it at that Roblox degenerate thing. I'll probably end the stream after, as it's already 8:30.
Twisting the narrative and making it seem like the family was trying to come in between their relationship. Ugh. Things would grow even darker when Arnold concocted a plan to transport the minor across multiple states to his residence in New Jersey by way of Uber. Arnold would use the app to hire a driver in New Jersey and then transported the girl 700 miles to his residence, paying the driver $500 through Cash App before they left in New Jersey and another $500 when they returned with the victim. I don't know if the driver noticed anything suspicious or maybe he just figured he was transporting a girl to her family. I don't know. Regardless, this depraved mission was a success, and the 15-year-old girl was picked up in Indiana and taken to Castillo's house in New Jersey. While within the confines of Arnold's home, the minor was sexually abused multiple times to the point where Arnold even hired an Uber to purchase Plan B for her in an attempt to prevent pregnancy. It's also reported that while she was with him, Arnold confined the girl to a small room where he kept his eye on her at all times, controlling her movements and where she went, along with access to food and basic necessities. While this was all going on, the young girl had been missing for days, and the parents of her were absolutely worried. They would report her missing on May 3rd of 2022 and hope for the best. Now, the family was well aware of Castillo, and he would become the #1 suspect. But it is to note that Castillo wasn't using his real name. He was going by his alias Jacob Shidletsky. Police even conducted an interview through phone call on May 5th with Arnold, who lied to law enforcement, stating that he had no idea where she was and that she must have run away. However, authorities would finally catch up to Arnold on May 11th of 2022, after FBI agents were staking out his house and caught Arnold walking with the girl in front of his house. They then swooped in, recovered the girl, and arrested Arnold Castillo on the spot. While searching the pedophile, officers found several unopened condoms in his pocket, and when taken in, Castillo would confess everything to authorities. FBI Indianapolis Special Agent Herbert J. Stapleton would have this to say. Quote, "This was a horrible nightmare for both the child lured away from her home under false pretenses and the family who was left to worry about where she was, if she was safe, and if they would ever see her again. The FBI and our partners will always do everything in our power to safely recover a child and reunite them with their loved ones." United States Attorney for the Southern District of Indiana, Zachary A. Myers, would also say this, quote, No parent should have to endure 8 torturous days not knowing if their child is alive or dead, only to learn that a stranger used social media and other online tools to groom their child and spirit them across the country. This defendant is a stone-cold manipulative child predator who used the tools of social media and gaming to abuse a vulnerable child and then obstructed the efforts of law enforcement officers to secure her a safe return home. I commend the outstanding work of law enforcement agencies along with the FBI, Indianapolis, and Newark field offices for working around the clock for 8 days to bring the victim home safely. Thanks to the outstanding work of these law enforcement officers, this dangerous predator will be unable to harm another child. After Arnold was arrested, he faced 2 life sentences for kidnapping a minor, and in August of 2023, Castillo was sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty to transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity and coercion and enticement of a minor. It seemed that Ruben Sims' attempt to get in touch with the authorities were not in vain, as they were able to cross-reference his reports with the other arrest, and thus Arnold Castillo is behind bars. Although the non-existent efforts of Roblox are still being reported on to this day, and the company continues to be criticized over this matter.
Okay, so I'll be ending my stream there, because, yeah, it's pretty late where I'm at. So, yeah, I need some rest. So, yeah, if you're still here, thank you so much for watching my stream. I appreciate you. And I'll be continuing this tomorrow, I hope, if I feel like streaming. But if not, I'll see you next time. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.